If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 61 Stream ends early. In front of everyone, Kairos did indeed download the game onto his computer, but didn't rush to open it. Alright, now that the game's downloaded, I just remembered I left water boiling at home and forgot to turn off the stove, so I'm ending the stream here. Without waiting to see the chat's reaction, he directly exited the live stream. Kairos knew that if he started playing Emerald in front of everyone, his game knowledge and experience would probably generate quite a few emotion points. But he didn't want to lose sight of the bigger picture for small gains. Even the insane difficulty Pokémon, Emerald wasn't much of a challenge for a seasoned Pokémon veteran like him, especially since he'd created the game himself. Playing it would be easy for him. While it might provide plenty of entertaining content and some emotion points, it would essentially hand players who hadn't touched the game yet a full walkthrough. They could copy his route and breeze through the entire high difficulty run. A game is always most fun when people are just starting to explore it and have little game knowledge or understanding. For his early strategy of using the game's difficulty to farm emotion points, live streaming a complete playthrough now would obviously be counterproductive. So Kairos wasn't in a hurry to stream Pokémon Emerald. Instead, he planned to wait until the top players had reached at least halfway through the game before starting his own live stream. When he played through the game with completely different methods and strategies, it would naturally create bigger emotional waves in his audience, earning him more points. Besides, the insane mode of Pokémon Emerald was less than 1/3 complete. Compared to streaming, Kairos needed to focus more on development. After all, each game update brought far more emotion points than simply playing games on stream. Simply put, now wasn't the optimal time to stream Emerald. Better to wait a bit longer. With that thought, Kairos got up from his computer desk, stretched, and opened the backend of Pokémon Emerald to check the player leaderboard. What he saw made him freeze. Cynthia, who was in first place, had suddenly progressed to the gym in Mirage Tower. He rubbed his eyes, almost doubting what he was seeing. Wait, I just updated all that content today. I figured it would last at least 2 days, and you've already reached the gym in 1? What a terrifying woman. Of course, this terrifying referred only to her gaming speed and her trainer skills as well. Kairos shook his head and sighed. Sigh, looks like I can't rest today, gotta work overtime on the game again. But he wasn't in a rush to start. Instead, he opened the game backend to check something else. The 2 million yen promotion had clearly been worthwhile. After just 1 day, sales had jumped by as much as 30,000 copies. At this rate, forget 15 days, probably just a week or so, and the game would break the 300,000 copies required by the mission. Besides the sales boost, the game's popularity was steadily rising, too. Pokémon Emerald had reached second place in the New Game Festival's real-time rankings. And the gap between it and first place, a game called Pokémon Fishing Contest, wasn't that big in terms of either popularity or sales. At this rate, taking first place in the New Game Festival was just a matter of time. However, Kairos suddenly remembered Dream Factory's new game would be released in 3 days. He wasn't worried about Dream Factory being a threat. He was just curious, what kind of game could that unscrupulous company make? Whatever, who cares? Kairos shook his head slightly, his gaze falling on the mission panel in front of him. The end of the month would mark the end of the New Game Festival. As long as he could take first place, he'd get 2,000 emotion points, a random advanced production module, and a special A-rank system item chest. Before that, once game sales reached 300,000 copies, he could claim the side mission rewards, 2,000 emotion points, an A-rank special item chest, and an invitation card. Between these two sets of rewards, aside from the emotion points being the same, the difference between the other rewards was significant. Kairos couldn't yet judge which was more valuable, the invitation card or the advanced production module. But there was no doubt that the system item chest was a higher grade than the special item chest. From experience, losing those two words, system, made a world of difference. Just as Kairos was staring at the game panel in thought, a notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. Ding! Please note, host, current stage emotion points have been calculated. You have gained 460 emotion points from 230,000 live stream viewers. You have gained 450 emotion points from Emerald purchasers. You have gained 1000 emotion points from key character Cynthia. You have gained 670 emotion points from Cynthia's live stream viewers. The string of notifications left Kairos stunned. The points from live stream viewers and Emerald players were expected. But how did Cynthia suddenly give him another 1000 points? Past experience told him the champion must have been shocked by something in Emerald again. And apparently her viewers were equally shocked. But Kairos frowned. Aside from the fossil Pokémon and Bill's research facility storyline, he hadn't arranged any events near Petalburg Woods that could cause Cynthia such emotional fluctuations, had he? After a brief moment of thought, he noticed the small tooltip behind the two messages. Sure enough, a tiny prompt box read. Includes Easter egg module bonus. As expected, it was content automatically generated by the Easter egg module. He immediately opened his browser and entered Cynthia's live stream. At this moment, Cynthia had successfully come down the mountain and arrived at Mirage Town, where she obtained a mysterious Pokémon egg from the old lady at the hot springs above. According to his design, the Pokémon hatched from this egg wouldn't count toward the 1-5 Pokémon team limit in insane mode, and unlike the original, where it always hatched into a why not, it could be one of several random Pokémon. Kairos opened the replay of Cynthia's live stream, dragging the progress bar to check exactly what had caused such a huge emotional spike. Soon, he got his answer. Seeing Zacian, the warrior of the sword, battling Eternatus on screen, Kairos's mouth twitched. Good grief, isn't this supposed to be the home region? How did the Easter egg system just drop 2 legendary Pokémon from the Galar region in here? And this Zacian beating up Eternatus in its Eternamax form with 1125 base stats and 2509 combined defenses, was that even legal? But thinking it over, Kairos realized this CG segment was probably far stronger than his previous Regirock CG. After all, for people in this world, legendary Pokémon were beings ordinary people could hardly ever encounter or comprehend. For lower-tier legendaries like the Rock Titan, mythologists like Cynthia might at least have heard of them, so seeing that CG wouldn't produce extreme emotions. But the shock brought by these 2 first-tier legendaries from regions that didn't even exist in the real world was massive. Looking at the 2,000+ emotion points that had appeared in his account out of nowhere, Kairos's mood instantly improved. This Easter egg module was definitely worth it. Of course, such an amazing effect didn't come from the Easter egg module alone. Its autonomous ideas, combined with the advanced CG technology module and intimidation effect module he'd purchased earlier, were what made that scene possible in Cynthia's live stream. At this moment, Kairos began to feel anticipation. The battle CG between Zacian and Eternatus, as well as the rusted sword, were all Easter egg arrangements, things he couldn't control or predict. But there was one main storyline in Emerald that he could plan himself. This was the earth-shattering apocalyptic battle between the 3 legendary Pokémon of Hone Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre. Well, more accurately, little Groudon and little Kyogre throwing a tantrum, then kindergarten teacher Rayquaza coming in to break it up. Following the game's original flow, he had already inserted the Team Magma and Team Aqua content. But Kairos didn't plan to move everything over exactly as in the original. He had his own plans. He wanted to better showcase these 3 legendary Pokémon to all players, letting them truly participate rather than just watch as bystanders. Of course, achieving this would require considerable effort. But thinking about the moment when players would personally experience the scene, Kairos knew it would be worth it. Chapter 62 Archie and Maxie. When the time came, he would polish that key storyline segment several times to make sure the presentation was as good as possible. Originally, Kairos had planned to add this storyline about the Hone Trio to the story mode of Pokémon Emerald. But strictly speaking, this was already part of the game's main storyline, so he might as well make it first. Besides, Kairos didn't need to worry that creating the Hone Trio storyline would leave him with nothing for story mode. On the contrary, the story content of Pokémon Ultra Emerald was excellent and worth borrowing from. Of course, this storyline was only meant to cover the early and mid-game. The late-game story was a bit bloated, mostly just repeatedly running into new legendary Pokémon and collecting various items. Even so, it was more than enough. Since Kairos had chosen Ultra Emerald as the blueprint for his game, these elements naturally couldn't be left out. And just like the key divine battle of the Hone Trio, he wouldn't completely copy the original. He would add his own ideas and understanding, using those modules' capabilities to make it the best it could be. Whether it was the unique storyline for each legendary Pokémon, Team Rainbow Rocket, the Ultra Wormholes, or even Giratina's Ghost World and Mewtwo's birth. All the content that had once made his heart race would eventually be brought into this world through his games. And this Pokémon Emerald was just the beginning. Kairos glanced at his emotion point balance on the system panel, took a deep breath, and reopened the game folder. The storyline near Mirage Town could be considered the real starting point for bringing players into the main plot of the game, as well as marking the moment when they officially stepped onto the path of advanced trainers. From here on, the difficulty of opponent battles would rise sharply. Most importantly, after defeating the Fire-type gym in Mirage Town, players would need to head straight back to Petalburg City to challenge the next gym. And the Petalburg City gym was run by the player's father, Norman. In the official and standard versions, Norman Ever the Loving Father used Pokémon that were strong but not overwhelming, even giving the impression that he was holding back. But in Ultra Emerald, Norman's battle perfectly redefined the phrase fatherly love and filial piety. Well, fatherly love and filial piety in quotation marks. As for why, veteran Ultra Emerald players already knew. For Kairos, it might have seemed like all he needed to do was create the Petalburg Gym battle. But in reality, it was far from that simple. Defeating the Petalburg Gym granted players access to the most crucial hum in the game, Surf. With Surf, water-type Pokémon could travel across all the ocean routes on the map, leading to cities and islands players had never visited before. The Pokémon that appeared on those water routes, the information and layouts of the islands, and the cities that could now be reached early with Surf, all of this would require a massive amount of work to create. With that thought, Kairos took another deep breath, entered a focused state, and began working on the game. Time for another big project. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world. In the Hone region, inside a cave deep in a remote mountain range, a man wearing a red uniform sat cross-legged on a sofa, eyes closed in meditation. This was clearly a hidden base, with strange machines of unknown purpose scattered around, and many researcher-like figures moving busily back and forth. If Cynthia were here, her brow would immediately furrow. The reason was simple: this man in red was none other than the Team Magma leader she had recently encountered, Maxi. And this was the elusive Team Magma headquarters the League had been searching for all along. Just then, a sudden sound broke the stillness. A communication device on the table beside Maxi began ringing. He opened his eyes, displeasure flickering across his face at the interruption. But when he saw the number displayed on the screen, he froze. The reason was simple: he could recognize that number even if it were reduced to ash. It was the communication number of his arch-nemesis, the leader of Team Aqua, Archie. Years ago, they had been close friends, practically inseparable in their youth. But over time, their ideals diverged. When they realized their goals were in direct conflict, they parted ways, founding Team Aqua and Team Magma, and becoming bitter rivals. This situation had persisted for over a decade. In all those years, though they still had each other's numbers, they had never once used them. And now, that long-forgotten number was ringing. After a brief hesitation, Maxi took a deep breath and made his decision. He quickly masked his signal location, and only after confirming everything was secure did he answer. On the other end, Archie's gruff voice came through. "Old Pine, I'm calling you for one reason: my plan might have been exposed." "Maxi? How is that possible? Did you tell someone?" he demanded instinctively. To Maxi's mind, this was the only explanation. After all, whether it was Archie's plan or his own, not a single soul in their respective teams knew the other's goals. Only the two of them knew. It was the most tightly guarded secret in the world. And now Archie was saying the secret had leaked? Staying calm was impossible. Archie's voice grew more urgent. "No matter how brainless I am, I wouldn't do something that stupid. Today, one of my subordinates came to me saying our Team Aqua showed up in some game. At first, I didn't think much of it. Games are just silly entertainment, right? But then he told me that in this game, the first time I meet the player, I act like a complete idiot and spill my entire plan. And he knew this because he saw a live stream of Cynthia encountering me in the game. Can you imagine? I even fucking invited Cynthia to join Team Aqua on the spot." Maxi froze, then covered his face. A moment later, he couldn't help but laugh. "Pfft." But then Archie's next words made him go rigid. "What are you laughing at? You're not any better." Chapter 63. You're back again? After hearing Archie's words, Maxi immediately felt something was wrong and began pressing him for details. He couldn't figure out how his plan was about to be exposed when he hadn't done anything yet. And what exactly was this game about? Soon, he understood the general situation from Archie's description and began stroking his chin thoughtfully. "So you're saying that the moment you met the player, you directly revealed your plan, but I haven't explicitly stated my objectives yet. I have to emphasize again, that idiot in the game is not me." Archie's voice was muffled and gruff, clearly indicating he was in a very bad mood. Maxie breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but soon his brow furrowed again. If even someone as careful and cautious as Archie had his plan's contents discovered, then wasn't it just a matter of time before his own plan was displayed publicly in the game? At this thought, Maxie's voice turned cold and vicious. No matter how that guy learned about our plans, we absolutely cannot let him continue causing chaos like this. Otherwise, years of our hard work will be destroyed in an instant. Archie also spoke up, his tone carrying hints of hatred. That's exactly why I came to you. I know your subordinates include many researchers skilled in network technology. Before he completely exposes our plans, we must immediately find whoever made this game. Your team Magma has been operating openly all these years, and it's inconvenient to act in reality, while my team Aqua operates in the shadows. You handle finding him, and I'll send people to eliminate him. I know that in all these past years, you and I have never cooperated again, but now we have a common enemy, one more important than the League itself. So I think we should make a brief exception. Maxie stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and found the situation was indeed as Archie described, so he nodded. Fine. I never thought that after all these years, what would bring us together again would be a video game. Tell me the specific information about this game. The game is called Pokémon Emerald. It's a pixel game, but for some reason, it seems to be exploding in popularity online recently. The game's creator isn't some big company or famous studio, but an individual developer called Wind. Archie's response came quickly. All right, leave it to me. Within half a day, I'll give you his exact location. Maxie nodded, memorized all this information, and hung up the communication. Regarding finding this game developer, he appeared quite confident. When he first established Team Magma years ago, the very first thing he did was recruit the top network technology talents from the entire home region for his use, because he deeply understood what such power could bring and change. Even if this person's information was in the League's classified resource databases, he was confident he could break through and find it. Although this might require paying some price, and would once again draw the League's attention to Team Magma's existence. But to prevent his plan from being completely exposed, all of this was worth it. With this thought, Maxie's gaze sharpened. He suddenly stood up from his chair and turned to look at the researchers behind him. Stop whatever you're working on, we've got work to do. Meanwhile, in Cynthia's live stream, she had already entered the Mirage Gym, and what met her eyes were 4 sandpits, nothing else besides these. Looking at these 4 pits, Cynthia was momentarily confused. What did this mean? She controlled her game character to carefully approach, and from the leftmost sandpit, an NPC with a headband suddenly popped out and challenged her. Aha! I saw you. The battle difficulty was consistently manageable. After easily resolving the fight, Cynthia began exploring the other sandpits. Soon, she barely understood this gym's puzzle mechanism. This Mirage Gym seemed to consist of many independent rooms, with each room containing at least 4 or 5 sandpits. Some pits hid paths to the next room, while others led to wrong paths that required returning to the starting point. The remaining sandpits all contained NPCs blocking the way in the gym. Compared to the electrical mechanisms in Movoli Gym, this gym's puzzle difficulty was obviously much higher. But such obstacles obviously couldn't stop Cynthia. 5 minutes later, with her intellect and memory abilities plus decent luck, she quickly crossed all the sandpits and successfully stood before the gym leader's room. Sitting before her was a young girl with red 4-leaf clover-like hair, wearing a crop top, full of youthful energy and vitality. This was none other than the Mirage Gym leader of the home region, Flannery. Seeing Cynthia approach, a black exclamation mark immediately appeared above her head. Just reaching here doesn't prove anything. Let me see if you have the determination and power to challenge flames. Amid inspiring battle music, countless Pokeballs flew across the screen as the game entered the gym battle interface. At the same time, streams of comments began lighting up in Cynthia's chat. This little girl is also a gym leader? She looks even younger than Roxanne from before. Being young is good. It's already a fire-type gym countered by Cynthia's team, so it should be even easier now, right? You two above forgot this game's nature. I bet this gym leader won't be weaker than Watson. Come on, guys, we have Rain that absolutely counters fire types. No matter how strong she is, how hard could it be? While comments debated the battle's difficulty, Flannery, as the gym leader, sent out her first Pokémon. It was a turtle-like creature, but unlike Torkoal, this one stood upright on two legs. The shell on its back had an explosive, radiating form full of black spikes, looking quite powerful. This was clearly a fire and dragon dual-type Pokémon, Turtonator. Seeing this, Cynthia directly sent out her lead Pokémon, Pelipper. Since she'd confirmed the opponent's lead wasn't something like Torkoal that would steal weather with drought ability, there was definitely no problem starting this battle by setting up rain. As Pelipper entered the field, the sky immediately filled with dark clouds as large raindrops began falling densely. Due to Pelipper's drizzle ability, it started raining. After brief consideration, Cynthia directly chose to use Water Pulse, testing the opponent's setup as usual. In her memory, Turtonator was quite slow, specializing in physical defense since the armor on its body was quite sturdy. For Pelipper, these were undoubtedly very favorable conditions, since all of Pelipper's attack moves were basically special attacks. Sure enough, as the first turn began, Pelipper moved first. Deep blue water rings shot from its mouth, precisely hitting the opponent's Turtonator. However, no super effective message appeared. Turtonator's dragon typing resisted water attacks, successfully covering the fire type weakness. Obviously, this Pokémon was one of Flannery's defensive measures against fire type weaknesses. Cynthia wasn't particularly surprised by this. She'd naturally thought of this the moment Turtonator appeared. But remember, Pelipper was currently under Rain Weather's boost, its water-type moves would get significantly increased power. Even without a type advantage, that Water Pulse successfully took away nearly half of Turtonator's HP bar. And with Turtonator's outstanding defense, it theoretically shouldn't be able to threaten Pelipper much. But the next moment, something completely unexpected happened. Golden electric current suddenly flashed across Turtonator's body. Turtonator used Shock Wave. The choice specs it's holding boosted this move's power. It's super effective. In the golden radiance, Pelipper's HP bar was instantly emptied. Remember, it was a water and flying dual-type Pokémon, electric type was its fatal weakness, capable of dealing massive 4x damage. A huge question mark appeared above Cynthia's head at this moment. Wait, why can your Turtonator use electric type moves? Is this reasonable? The livestream viewers were just as baffled. They had all expected Cynthia's Pelipper to dominate this gym battle. With its ultra-high special attack base stats boosted by rain weather, it should at least take down two of the opponent's fire types, right? But now it had only used one move and that's it. Starting the battle by immediately losing one Pokémon put Cynthia at a huge disadvantage in this gym battle. However, somehow Cynthia found herself getting used to such situations. Ever since playing this game, at the start of every battle's first turn, she'd mentally prepare herself. Because nobody knew what underhanded moves and strategies the opponents in this game would pull. She took a light breath, quickly adjusted her mindset, and chose to send out Ludicolo to take over. Although Pelipper had lost its ability to fight, as compensation, Flannery's water-type counter, Turtonator, had also lost nearly half its HP. Next, she just needed Ludicolo with its swift swim ability to finish it off, then use Rain's power and speed boosts to clean up this battle. But the next moment, something Cynthia didn't expect happened. As she switched to Ludicolo, intending to use Zen Headbutt, the Turtonator on the opposite side suddenly became a red light and was recalled. The Pokémon that appeared next made Cynthia's body stiffen. Because this Pokémon was an old acquaintance, none other than Torkoal. In Cynthia's ominous premonition, sure enough, a familiar scene played out. Brilliant light burst from Torkoal's body, shooting straight into the sky. The gloomy, rain-filled sky suddenly cleared at this moment. Torkoal's drought ability activated, the weather cleared up. Cynthia couldn't help but hold her forehead. Not again. Do all you fire-type trainers have a Torkoal or what? Can't people set up rain in peace? Meanwhile, another person was also having a gym battle. This person was Iono, but she was currently battling the Movoli Gym in Movoli City. With her team of almost entirely electric-type Pokémon, facing Watson's gym was quite unfavorable. Although her Pokémon could also benefit from electric terrain's boost, facing Watson's 3 Pokémon, who all knew Thunderbolt, her Pokémon's electric-type move power was really too low. Direct confrontation was quite disadvantageous. More critically, electric-type Pokémon were immune to paralysis. This meant her Thunder Wave, which had gotten her through key battles multiple times, was useless this time. This made Iono's battle at Movoli Gym almost impossible to describe as anything but extremely difficult. Fortunately, through countless failures and repeated attempts, Ayano successfully found the only possibility for victory. She successfully seized an opportunity to let her Pikachu complete 2 nasty plot boosts and finally swept the team. But this opportunity was actually found by Ayano herself. Discovering paralysis didn't work, she directly chose to have Pikachu use the move Flash from before, lowering Watson's Rayish's accuracy. So even the theoretically sure hit Thunderbolt actually missed twice in a row. It was thanks to these 2 lucky breaks that Ayano finally defeated Watson and won the Movoli Gym battle. Upon victory, following normal procedure, besides obtaining the Dynamo badge and Rock Smash usage rights, Watson also handed Ayano a trademark. The moment she saw this disc, Ayano's eyes immediately lit up. She directly opened her bag and began frantically using this trademark on every Pokémon in her team. Uncontrollable laughter echoed in her live stream. Thunderbolt. Woohoo! As electric types most commonly used, high power move, it was hard to imagine that so early in the game, she could use this trademark to teach every electric type Pokémon in her team this move. This was equivalent to directly raising her team's combat power by more than 1 level. Not only that, what surprised Ayano even more was that after giving her the Dynamo badge and trademark, Watson's head actually showed another red exclamation mark. By the way, looking at you, you seem to share my unique love for electric-type Pokémon. If that's the case, take this too. He produced another disc and handed it to Ayano. You obtained trademark, Electric Terrain. Ayano. Wasn't this the special field that could directly strengthen all electric Pokémon's combat power in battle? He's giving this away, too? At the same time, the chat exploded. Holy shit, he's giving that too. The streamer's gonna go crazy with joy. She's invincible now, truly invincible. Suggest investigating Watson's family tree. With all this giving, I suspect he's actually related to the streamer. Streamer with Thunderbolt and Electric Terrain, who dares kill me? Looking at the chat and her every Pokémon in-game now knowing Thunderbolt, Ayano couldn't help but smile. Finally. After enduring so much in this game for so long, it was finally being nice to her. After brief consideration, she decided to have Pikachu, the fastest on her team, learn Electric Terrain to serve as the lead Pokémon for setting up Electric Terrain. Then she addressed her livestream audience. Hehe, watch closely. Next, I'll demonstrate completing this game without a single loss. After thinking, she quickly added. Of course, assuming the opponent isn't a ground-type specialist. Seeing such bold declarations, the livestream audience naturally erupted in cheerful laughter. Streamers getting cocky too. Want me to remind you about being stuck at the Rock Gym for 2 hours and 56 minutes? What's giving you this confidence, Thunderbolt? Waiting for the streamer to get one shot by random graveler on the roadside. Ha ha ha. However, while the comments debated, Ayano thought more carefully. Ever since battling Roxanne that day, she'd researched all official Hone Gym data. The Hone region didn't seem to have any ground-type specialist gym leaders. Not only that, even the official Elite Four and Champion didn't include a single ground-type specialist. This meant she should be able to steamroll ahead with Thunderbolt from here on. Thinking of this made Ayano excited. This was right. Electric-type Pokémon should be like wild lightning, crushing opponents with maximum power and speed. Lost in thought, she'd already left Movoli Gym, preparing to follow Watson's hint to find that researcher to teach her Pokémon the Rock Smash. Ayano looked around at the buildings, unconsciously muttering. Hey, where's that person again? But at that moment, 3 familiar figures, a man, a woman, and a cat, jumped out from the nearby grass. Along with them came mixed male and female voices. Just now you asked a question, right? Well then. Since you asked so sincerely, we'll graciously tell you. Intense music suddenly blared. Ayano? Wait, you're back again. Chapter 64. Does Team Rocket have bonds too? At this moment, a familiar scene unfolded before Ayano's eyes once again. Since you asked so sincerely, we'll graciously tell you. Familiar music, familiar lines, familiar movements. Team Rocket's trio performed this scene like a theatrical play, executing it perfectly. The livestream audience was thoroughly entertained. It's these 3 again. You tell me these are Team Rocket members, but I feel like they came out of drama school. Show some respect, their strength isn't weak at all. Last time, they dominated the streamer for half an hour. Who knows how much stronger they've gotten this time? Fair point, strong is strong, but honestly, these 3 really don't give off any sense of pressure. There's that talking Meowth again. Catch him. Send him to the research lab. Having witnessed Iono's previous encounter with Team Rocket, the livestream audience naturally had quite a deep impression of them. After all, the state these three displayed was completely different from what one would typically consider villains. At this moment, Team Rocket's trio had finished their customary performance. Jessie stepped forward, pointing a finger at Iono. Damn brat, you got lucky last time. This time, no matter what, we're stealing your Pokémon. James also clenched his fists confidently. Brat, face the results of our special training. Amid inspiring music, countless Pokeballs flew across the screen as the battle interface loaded. But Iono's mouth curved slightly upward at this moment, showing a smug expression. She hadn't expected Team Rocket's trio to show up so soon after just finishing equipping her team. In that case. Hehe, perfect timing. I'll use you three to test how strong my renewed partners have become. Pikachu, go! Pika Pika! The Pokeball was thrown, red light flashed, and Pikachu appeared on the field. The next moment, Team Rocket's trio also sent out their Pokémon. Last time, Team Rocket's trio had a Coughing, an Awakens, and Meowth personally entering battle. This time, as they claimed, Team Rocket's configuration had indeed been upgraded. Not only had the number of Pokémon increased to 4, but the first one sent out had changed appearance. A massive, deep purple body, sharp fangs, and a long tail. This was clearly Awakens' evolved form, Arbok. As Arbok entered the field, a red light burst from its body with intimidating intent. A red light immediately flowed away from Pikachu's body, making its aura noticeably weaker. At the same time, a notification popped up. Arbok's Intimidate ability activated, Pikachu's attack level decreased. Seeing this, Iono raised an eyebrow slightly. This game actually had abilities that could lower the opponent's attack level the moment they entered the field. That was pretty strong. But so what? All her team's attack attributes were special attack anyway. She didn't hesitate to command Pikachu to use electric terrain to create advantages for her entire team. At this moment, Pikachu's speed advantage naturally shone through, successfully using its move before Arbok could act. Golden current surged across its body, covering the ground. In an instant, the entire battlefield sparkled with brilliant electric light. Pikachu used electric terrain, the battlefield is charged with electricity. The next moment, Team Rocket's Arbok twisted its body, deep purple energy pouring from its mouth, materializing into a massive maw that directly engulfed Pikachu. Arbok used Crunch. The black glasses Arbok is holding boosted its Dark-type move's power. Critical hit. 3 notifications appeared in succession. Pikachu's HP bar plummeted like a rocket, then hit 0, losing its ability to fight. You did well, Pikachu. Iono recalled Pikachu from the field, entering the Pokémon switching interface. She didn't seem rushed, still appearing composed. Because electric terrain was now fully active, it was time for her other 3 Pokémon to perform. That's right, Iono had 3 remaining Pokémon, not 2. On the way to Movili City, in the grass on that bridge, Iono had caught a new Pokémon, Magnemite, and after defeating the gym, successfully evolved it into Magneton when it reached level 30. After evolution, Magneton's stats had improved dramatically across the board. This battle would be perfect for testing its strength. The current situation was quite favorable for switching to Magneton, since its steel typing made it immune to poison-type moves. With this thought, Iono didn't hesitate and directly chose to send out Magneton. She also addressed the chat with a smile. Electric terrain is active, now it's my turn. Magneton, Thunderbolt. With Magneton's powerful special attack base stats combined with electric terrain's boost to this move's power, this attack would definitely deal massive damage. However, the next moment, Arbok's body suddenly became a red light, disappearing from the battlefield and returning to its Pokeball. At the same time, another Pokémon was switched in, clearly a seabird-like creature with black and yellow feathers, its body showing a streamlined shape suggesting speed. The moment she saw this Pokémon, Iono couldn't help but freeze slightly. As Levencia gym leader, this Pokémon was one of the ace fighters in her own gym, the electric and flying type Kilowattrel. And her gym's Kilowattrel had the ability. At this thought, Iono's whole body stiffened as she suddenly realized the severity of the situation. Oh no! But it was too late to react now. Magneton's Thunderbolt, boosted by electric terrain, transformed into a wild electric current that struck directly at Kilowattrel, thundering down, However, the next moment, all the electricity became gentle and harmless the instant it touched Kilowattrol's body, harmlessly merging into its form. Its HP bar didn't move an inch. A notification appeared before Iono. Kilowattrol's Volt absorbability activated. Red radiance rolled and surged across its body. While immune to electric-type moves, its special attack level rose. Iono? Wait, what? Some Pokémon had the Volt absorbability, allowing them to be immune to any electric-type move damage and convert it into their own energy. As an electric-type gym leader, she naturally knew this. But the current problem was that she'd just left the electric gym, taught all her Pokémon Thunderbolt, and was ready to dominate, so why did Team Rocket show up with a Volt absorb Pokémon? This game's creator definitely arranged this on purpose. And what was this special attack boost about? Normally, shouldn't it restore HP? But theoretically, even if Kilowattrol had gained a special attack boost from Volt Absorb and was immune to Magneton's electric-type moves. Remember, Magneton had the excellent steel typing for resistance, putting it in quite an advantageous position against flying types. Most of Kilowattrol's moves were electric, flying, and some normal type. All three types would be resisted by Magneton. So Iono took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her mindset, and had Magneton use its only steel-type move currently known, Gyro Ball. According to the game's description, this move had a very interesting characteristic: its power wasn't fixed. The slower the Pokémon using this move compared to the opponent, the greater this move's power would be. While Magneton wasn't particularly slow, it definitely couldn't be called fast, just average at best. But Kilowattrol was in a completely opposite state. As a Kilowattrol trainer, Iono clearly knew how amazing Kilowattrol's speed was. Even among all speed-focused Pokémon, Kilowattrol's speed was outstanding. This meant Gyro Ball could deal considerable damage. The next moment, after Iono chose to have Magneton use its move, the opposing Kilowattrol naturally moved first. Kilowattrol used Charge Beam. The Magnet Kilowattrol is holding boosted electric-type move power. Not very effective. Brilliant golden light danced in the air, forming a straight line across Magneton's body. Due to its electric-type resistance, this move could only deal half its original power. But even with electric terrain, special attack boost, and held item bonuses, this hit still took nearly one-third of Magneton's HP bar. Remember, Magneton was already a Pokémon with decent bulk. This showed just how terrifying Kilowattrol's original attack power was. Seeing this scene, Iono couldn't help but breathe a slight sigh of relief. If Magneton had any disadvantage against Kilowattrol, it was simply being too slow and lacking first strike privilege. But since the opponent needed 3 moves to defeat Magneton, she had nothing to fear. But just as she relaxed slightly, another deep red radiance suddenly appeared on Kilowattrol's body, rising upward. Another notification followed. Kilowattrol's special attack level rose again. Iono paused, then recalled the move the opponent had just used. Charge Beam. Besides being an electric-type special attack, this move also had a chance to raise the user's special attack level. And unfortunately, this probability had just triggered in that last move. This meant Kilowattrol's special attack level had been boosted to +2, doubling all special attack move power. Having used Pikachu's nasty plot boosts to sweep teams before, Iono naturally understood what this meant. This meant if Gyro Ball couldn't one-shot Kilowattrol, she was about to get swept by Kilowattrol. As she pondered, Magneton moved, its body spinning at high speed, becoming a rotating steel torrent charging straight at Kilowattrol. Magneton used Gyro Ball. Critical hit. Seeing this final notification, Iono's spirits lifted again. The opponent's Arbok had gotten a critical hit with its first crunch. This time, fortune finally smiled on her. With Kilowattrol's bulk, it theoretically couldn't survive a critical hit Gyro Ball. Sure enough, just as Iono predicted, Kilowattrol's HP bar began falling at an alarming rate, instantly hitting 0. Based on Iono's previous experience with this game, Kilowattrol had definitely lost its ability to fight. However, just as Kilowattrol's HP bar hit 0, 3 notifications suddenly appeared. Jessie, Kilowattrol, stand up. James, come on, Kilowattrol. Meowth, you can't fall here, meow. Golden notifications appeared, and Kilowattrol's falling HP bar suddenly stopped at the last moment. Even with just the tiniest sliver remaining like a candle in the wind, it still stood proudly on the battlefield, refusing to fall. Through the support and encouragement of its trainers and companions, Kilowattrel miraculously endured the fatal attack. Is this the bond between humans and Pokémon? Iono? What is this now? As she stood stunned, the next turn had already begun. Even though the opponent's HP was locked, Magneton still had over 2/3 of its health remaining. Surely it wouldn't get one shot, right? With this thought, Iono took a deep breath and chose Gyro Ball again. However, the next moment, the opposing Kilowattrel suddenly flapped its wings once and cried out with raised head. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and a brilliant, terrifyingly powerful thunderbolt descended from above, crashing down on Magneton. Kilowattrel used thunder. With double power, electric terrain, and held item bonuses, this already high-power move instantly unleashed terrifying damage. Though not very effective, this was a fierce strike. Magneton fainted. Seeing this scene, the livestream chat exploded again. One shot? Where did my big Magneton go? Just like that. Hello, I'm an illiterate person who can't read. Can someone tell me if those 4 characters read super effective? When I watched Cynthia play before, this bond effect triggered and locked Trico's HP, winning a key battle. I thought this effect was interesting and touching, but can the author explain why NPCs can also trigger HP locks? Magneton, I don't get it. They just started shouting about bonds and courage and stuff, then suddenly charged at me. Can someone explain to me, aren't these 3 Team Rocket members? Is the word bond really appropriate for them? Chapter 65 Iono, wait, you can just change types on the spot. After Magneton lost its ability to battle and collapsed, what happened next wasn't exactly surprising. Although Kilowattrel only had the tiniest sliver of HP left, Pikachu, the only Pokémon on her team that could use the priority move Quick Attack, had already been taken out by Arbok at the very start of the battle. The remaining 2 Pokémon naturally couldn't stop Kilowattrel, which had boosted its special attack by 2 stages, possessed terrifying speed and power, and had the Volt Absorb ability. They were undoubtedly sent packing with pleasure. Just like that, Iono once again earned Team Rocket's contempt. Humph, little brat, we thought your Pokémon might actually be worth something, but now it looks like there's nothing worth stealing here. Following Team Rocket's taunt, Iono's screen went black, and she was sent straight back to the Pokémon Center. This time, the game didn't seem to trap her with Team Rocket like before, instead letting her off the hook directly. But this outcome actually made Iono feel even worse than when she'd lost before, because she didn't even get a chance to win it back. The expression on her face right now could only be described as incredibly complex. She'd thought that after learning Thunderbolt and Electric Terrain, she'd finally be able to make her big move. Instead, she'd barely stepped out of the gym before losing a battle, and losing it in such a frustrating way, too. Anyone would be steaming mad, right? The live chat was having an absolute field day at this moment. Who remembers what the streamer said when she walked out the door? Something about not losing once and beating the whole game? I think that's what she said, lol. Ha ha ha, I still prefer how cocky the streamer looked just a minute ago. Watching the barrage of comments flying across her screen, Iono couldn't help but purse her lips in defiance. Damn it, next time I run into those 3 jerks, I definitely won't lose again. After recovering her Pokémon's HP at the Pokémon Center, Iono controlled her character and walked back outside. Just as she'd expected, those 3 Team Rocket members had vanished without a trace. Obviously, this battle was different from the previous situations. But in a way, this might actually be a good thing, since Iono hadn't really figured out how she was going to deal with Team Rocket's Kilowattrel with its Volt Absorb ability anyway. This battle had definitely served as a wake-up call for her. Besides ground-type Pokémon that are immune to electric-type moves, she'd need to be extra careful of Pokémon with abilities like Volt Absorb going forward. At the same time, what had just happened in the game got Iono thinking. In the real world, Pokémon with the Volt Absorb ability convert electric-type attacks into energy that heals their injuries and restores their HP when hit. But in the battle just now, Kilowattrel's special attack had increased when hit by electric-type moves. This seemed somewhat different from what happens in reality, but if you think about it carefully, if you're appropriating the opponent's electrical power for your own use, wouldn't it make sense that you could convert that energy into offensive power rather than just HP recovery? The more Iono thought about it, the more likely this possibility seemed. If it works in the game, why not in real life? Plus, it's all just energy anyway, what's unreasonable about using it to boost your own attacks? Not only that, but regarding this Volt Absorb ability, a bold idea was starting to form in Iono's mind. Maybe after she finished streaming today, she could have her own kilowatt roll give it a try? After finishing her thoughts about the volt absorbability, Ayano had Pikachu learn Rock Smash and headed north from Movili City. She naturally encountered Team Magma next and made her way through Fiery Path. Just as she emerged from the Fiery Path cave, a young man immediately approached her. "Hello there, beautiful miss. Do you happen to know about Ultra Wormholes?" Ayano couldn't help but pause for a moment. Ultra Wormholes? What the heck was that? The young man across from her seemed to suddenly realize something and shook his head slightly, saying apologetically, "Sorry for being so abrupt. Looking at you, I guess you probably haven't heard of such things." After giving her an explanation of the Ultra Wormhole concept, he extended a challenge invitation to Ayano. "Meeting like this must be fate. I can see you're a trainer too, how about we have a battle?" Looking at the accept and decline options that appeared before her, Ayano first paused, then immediately selected accept. Team Rocket had just sent out a kilowatt roll with volt absorbability. This guy couldn't possibly be so unlucky as to also have a Pokémon with volt absorb, right? Finally, a chance to properly test her current team's strength. The next moment, intense battle music started playing, countless Pokeballs flew across the screen, and the game entered battle mode once again. Ayano flashed a confident smile and sent out Pikachu first, looking full of fighting spirit. "This time we definitely won't lose. Pika Pika." Pikachu nodded in response as well. But the next moment, the young man across from her also threw out his Pokeball, and a bizarre-looking Pokémon suddenly appeared before them. Gladion sent out Silvally. What kind of Pokémon is this? Ayano couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She naturally had no idea what this Pokémon in front of her was. Whatever, this thing clearly had nothing to do with electricity, so its ability definitely wasn't Volt Absorb. With its silver, metallic appearance, it probably wasn't a ground-type Pokémon either. In that case, she'd start with Electric Terrain first. Ayano quickly made her decision and directly ordered Pikachu to use Electric Terrain. But just then, a small brown disc suddenly appeared above that Pokémon's head. The young man's voice followed immediately. "Silvally, the opponent fears ground-type, transform." The brown disc dissolved into light and disappeared, and that Pokémon's body suddenly turned brown. An incredibly heavy aura emanated from its form, and a notification appeared as well. Silvally's type changed to ground-type. Ayano? Pikachu? The battle with Gladion undoubtedly ended with Ayano's defeat as well. She didn't even get to see what Gladion's second Pokémon was by the time it was over. In front of her computer screen, Ayano suddenly shot up from her chair with a soul-piercing shriek. Ah! She just wanted to use Electric Terrain and her newly learned moves to win big with her Pokémon. The Volt Absorb ability that Team Rocket pulled out of nowhere was bad enough. But what the hell was this instant type changing to ground type mid-battle supposed to mean? Changing types on the spot. Meanwhile, viewers in the live chat were buzzing with discussion. "I love that quote from the streamer, as long as we don't run into ground types, we'll be fine." The streamer used attention. The streamer used roar. It's super effective. The viewers fainted. LOL, the streamer's rage quit is pretty cute too. Amid the laughter and chatter in the stream, Gladion used a potion to heal all of Ayano's Pokémon's injuries. After saying a few words about Ultra Wormholes, he handed over an Ultra Crystal to Ayano and took his leave. Ayano's character stood there holding that Ultra Crystal, seemingly still not quite recovered from the shock of what had just happened. After a long while, she finally took a deep breath. It seemed that just as she'd expected, trying to dominate this game with a pure electric-type team was simply impossible. No way around it, she absolutely had to find some way to help her Pokémon overcome their ground-type weakness. And at the same time, she needed to figure out how to deal with that Volt Absorb kilowatt roll. She had a feeling that both this Gladion guy and Team Rocket would show up again. When that time came, she'd definitely get her revenge. With this thought, Ayano pulled herself together and set off again with her character. After walking left from where she'd encountered Gladion for just a short while, Ayano arrived at the same volcanic ash collection area that Cynthia had visited before. After defeating several NPCs blocking her path, Ayano naturally found that little house and learned that collecting volcanic ash here could be exchanged for various rewards. Leftovers, and there's even a magnet that can boost electric-type move power. Looking at the two held items available for exchange in the list, her eyes lit up. Too bad this magnet could only be exchanged for one, otherwise, she'd definitely want to get one for every Pokémon on her team. But having even one wasn't bad. With this thought, Ayano was about to follow the old man's instructions and head to the nearby grass to collect volcanic ash. However, when she glanced at the comments in her live chat, she noticed something was off. Why is the streamer's shop different from Cynthia's? Isn't there supposed to be a sword? Yeah, I was waiting to see that CG again. Those two Pokémon were absolutely incredible, especially the blue one, it's literally my dream Pokémon. Did the streamer miss some step, so it didn't trigger? What are you guys talking about? What sword? What Pokémon? Can someone good-looking explain this? Seeing these comments, Ayano naturally felt just as confused as that last one. She really had no idea what her viewers were talking about. But soon she understood the situation from the explanations in the chat. So the rusted sword special item hadn't appeared in her volcanic ash exchange list? Then what about that CG and those Pokémon they mentioned? Thinking of this, Ayano suddenly had a bright idea, she could check out the recording of Cynthia's stream. With this thought, she immediately switched out of the game and opened the video site. Sure enough, she quickly found a corresponding video clip. The video had a pretty long title, too. Emerald Clip, Cynthia encounters mysterious sword, spectacular CG of two suspected legendary Pokémon. You'll regret not watching. Legendary Pokémon? Ayano paused, looking curious. The legendary Pokémon she'd encountered before in Granite Cave had definitely been pretty shocking. But surely that was already the technical limit for this game's CG, right? In other words, this CG should have similar effects. With this thought, she casually clicked on the video, wanting to see what the situation was. The video didn't waste any time either, it immediately showed the scene from Cynthia's stream where the screen went black and entered the CG. The next moment, under a deep purple sky, a bone dragon with an infinitely powerful and terrifying presence suddenly appeared before her. 5 minutes later. The CG had been over for quite a while now. Yet Ayano still sat dazedly in front of her computer, staring blankly with a rigid posture. Like her, she naturally wasn't the only one affected by that CG, the live chat was completely silent at this moment, too. That battle CG between the Sword King Zacian and Eternatus had naturally succeeded in stunning everyone present, even those who had already seen the CG once before. After several more seconds, Ayano suddenly jolted back to life like she'd returned from the dead, her body shaking as she began breathing heavily. Only then did she realize that sweat had completely soaked through her back, and her heart was still reeling from the shock of that battle scene between the two legendary Pokémon. What kind of beings were those? They were too powerful. Ayano's reaction was perfectly normal, even a top-tier champion like Cynthia couldn't handle that pressure and shock. For someone at the gym leader level like her, it wasn't just a dimensional difference anymore. Meanwhile, viewers in the chat were slowly recovering, too. Those who hadn't seen this CG before were unanimously filling the screen with question marks. Meanwhile, viewers who had already watched it once in Cynthia's stream began commenting. Even watching it for the second time, I still can barely breathe, it's really too intense. Seriously, man, this technical prowess is just unbeatable. I feel like I'm actually witnessing those two Pokémon battle in person. So streamer, why don't you have that sword? This last comment immediately caught Ayano's attention, finally snapping her back to reality. Right, Cynthia had that rusted sword in her exchange list, why didn't she have it? Could it really be, like the comments said, that she'd missed some crucial step? She fell into thought, carefully recalling her previous gameplay, but couldn't find anything unusual. To maximize efficiency, she thoroughly searched every area whenever she passed through a route, so logically, she shouldn't have missed anything. Then what exactly went wrong that caused her to miss this sword? The more Ayano thought about it, the stranger it seemed. She controlled her character to walk out of the volcanic ash man's house, wanting to see if there was anything wrong with the surroundings. But the moment she stepped outside, she suddenly froze. Because, a deep purple vortex emanating black light had somehow suddenly appeared in the clearing among the volcanic ash grass. Ayano suddenly remembered something. Black light, purple vortex, and that oppressive atmosphere. Wasn't this exactly the ultra wormhole that Gladion had mentioned? How did she run into one so quickly? Chapter 66 Ultra Beast? Just as Ayano was feeling surprised, an even more unexpected scene unfolded before her eyes. She could see something struggling within that deep purple vortex in front of her, as if trying to break free from the whirlpool's restraints and emerge into this world. Ayano stared in disbelief, her eyes wide open. This was the first time in her life she had witnessed such a scene. Not only that, but even through the screen, she could clearly feel a powerful oppressive force emanating from this vortex. While it wasn't nearly as intense as the two legendary Pokémon she had just seen, it still left her somewhat breathless. The viewers in the livestream chat were experiencing the same thing, but this state still allowed them to send various bullet comments expressing their thoughts. Is this that whole thingy? It really doesn't look like anything good. Talk about perfect timing. Why didn't Cynthia encounter this on her side? Is the streamer lucky or unlucky here? Such an oppressive atmosphere feels like something's about to come out. As the last comment appeared, Ayano suddenly realized that what they said seemed to be true. The frequency of the vortex's trembling was suddenly accelerating. So what would emerge from it? Could it be one of those ultra beasts that Gladion had mentioned? Just as Ayano held her breath and stared intently at the vortex, a golden figure stepped out from within it, appearing before her eyes. With leopard-like features and a humanoid form, its entire golden mane was covered with black lightning-shaped patterns, and behind its head hung a long, tail-like strand of hair that fell straight down its back. This was yet another completely new Pokémon that no one had ever seen before. At this moment, as this Pokémon emerged from the massive vortex, the vortex suddenly collapsed behind it and disappeared. However, an aura even more powerful than the vortex itself erupted from its body. Golden electricity suddenly danced across its form, and the grass beneath its feet, along with the volcanic ash, instantly turned to charcoal in the intense electrical display. And this seemed to be merely an inadvertent action, just a tiny fraction of its leaked power. At this moment, Ayano couldn't help but hold her breath watching this scene. This undoubtedly confirmed one thing: this was an electric-type Pokémon. As the gym leader of an electric-type gym, the incredible attraction such a Pokémon held for her naturally needed no further description or elaboration. Ayano stared blankly at that golden form, momentarily falling into an almost trance-like state. However, in the next moment, the golden Pokémon in the distance suddenly raised its head, making eye contact with Ayano's character. The next instant, it actually transformed into a golden bolt of electricity and vanished from its original position, disappearing without a trace. Only the patch of charcoal on the ground proved that it had once been there. At this moment, the viewers in the livestream also snapped back to attention, sending out their own comments. What Pokémon is that? It looks so awesome, holy crap! Feels like it's the same type as Lucario, but even cooler than Lucario. Did you guys see the electricity that erupted from its body just now? That thing looks super strong. Didn't that Gladion guy mention earlier that some special Pokémon would appear from Ultra Wormholes? What were they called again? Ultra Beasts? This couldn't be an Ultra Beast, could it? For a moment, discussions about this Pokémon erupted chaotically throughout the livestream chat. Meanwhile, a brilliant light suddenly appeared in Ayano's eyes. It was the instant she saw this Pokémon that she suddenly understood what love at first sight meant. As an electric-type specialist trainer, this Pokémon was exactly the kind of figure that would appear in her dreams. Unfortunately, there was no longer any trace of that Pokémon in the surrounding area. But as long as this guy had appeared in the game, even if only for an instant, it proved one thing: she would definitely have another chance to encounter it. Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, Ayano began to think. Just as the livestream viewers had said, since this guy had emerged from that place called an Ultra Wormhole, it was very likely one of those so-called Ultra Beasts. And according to what Gladion had said earlier, once she discovered traces of Ultra Wormholes and Ultra Beasts in the game, she could contact him directly and tell him about it. So Ayano immediately opened the game's communication interface without hesitation and dialed Gladion's phone number. The call connected quickly, and Gladion's somewhat puzzled voice came through. This is Ether Foundation investigator Gladion. May I ask who's calling? Ayano pressed the interaction key and spoke, "It's me, the trainer with electric Pokémon that you met earlier." Gladion immediately sounded enlightened. "Oh, it's you. What's up? Is there something you need?" Ayano then told Gladion everything about discovering the Ultra Wormhole and that special Pokémon. Then she asked the question that was burning in her heart. So was that Pokémon just now an Ultra Beast? On the other end of the phone, Gladion fell silent for a few seconds after hearing Ayano's words before speaking again. "Based on your description though, that guy probably isn't an Ultra Beast. Ultra Beasts are extremely dangerous entities. They only harbor hostility toward humans and would immediately attack you the moment they see you. But if that guy, according to your description, chose to leave immediately after seeing you, then it's probably not an Ultra Beast. Moreover, based on our Ultra Beast database, there's no entity whose appearance matches this Pokémon. Ayano felt somewhat confused upon hearing this. If it wasn't an Ultra Beast, then what kind of Pokémon could it be? No matter how she looked at it, that guy didn't seem like any ordinary, common Pokémon. That aura was just too powerful. Right, the aura. Thinking of this, Ayano suddenly snapped back to attention, as if she had discovered something. As a trainer with decent skills, she was naturally quite sensitive to Pokémon auras. Even though that Pokémon's aura had been very powerful, she had still clearly detected one thing. That Pokémon's condition seemed somewhat weak, like it was putting on a tough front while being vulnerable inside. It was just that when she first discovered this Pokémon, her attention wasn't focused on this point at all, so she hadn't noticed it immediately. Only now, looking back, did she realize this issue. So she shared this discovery with Gladion as well, and this time he immediately responded after listening. So it's in poor condition, it must have been injured in Ultra Space. Could it be that it got caught up in a battle between Ultra Space and Ultra Beasts, then escaped through an Ultra Wormhole? My goodness, that's truly incredible. Gladion's voice carried several notes of surprise. I can hardly imagine just how powerful a Pokémon would have to be to escape from such a hellish place. Miss Ayano, thank you so much for providing me with this information. I'll report this matter truthfully to the Ether Foundation, and I'll give you the Ether Foundation's reward next time we meet. If you discover this Pokémon again in the future, or find any clues related to Ultra Wormholes, please contact me immediately. Thank you. Also, I'll go back and research this Pokémon's information more thoroughly. Who knows, there might be some new discoveries. After saying this, Gladion hung up the communication, while Ayano in front of the computer screen looked thoughtful. Ultra Space and Ultra Beasts were completely new concepts to her, perhaps unique settings within this game. So that Pokémon just now. And those two seemingly legendary Pokémon she had seen in the cutscene. Do they also truly exist in the real world? However, regardless of anything else, one thing was certain. Since she had encountered that golden Pokémon in the game, next time they met, she definitely had to find a way to make it her partner. Speaking of which, it seemed to be injured. Could such a powerful being be healed by the game's Pokémon centers and basic items like potions? Perhaps she would need some special healing methods to help it. While Ayano was encountering that special Pokémon, Cynthia had finally completed her challenge of the Mirage Gym. It had to be said that this gym leader named Flannery was quite formidable. Not only did she have a Torkoal that could steal Cynthia's Rainweather with its ability, but each of her Pokémon was also of exceptional quality. Whether it was the Combuskin with the speed boost ability like the one from Petalburg Gym, or that came Rupt with terrifyingly high special attack power carrying the Charcoal item to boost fire-type moves, each Pokémon could stand on its own when taken individually. Fortunately, Cynthia held the advantage of rainy weather and type matchups. After sending out Loaded to deal with the Torkoal that knew electric-type moves, and after several attempts to figure out the strategy, she successfully cleared the Mirage Gym and obtained the Mirage Gym badge. After winning the battle, Flannery directly handed her a trademark called Overheat. This was an extremely powerful fire-type move with 150 base power and quite high accuracy. The only drawback was that after using this move, the Pokémon's special attack would drop by 2 stages. This was clearly a one-time high-power technique, but for fire-type Pokémon with balanced attack and special attack base stats, this would be quite a useful move. After all, the special attack drop wouldn't affect the damage of physical moves, so they could completely use this technique to get through some key situations, then switch to physical moves for damage output. Besides this trademark, Cynthia also successfully obtained the Heat badge, raising the level cap for all her Pokémon to level 40. According to Cynthia's speculation, this level should allow most Pokémon to evolve into their final forms. This was her guess based on the evolution patterns of other Pokémon she had observed so far. But for those late-blooming pseudo-legendary Pokémon, level 40 probably still wouldn't be enough for them to complete their evolution. Fortunately, she hadn't even seen the shadow of a pseudo-legendary yet, so she probably couldn't access them anyway. Besides raising everyone's level cap, the Heat badge naturally also had another standard function. It allowed all of Cynthia's Pokémon to use the move Strength. According to Flannery's description, the Strength technique could push away large boulders blocking paths. Cynthia initially felt this move didn't seem particularly special, but when she thought about it carefully, she suddenly remembered something. When she had passed through the Fiery Path cave earlier, she had noticed what seemed to be a large boulder on the left side of the cave blocking her way. Whether she tried using the interaction key to have her Pokémon use moves on that boulder or tried talking to it, the boulder remained completely unmoved. Cynthia had found it strange at the time, thinking it was a game bug, but now it seemed the game developers had planned this feature in advance. By using strength to push away that boulder, she should be able to enter the depths of the fiery path, right? Who knew what might be hidden deep within that route? Her intuition told Cynthia it had to be something significant. However, verifying this probably wouldn't be possible in the short term, because according to Flannery's hint, to obtain this called strength, she would need to go to the Rust Earth tunnel left of Movely City and help a man use Rock Smash to open the passage to Rustboro City. Looking at the map, Cynthia discovered that the next gym she needed to challenge was actually the Petalburg Gym run by her character's father in the game. Rather than choosing to take Old Man Hatchet's boat back the way she came to reach Petalburg Gym, using Rock Smash to get through this tunnel to Rustboro City would save her considerable time. Not only that. Based on information she had learned from the livestream chat earlier, it seemed there were also HMS to obtain in Rustboro City, along with some special items. This route would allow her to collect everything along the way. With this thought, Cynthia immediately made her decision. She guided her character toward the small town left of Movely City. Chapter 67 The Mirage Tower, You Can't Plant Here. Although for Cynthia, right now, the most important task seemed to be getting that him and passing through the tunnel to challenge the gym. But when she reached the road above Movely City, she suddenly remembered something. Right after completing her challenge at the Mirage Gym, she'd run into an old acquaintance as soon as she stepped outside, her rival who had also set out from Little Root Town with her. This time, when they met, he'd only exchanged a few pleasantries instead of challenging her to a battle like usual. Instead, he'd directly handed her an item. It seemed to be something called Go Goggles. At the time, Cynthia's mind had been completely focused on how to use the overheat move, so she hadn't paid much attention to this detail. But now, looking at the desert area she hadn't been able to enter successfully last time, a possibility suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be? With this thought, Cynthia stopped and opened her bag to examine the item she'd just received. Sure enough, just as she'd suspected, a string of information began appearing before her eyes. Item, Go Goggles. Effect, when worn, protects your body from sandstorms, allowing you to move freely in harsh weather environments. Just as she thought. Every restriction in this game had a corresponding method to overcome it. Like this desert in front of her, you had to have this kind of item to enter it. Cynthia took a deep breath and guided her character toward the desert entrance. This time, when she entered the desert, the usual warning message didn't pop up, she'd successfully stepped into the desert. Time was tight and tasks were heavy, so Cynthia immediately began exploring this desert area. However, what happened next left her feeling slightly disappointed. Although the desert was quite vast and contained numerous NPCs with ground and rock-type Pokémon who challenged her, unfortunately, she didn't discover anything with historical significance, no ancient ruins or items scattered throughout the desert. The only consolation was probably seeing some Pokémon she didn't usually encounter, like Trapinch and Cacnea. These Pokémon lived in extremely hot, harsh real deserts in the actual world. And even as champion, she basically never had reason to venture into places like that. Looks like this place doesn't hide anything as interesting as I thought. But you all got to see some Pokémon we don't usually see, so this trip wasn't a total loss. Cynthia smiled slightly, speaking somewhat regretfully to the chat. The viewers in the live stream started flooding the chat with messages. She's so sweet, I'm crying. This doesn't seem right, such a huge desert and they didn't place any items? What's wrong with the developer? Yet, before this, you could pull out a Pokeball from roadside grass, but this place has nothing. However, just as the chat was discussing this and Cynthia was about to turn her character around and leave, something unexpected happened. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. In the desert, a sudden windstorm arose without warning, sweeping up sand and dust that blocked out the sunlight above. The game screen went black, and a brand new cutscene appeared before everyone's eyes. This cutscene had an incredibly grand, wide perspective, you could see an entire desert at a glance. In the overwhelming sandstorm, a massive silhouette began to flicker faintly in the swirling dust. Moments later, when the sandstorm from who knows where subsided, that huge silhouette revealed its true form to everyone. It was unmistakably a spiral-shaped, towering structure only a few dozen meters high, crooked and twisted. It jutted into this desert as if it might collapse at any moment. The fierce wind carried sand and dust past it, but seemed to be deflected by some mysterious force, not touching the tower's surface at all. When this cutscene ended, sure enough, a tower building identical to the one in the scene had appeared in what was previously the empty center of the desert. The chat exploded again. I knew something was off. There had to be something here. I suspect the game developer is monitoring this live stream, requesting an investigation. Could this be a mirage? This tower doesn't look like something that would appear here at all. At this moment, looking at the tower before her, Cynthia's thoughts were exactly the same as that last comment. Because this tower's appearance was completely out of place in this desolate desert. The tower's surface was covered with intricate, beautiful patterns in white and red, giving off a sacred, majestic, and mysterious feeling. Not only that, but although the tower was tilted, its surface showed no signs of being weathered by time or sand. It was almost as if a building from another city had been projected here. So could it really be a mirage? She instinctively moved her character forward, but the next moment, something surprising happened. She watched as her character smoothly entered the interior of this tower, proving her guess was wrong. This was indeed a suddenly appearing but genuinely existing tower. Not only that, but the instant her character stepped into this tower, that familiar feeling surged up in Cynthia's heart again. This time, the feeling was actually much stronger than when she'd touched that rusty sword. Cynthia immediately perked up. Inside here there might really be something she was looking for. She carefully began examining her surroundings. This seemed to be the tower's first floor, empty all around with no objects or Pokémon appearing. Not far ahead was a metal door. When Cynthia guided her character to that door, an image suddenly appeared on her screen. On the image were those ancient characters she'd become somewhat familiar with, plus 3 different symbols. The first symbol was a dark brown square. The second symbol was a deep blue sphere. The third symbol was an orange-yellow line. All 3 symbols currently appeared rather dim, without any luster, as if quietly waiting for someone to awaken them. Looking at these 3 icons, Cynthia couldn't help but frown slightly. She couldn't quite understand what these 3 symbols meant. In that case, she'd start with the text. Using her understanding of this ancient script, Cynthia once again managed to decipher part of the text's content. But like last time, it was only a small portion, limited to some individual words, and even less information than last time. For example, king. And also awaken. So what did this mean? While Cynthia was thinking, the livestream viewers were even more confused. They couldn't understand this ancient script and were all speculating about those 3 strange colors. What does this mean? Do you need to put in corresponding attribute items to activate it? No way, we still haven't activated that legendary Pokémon altar from before, and now there's another one? Where are we supposed to get all these items to feed them? I don't think that's what it means. Didn't you notice there aren't any altars or magic circles around? Cynthia glanced at the chat, then focused back on these 3 symbols, thinking for a while before deciding to go through this door first to see what was on the next floor. However, she quickly discovered a problem. When she pressed the interact button on the door, a message suddenly popped up in front of her. This door seems to be locked tight. You can't open it right now. Cynthia helplessly began searching around for a way to open this door, but ultimately found nothing. After trying for a while, she could only choose to take a screenshot of that image and temporarily leave this place. Same as before, once the teams researching ancient scripts deciphered all this information, she'd understand how to get through this door. The next moment, as Cynthia left this tower, another bizarre scene occurred. Another sandstorm from who knows where swept across the entire desert again. When this sandstorm cleared, that mysterious tower from before had vanished without a trace, and the desert had returned to its empty state. Cynthia looked thoughtfully at the scene before her. So this tower should appear suddenly when sandstorms come, then disappear suddenly when sandstorms end? This situation was really quite magical. So, in the real world, could there be such a tower in some desert? Just as she was pondering this, she suddenly noticed that something seemed to have appeared on the empty ground where the tower had been. She moved her character forward to look and discovered they were actually 2 old friends she was somewhat familiar with. 2 messages suddenly popped up before her. You found a roots fossil. You found a dome fossil. This was followed by 2 images. The fossil on the left was covered with dense markings left by tentacles. The fossil on the right looked like it had sharp, blade-like appendages. So these were also fossils of ancient Pokémon? Cynthia's mind raced, somewhat surprised. Also, these dense tentacles, why did they seem familiar? Right. The Liliup that Roxanne had used in the Rustboro gym she'd challenged before looked quite similar to this fossil. So this should be a Liliup fossil? What about the other one? Cynthia looked at those blade-like appendages and suddenly remembered something, having a moment of realization. That's right, just earlier at Bill's lab, he'd shown her a similar fossil. According to him, that fossil came from an ancient Pokémon called Kabutops, which the scientific community hadn't discovered yet. Just as she was thinking, something unexpected happened. The desert beneath her feet suddenly began shaking rapidly, and the two fossils before her began sinking into the desert at a visible speed. A message suddenly popped up before her. These two fossils seem to be tangled together by vines. They're too heavy, and there's not enough time. You can only choose one. Please make your choice immediately. The next moment, Cynthia made her decision without hesitation, directly choosing the fossil on the right with the sharp blades. On one hand, the scientific community in the real world already had quite in-depth research on Liliup, even drawing diagrams somewhat similar to the real Liliup, just not as accurate as in the game. But for the ancient Pokémon represented by the fossil on the right, the scientific community's knowledge was completely blank. On the other hand, if she remembered correctly, Liliup was part grass type. And her team already had plenty of grass-type Pokémon. Plus, Cynthia felt that Liliup's War of Attrition battle style wasn't really suitable for her. At this moment, as Cynthia chose the fossil on the right and put it in her bag, the fossil on the left immediately began sinking rapidly and disappeared into the desert. The chat started discussing. Whoa, another fossil delivery. Cynthia's luck is amazing. Looking at how big this fossil is, similar to the previous one, it should also be one of those active fossils Bill mentioned, right? So we can revive another fossil Pokémon today. The previous one hasn't even been revived yet, and now there's another one. Life just keeps getting better. Host, make sure you go later, I really want to see what kind of Pokémon this thing can revive. The viewers in the chat were naturally quite curious about what new ancient Pokémon this fossil could revive. Facing their requests, Cynthia nodded slightly. Don't worry, I've already set an alarm. As soon as it's time, I'll head straight back to Petalburg Woods to check on that previous fossil, and ask Bill if he can revive this one too. After unexpectedly gaining another fossil, Cynthia finally stopped exploring this desert and returned to Movely City. She headed left from Movely City again, preparing to go to that small town and the Averton turf tunnel that led directly to Rustboro City. As she passed by the Movely Gym entrance, she naturally passed by that flower field from before again. The colorful, vibrant flowers were still blooming beautifully, swaying gently in the breeze. Perhaps they were giving off a refreshing fragrance, but players and viewers couldn't sense it through the screen. Cynthia couldn't help but take another look at these beautiful flowers. It was then that she suddenly noticed something. There was an empty plot of land next to the flower field. Based on Cynthia's previous gaming experience, after harvesting wild berries reached the limit, that tree would disappear, leaving only an empty plot like this. And this kind of empty plot seemed to be available for players to plant berries. As long as you planted berries in it, it should grow into new berry trees, allowing you to harvest more fruit. So, since berries could be planted in this soil, could the Grassidea flower seed she'd obtained before also be cultivated here? Without hesitation, Cynthia took the seed from her bag, went to the soil, and pressed the interact button. However, the next moment, a message popped up before her. If you want to plant this seed, this soil is too dry and needs watering. Seeing this, Cynthia thought for a moment, then directly released Ludicolo from its pokeball and pressed the interact button. Ludicolo, could you help me water this soil? Kappa. Ludicolo squinted its eyes, swayed its body, and immediately spat out a steady stream of water, thoroughly soaking the soil in front of them. Cynthia breathed a small sigh of relief. She'd thought this soil would also require her to obtain some specific item for irrigation, but it seemed the developer hadn't made every interaction mechanism so rigid, it actually looked quite flexible. This also demonstrated that this game's degree of freedom really did far exceed ordinary games. As Cynthia was thinking and preparing to place the Grassidea flower seed into the soil, a familiar voice suddenly rang out beside her. Oh? Is that a Grassidea flower seed in your hand? The next moment, the owner of this flower field, that lady in the dress, came to Cynthia's character with a smile, curiously examining the red seed in her hand. If that's the case, please don't plant it in this location. Cynthia was stunned and immediately cancelled the planting operation, pressing the interact button to speak. This is indeed that kind of flower seed. Could you please tell me why I can't plant it here? The lady smiled slightly. Because Grassidea flowers can't grow properly in a place like this. This special flower only survives in very cold, extremely frigid regions. From germination to blooming, it must avoid high temperatures throughout. Moreover, Grassidea flowers have very high soil quality requirements. The soil here can't provide the nutrients it needs to grow, and its roots are very fragile. It's best planted in relatively soft red soil. Also, if you want this flower to bloom successfully, just meeting these conditions isn't enough. You also need powder ground from the edges of shell Pokémon's shells to provide it with additional nutrients. Hearing this, Cynthia was stunned. She hadn't expected that planting this flower would require satisfying so many conditions. So, was this real, or something the game developer made up? The moment this question arose, Cynthia already had the answer in her heart. This should be real. In her previous conversation with Professor Oak, she'd mentioned that before going extinct, Grassidea flowers had grown in the Mount Coronet region. And Mount Coronet was the only region where this flower had ever been distributed. That place happened to perfectly meet the multiple conditions of year-round extremely low temperatures, abundant nutrients, and incredibly soft soil. Exactly what this lady was saying. Chapter 688 Turning Point. To be honest, similar situations had happened many times before, but Cynthia still couldn't help feeling a little surprised this time. After all, the Grassidea flower had been extinct for so long that even she, a native of the Sinnoh region, hadn't known it ever existed. Yet this game clearly listed all the conditions needed to cultivate Grassidea flowers. But Cynthia quickly snapped back to reality, feeling a mix of regret and disappointment. Even knowing the cultivation conditions now, it was already too late. The flowers on Mount Coronet had long since disappeared. She might as well see if she could replant this flower in the game. Being able to witness an extinct plant bloom even virtually would still be worthwhile. With this thought, Cynthia turned her focus back to the planting conditions for Grassidea flowers. Extremely cold regions, soft soil, and nutrient-rich earth, all of these were easy enough to manage. But how was she supposed to obtain that shell powder from shell Pokémon the lady had mentioned? Is there a special place that sells this powder? Cynthia pressed the interact button to ask the flower-growing lady. The lady only covered her mouth and laughed, shaking her head slightly. Oh no, of course there's no special place selling this powder. But collecting it is actually quite simple. You just need to go to the beach and fish up those shell Pokémon. Communicate with them a bit, and they'll happily let you scrape off some of their excess shell growth. After all, their shells grow extra parts every so often. If they had to deal with it themselves, it would actually be troublesome. Hearing this explanation, Cynthia's expression suddenly changed. What? Fishing? Recalling her previous fishing experiences, she immediately shook her head at the screen. No way, she'd rather dive into the ocean herself than go fishing again. Whenever she fished in rivers, she always ended up pulling up Gyarados far above the level cap. If she tried fishing in the ocean, who knew what kind of monster she'd hook next? Thinking about this, she sighed. Whatever. Planting Grassidea flowers wasn't urgent anyway. Besides, none of the cities she'd visited in the game so far had been suitable for growing this flower. She hadn't seen any cold places, only hot ones. She'd deal with it later. After learning all this, Cynthia thanked the lady. At the same time, another thought came to mind. Both the Grassidea flower seed and that strange hedgehog-like Pokémon had been discovered in this lady's flower garden. In that case, might she know something about that Pokémon? Cynthia pressed the interact button again. I'd like to ask, have you ever seen a green Pokémon? But as soon as she spoke, a red exclamation mark appeared above the lady's head. The moment Cynthia saw it, she realized she had triggered another story event. Sure enough, the next moment, a look of reminiscence appeared on the lady's face as she spoke softly. A green Pokémon? I have indeed seen one, but that was many years ago. Sorry, I don't want to talk much about that matter. How about this? If you can successfully cultivate Grassidea flowers someday, bring one to me, and I'll tell you about that Pokémon. Hearing this, Cynthia was stunned. She hadn't expected that triggering a story event would give her a quest instead of information to successfully plant Grassidea flowers. But Cynthia wasn't worried. Since she had confirmed there was a connection between that green Pokémon and this lady, and she now had a specific goal, things would be much easier. After all, she had planned on planting the flower anyway. At this moment, the lady turned and walked away, returning to a small wooden house nearby. Cynthia carefully guided her game character to put away the grass idea flower seed. Although this plant had been extinct in the real world for so long that learning its cultivation method now seemed meaningless, Cynthia knew the professor would still be very interested in the information. With that thought, she opened the in-game player rankings and quickly found Professor Oak's registered account. His avatar was a young man wearing a straw hat, and his game ID was straightforward Samuel Oak, which was simply his real name. It fit the style of an older man not used to playing games. What surprised Cynthia was that this account's current ranking was actually 4th among all players. First place was naturally her. Second was Lance, who had also reached Lavaridge Town and begun challenging the Lavaridge Gym. Third was that gym leader called Iono, whose progress was still stuck at Meteor Falls. And in 4th place, Professor Oak's progress showed he'd reached Slateport Beach. Considering he had started much later, his pace was even faster than Lance's earlier speed. That alone showed why he'd once been champion in his youth. His understanding of Pokémon battles, built on years of research, far exceeded most trainers. It wouldn't be surprising if he even surpassed some current Elite Four members and champions. Cynthia quickly found the Add Friend button and sent him a request. The next second, the request was instantly approved, and Professor Oak's message popped up. Samuel Oak, Pikachu's smiling face, little Cynthia, I knew I was right. This game is simply flawless, incredible. When viewers in the live stream saw this message, they froze for a moment before exploding in the chat. Samuel Oak? Is this the Oak I'm thinking of? Holy crap, could this be Professor Oak from the Kanto region? Who else could it be? His progress suddenly jumped, and he's calling the host little Cynthia. It's definitely him. Awesome, Professor Oak is playing Emerald too. At the same time, Cynthia typed a message in the window. Strawberry ice cream, indeed, Professor. Your progress is really quite fast. Strawberry ice cream, so you've seen Regirock too, Professor. Professor Oak's reply came quickly, not at all like the slow typing speed of an elderly man, probably thanks to years of working with research equipment. Samuel Oak, of course. Honestly, even though I'd already watched the video you sent and was mentally prepared, witnessing it firsthand was still quite shocking. Cynthia didn't reply directly, but she nodded slightly in front of the screen. That presence, that overwhelming aura. It really was too intense. She thought for a moment, then began typing again, sharing her detailed discoveries about Regirock. Strawberry ice cream, Professor, based on my speculation and discoveries, to awaken Regirock you need to place some energy-rich minerals or items into that magic circle. Strawberry ice cream, but even a decent quality evolution stone can only barely fill a small portion of the first circle's energy. This time, the other end went silent for a moment before another message appeared. Samuel Oak, little Cynthia, look, how about this? You focus on advancing through the game, I'll slow down and try to collect more minerals and items to fill the energy you mentioned. I'll share item collection information with you, and you send me your experiences and strategies for challenging gyms and important NPCs. Cynthia's eyes lit up. Professor Oak's idea was actually quite clever. It was essentially the two of them cooperating to play this game. At that moment, she suddenly realized something new. That's right, at its core, this was a game. If she posted her gameplay experiences online as guides, she might gain insights from others too, hidden rewards, secret side quests, techniques she hadn't discovered. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she had opened the door to a new world. She immediately decided, after finishing today's session, she'd start a discussion thread. But before that, there was something important to do. Cynthia began typing again. Strawberry ice cream, Professor, I'm contacting you about two important matters actually. The first is that I just learned the reason why grass idea flowers went extinct. Professor Oak immediately seemed intrigued, replying with a surprised Pikachu emoji. Cynthia then told him everything she had just learned from the flower-growing lady. After hearing it all, Professor Oak seemed to have a moment of realization. If that's the case, then it's not surprising that grass idea flowers went extinct. Mount Coronet's temperature has been steadily rising for the past century due to human activity. As time passed, it became unsuitable for grass idea flowers. Sigh, I didn't expect that to be the reason. What a shame. Also, what's the second matter? Go ahead and tell me that too. Strawberry ice cream, I met an NPC named Bill in the game who says he can help me revive fossils. I just took an active fossil to him, and it's currently being revived. Samuel Oak, oh, reviving fossils. At first, Professor Oak seemed calm. But 1 second later. Samuel Oak. What did you say? Say that again? Reviving fossils. He suddenly realized that everything in this game so far hadn't been randomly made up, it all corresponded to reality. Which meant working backwards. In the real world, wouldn't there also be the possibility of reviving ancient Pokémon from fossils? For a researcher who had devoted years to studying them, this was earth-shattering news. Faced with Professor Oak's barrage of question marks, Cynthia sighed slightly. She knew he would react this way. Strawberry ice cream, I'll call you later to explain the specific situation. I just found another fossil in a desert area in the game. Strawberry ice cream, I've already sent you the image, you can take a look. Samuel Oak, alright, I'll go look right now. If he really succeeded in reviving fossil Pokémon, I might need to investigate this first. Regirock will have to wait. After all, as you know, this matter is simply too big. Cynthia and Professor Oak exchanged a few more messages before closing the chat. Only then did she notice the livestream comments were flying wildly. So is this person really Professor Oak? Doesn't seem like it, it's just reviving fossil Pokémon in a game, what's there to be surprised about? Even if elderly people don't play games much, Professor Oak shouldn't be this easily fooled, right? Exactly, it's just a game after all, you can't take it seriously. Right, if reviving fossils could actually be achieved in real life, that would be incredible. Watching the chat scroll, Cynthia suddenly realized she had forgotten to hide the in-game chat window. But thinking it over, nothing they had discussed was really unsuitable for sharing. At most, the fossil revival matter might cause a stir. But judging from the viewers' reactions, they clearly hadn't grasped its seriousness. Yes, before this game appeared, reviving fossil Pokémon had only been a bold but impossible theory. But once fossil revival appeared here, then the method had to be hidden in the game. Which meant it could become reality. Cynthia glanced through the comments but didn't switch back to the game interface. Instead, she reopened the rankings and clicked on another account. This account belonged to Lance, who was currently second in progress. When her friend request was quickly approved, a chat window popped up. This time, she dragged it to a spot where the livestream viewers couldn't see. Because what they were about to discuss truly couldn't be shared. Lance didn't seem surprised by her arrival. Dragon's Rule, you're here to talk about that matter, right? I've been waiting for you. Strawberry ice cream, yes, you already know everything. Dragon's Rule, that's right. Ultra Wormholes, that's what those things are called. And those strange Pokémon, they're called Ultra Beasts. But so what if we know? There's still too little information, it doesn't help much. Cynthia's fingers hovered over the keyboard without replying. The appearance of Ultra Wormholes had happened 10 years ago. And the first place they appeared was in Lance's Kanto region. Although in recent years Ultra Wormholes had only opened in outskirts and deserted places, what no one knew was that the very first appearance had been in the center of a village in Kanto. That night, countless Ultra Beasts poured out, reducing the entire village to rubble. When Lance arrived on his Drago Night, all that remained were burning ruins. No survivors. Which meant no one else knew this incident had ever happened. This tragedy became an unhealable scar in Lance's heart. Although he seemed no different to outsiders, every night he would stand on the league's rooftop smoking, one cigarette after another, until he finished the whole pack. After that, Lance joined the special investigation team for Ultra Wormholes. Whenever one appeared in Kanto, he would always lead from the front, rushing to the scene at full speed to prevent that night from repeating. But recently, the Ultra Wormhole situation had grown more dangerous. The strange Pokémon emerging from them were becoming difficult even for champions to handle. Several times, to protect fellow trainers, Lance's main Pokémon had suffered serious injuries. The League had temporarily arranged for him to rest, avoiding wormhole-related missions. Even for ordinary tasks, they only assigned him less critical, low-risk ones so his Pokémon could recover. That was actually why Lance now had so much free time to stay home playing games. Among all his Pokémon, only one Dragonite was still battle-ready while the others were healing. But Cynthia knew that even so, the matter of Ultra Wormholes weighed on Lance's heart like a boulder. And that boulder was only getting heavier. Regarding Ultra Wormholes, Cynthia herself had no solution and naturally couldn't help Lance much. But now, the situation finally seemed to have a turning point. And the key to that turning point was this game called Emerald. Chapter 69, Returning to Rustboro City, New Discoveries. The matter of ultra wormholes wasn't just a boulder weighing on Lance's heart, it was also constantly pressing on Cynthia. Cynthia had always been the type not to dwell on negative emotions, preferring instead to stay optimistic and actively solve problems. So she forced herself to ignore the oppressive feeling the ultra wormholes brought. What she hadn't expected was to actually find information and clues about ultra wormholes in this game called Emerald. After a moment of silence, Cynthia sent a message in the game. So, do you believe this game can bring us change? Or that it can solve the ultra wormhole problem? Lance didn't immediately answer. After falling silent himself, his reply finally lit up. I don't know either. If it were any other game, I'd be sure none of it was real. But since it's this Emerald, I think maybe we really could get some new information and clues. But even so, what then? Ultra wormholes will still appear as usual, and the ultra beasts that emerge will only grow stronger, until one day maybe we won't be able to fight them at all. Even through the screen, Cynthia could feel how heavy Lance's emotions were. Thousands of miles away, in the Kanto region. Lance leaned back in his computer chair, staring at the blinking cursor with a complicated expression. Images from that night kept flashing through his mind. Flames of destruction. Faces pale with fear. Everything else consumed, turning to ash before his eyes. On countless nights, when the dreams returned, Lance would relive those scenes in his heart. He kept questioning himself, why hadn't he arrived earlier that day? If only he had gotten there sooner, maybe the people in that village, and the Pokémon, wouldn't have met such an end. These damned ultra wormholes. His fists clenched tight, then relaxed again in powerless frustration. When he was young, he had believed that if he could just become champion, if he could become the strongest trainer in the world, then he could protect everyone and let people live happily in this world. But growing up had shown him the world was far crueler than he'd imagined. Making everyone happy was impossible. So he chose the next best thing, to do everything he could to protect those around him, at least making sure they wouldn't face danger. That was the most he could give this world with his abilities. But that night, he hadn't even managed that much. A tightness filled his chest and his throat went dry. Lance pulled a cigarette from his pocket with practiced ease, lit it, and took a drag. But just then, a series of new messages appeared in the chat window. Lance, I know you're in a bad state right now, and I know what you're thinking. But what I want to say is that this game isn't just virtual. Everything in it has roots in reality and truly exists. Regarding ultra wormholes, it offers far more than just a few clues. It contains everything about ultra wormholes. Look at this world in the game. Ultra wormholes exist here too, but are their cities destroyed? Is everything shrouded in danger? Gladion said he was part of an organization called the Ether Foundation. When he talked about ultra wormholes, he treated it like an everyday matter, not tense at all. That means ultra wormholes stopped being an unsolvable problem for them long ago. They've even found ways to counter them. Reading this, Lance suddenly crushed the cigarette in his hand, but in his eyes, a new flame had already ignited. That's right. Even the NPCs in this game had found ways to counter ultra wormholes. How could he face this with nothing but negativity and despair at such a critical moment? He leaned forward, typed into the chat box, and hit send. Cynthia, thank you. I understand what I need to do now. Her reply came quickly. Good. When you meet Gladion again, make sure to ask him about ultra wormholes. Every character in this game has their own intelligence. If you ask the right way, he'll definitely tell you. As the game goes on, we'll encounter ultra wormholes more and more often. I believe we will find ways to counter them. Let's work hard together. Yes, let's work hard together. Lance sent his reply, closed the chat, and took a deep breath. At first, this game had just been something to escape into, a way to ease the pressure and shadows in his heart. But from this moment on, the situation was completely different. His gaze sharpened, and he guided his in-game character back onto the journey. After discussing ultra wormholes with Lance, Cynthia returned to the live stream. Sorry, I had something to handle just now, let's continue. She guided her character left of Movili City and soon arrived at Verdanturf Town. Verdanturf Town was small, but despite its size it had everything, a Pokémon Center, shops, and even a deep red tent of unknown purpose. Cynthia wanted to explore inside that crimson building but quickly discovered it wasn't open and had to give up reluctantly. The sign at the entrance gave her the answer. Contest tent. Contests? So, what kind of competition was this? Cynthia grew curious. After this brief interlude, Cynthia reached the entrance to Rust Earth Tunnel. Unlike Dewford's rock tunnel, this cave was brightly lit and didn't require flash to navigate. After running into several wild Guedud and Whismore, she made it to the center of the cave. Just as Flannery had said, a man and woman stood separated by two huge rocks, gazing longingly at each other. Cynthia released Beware and had it use Rock Smash. With two powerful punches, the massive stones shattered with a crash, collapsing into dust. At once, red exclamation marks appeared above the couple's heads. Without hesitation, they rushed across the rubble and embraced through the swirling stone dust, tears streaming down their faces. Aisha, I never thought I'd see you again. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone so far away for work. It's okay, Silver. I know you did it for our family. According to the game's setting, they were a married couple. The wife lived in a small town near Rustboro City, while the husband had left years ago to earn money elsewhere. But his work was too far away, and recently the couple could only look at each other across the block tunnel every day. Now, thanks to the player, they could finally reunite. The live stream comments flooded in. I love this kind of plot, give me more. So sweet, my heart feels warm. Long live pure love. The man then hurried over to Cynthia. Miss, I don't know how to thank you. Please accept this. He handed her a disc, and a notification appeared. Congratulations! You obtained the strength. This skill can push extremely heavy rocks. Would you like one of your Pokémon to learn this move? Cynthia thought for a moment, then had Beware learn it. No matter how you looked at it, it was much better than the Dark-type 60 power move Brutal Swing that Beware originally knew. However, after losing that skill, Beware no longer had any Dark-type moves in its arsenal. It remained to be seen whether it could learn other high-power Dark-type moves in the future. The reunited couple then ran off toward Rustboro City. Cynthia followed the same path, leaving Rust Earth Tunnel and emerging in front of the familiar patch of grass where she'd once caught Stufful and first challenged the Rustboro Gym. Though only a few days had passed in real time, she felt a wave of nostalgia. It was like returning to the place where her journey had begun. But no matter what, people had to look forward true both in reality and in games. Cynthia entered Rustboro City again. Even though it was her second visit, the live stream chat still reacted excitedly at the towering buildings. This city looks so prosperous it makes me want to visit the real Rustboro. I heard Devon Corporation's HQ is here, of course it's prosperous. Don't they have a mineral exhibition every year? Wonder what month it is. Ignoring the chatter, Cynthia began a thorough search of the city. Her previous gaming experience told her that every room could hide useful items, but she hadn't had time to search Rustboro properly before. Now, she was determined not to miss anything, especially the cut. Half an hour later, she had turned Rustboro upside down like Iono before her, finding sellable treasures such as nuggets, stardust, and a big pearl. She even found a special item behind a tree near Devon Corporation, a worn golden crown. King's Rock. Cynthia remembered it as a held item that gave attacks a chance to cause flinching. But it wasn't considered very good, the chance was low, probably under 10%, and if the Pokémon wasn't faster than its opponent, the effect was useless. Still, when she opened the info panel, she saw held item, King's Rock. Description, a somewhat worn ancient crown. When held by a Pokémon, there's a 10% chance that moves will cause the opponent to flinch. Cynthia nodded slightly. Not amazing, but even one flinch at the right time could change a battle. Then her eyes caught another line. Certain specific Pokémon might undergo special changes when equipped with this item. She froze. Special changes? Could this mean King's Rock wasn't just a mediocre battle item, but also an evolution item for certain Pokémon? She didn't know which ones yet, but the possibility made her pause in thought. For now, none of her team needed it for evolution, so she simply gave the King's Rock to Grovel. Her biggest find, however, was the cut. She had Grovel learn it, since Beware already carried 2 HMS. Unlike in earlier games, Cut here had the added effect of a high crit rate, though Cynthia wasn't sure of the exact percentage. After finishing her search, she prepared to leave Rustboro and head for Petalburg Woods. She remembered some paths blocked by huge trees last time. Now, with Cut, she could open them. Just as she was thinking this, a rundown little wooden house came into view. From inside came the faint sound of a man sobbing. Cynthia paused. Someone crying? After a brief hesitation, she guided her character inside. She had to see what was going on. Chapter 70, Revisiting Petalburg Woods, A Mysterious Manor? 3 minutes later, Cynthia's character emerged from the house carrying a small wooden box. The man had already rushed out ahead of her, his face glowing with excitement. After understanding his situation, Cynthia didn't hesitate. She immediately pulled out 30,000 yen from her funds and handed it to him as travel money to search for his daughter. After all, by this point Cynthia had accumulated plenty of items and money. In comparison, 30,000 yen wasn't much less than half her total funds, but it could genuinely help this man. Naturally, just like with Iono, Cynthia obtained an item as well. At this moment, she stared at the small, glassy marble-like stone inside the wooden box. It had an orange and green spiral pattern, along with that familiar prompt. Cynthia couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Special item, Septal Megastone. Description: when carried by Septal, it may unleash incredible power under certain circumstances. Cynthia understood that, similar to the Swampert Megastone from before, this should be an exclusive item for Septal. But beyond that, she knew nothing else about it. So what exactly were these Megastones? Did every Pokémon have a corresponding one? The good news was that compared to Swampert, her Grovel wasn't far from evolving into Septal. When that time came, she could have it carry the stone and perhaps uncover some clues about what it actually did. Until then, she could only pocket it and take things one step at a time. With that thought, Cynthia carefully stored the Megastone, placing it in the same bag slot as the Swampert Megastone, and left Rustboro City. Crossing the familiar suspension bridge, she quickly returned to Petalburg Woods. However, she didn't rush straight through to the exit. Instead, she searched the forest for spots she remembered where trees had blocked hidden paths. Soon, she found them and had Grovel use cut to clear the trees, opening brand new passages. And just as she had expected, these blocked paths hid many special rewards. For example, after talking to a roadside NPC, she obtained an item called Miracle Seed, which could boost Grass-type moves by 30% when carried by a Grass-type Pokémon. She also found a black and white Pokeball, clearly a type that couldn't be purchased at this stage of the game. It might prove tremendously useful when catching her next Pokémon. Besides these, she discovered other valuable items scattered about, like gold nuggets. When she tallied them up, they were worth nearly 10,000 yen combined. To put it in perspective, she had spent half an hour searching all of Rustboro City and had only found items worth just over 10,000 yen. It seemed that in the future, whenever she encountered hidden paths blocked by rocks or trees, she'd definitely need to explore them thoroughly. Just as she was thinking this, Cynthia noticed another tree-blocked path in the distance. But unlike the others, this one was far more concealed. You really had to look closely to notice it. Without hesitation, she had Grovel use cut to clear it. But what happened next felt different. Her character ventured deeper down the path, and white mist gradually began spreading around her. At first it was thin, but it soon grew denser and denser. On screen, she could only see her character and a small stretch of path ahead. Both the road ahead and behind were now swallowed in thick mist, making it impossible to see clearly. Cynthia's brow furrowed. Based on experience, something special was about to happen. Sure enough, the next moment a massive pale building appeared before her. It was a large European-style manor mansion, with touches of Gothic design. But the setting was incredibly eerie. The once lush trees around it had withered and died, strewn across the ground like dried bones. The building's walls were cracked and peeling, nearly all its windows shattered. From the outside, only dark, shadowy silhouettes were visible within the black window frames. Dim, melancholy light hung over the entire scene. Dried weeds and broken stones littered the entrance. In this atmosphere of thick white mist, the manor's condition seemed especially unsettling. The live stream chat immediately reflected the tension. "I'm getting serious bad vibes here. Maybe we shouldn't go in. Yeah, why would a manor like this even exist in the middle of the forest? I don't know why, but I've got goosebumps. My scalp is tingling." But some braver viewers had other opinions. What's there to be scared of? It's just a game. At worst, there'll be some ghost types inside. Exactly, it just looks abandoned. Maybe someone lived here not too long ago. Just as the chat was split, eerie, tense music suddenly began playing as Cynthia's character approached the manor. The moment the music started, Cynthia's expression shifted. Her heartbeat quickened. You have to understand, she was a champion, able to stay calm in any crisis. Yet right now, facing this scene with that haunting soundtrack, even she couldn't remain completely composed. If even Cynthia felt that way, you can imagine how the viewers reacted. At this moment no one typed a word. The eerie music continued, becoming hollow, as if echoing from far away, then slowly fading. Only then did Cynthia feel herself regaining composure. If this were real life, she might hesitate before going in. But wasn't this exactly what the chat said earlier? This was just a game, there was nothing to fear. With that thought, Cynthia took a deep breath and moved her character toward the manor. The next instant, lightning split the sky, piercing the mist and bathing the building in pale light before darkness returned. Rain began to pour. With a creak, Cynthia pushed open the manor's front door. Inside, the scene was nothing like she had imagined. There were no bloodstains, corpses, or horror movie decorations. Everything looked normal. The floor was spotless, silverware neatly arranged on long tables, even the window frames gleaming as though freshly polished. So did someone actually still live here? Cynthia wondered as she moved through what appeared to be a dining room. The manor was vast, with several floors and countless rooms, parlors, studies, kitchens, even bathrooms. And just like the dining room, each space was perfectly clean and orderly, as if freshly tidied. Yet Cynthia's skin crawled. She had wandered the manor for 10 minutes without seeing a single person or hearing anything beyond her own footsteps. In the dim candlelight, the sound of rain against the windows only deepened the unease. But Cynthia wasn't scared. She didn't know why the place was like this. But surely, in a mansion this size, there had to be treasures hidden inside, right? She even felt a spark of excitement as she searched. Soon, her eyes lit up. On a nearby table sat a pokeball-shaped item. As she approached and pressed the interaction key, a prompt appeared. Item: rare candy box has been placed in your bag. Cynthia blinked in surprise at the deep blue box now in her inventory. What was this? She opened it to find several light blue candies inside, 5 or 6 in total. Immediately, a description popped up. Rare candy box, intermediate. Description: after a Pokémon consumes the candy inside, it can directly increase the Pokémon's level. The specific enhancement effect depends on the Pokémon's current level. Cynthia raised an eyebrow. So these candies could instantly boost levels? After a moment's thought, she opened her party menu and fed all the candies to Ludicolo, her highest leveled Pokémon. The next instant, Ludicolo's body glowed with a brilliant light as powerful energy surged through him. Ludicolo consumed rare candy. Ludicolo's level increased from LV33 to LV40. Ludicolo wants to level up, but you have reached the current level cap. You need to obtain a new badge to properly digest the overflow experience. Cynthia? Ever since defeating the Mirage Gym and raising her team's level cap to 40, she'd noticed a new problem. Her Pokémon still gained experience, but leveling was getting slower and slower. Thinking about it, this made sense. The stronger a Pokémon became, the more energy it needed to advance. Once a Pokémon reached gym leader level strength, progress slowed dramatically, climbing almost exponentially. At Elite 4 level, further growth became extremely difficult, requiring long periods of training and battle to accumulate strength before breaking through again. So naturally, leveling up in the game became harder as Pokémon got stronger. On the way back from Mirage Town, Cynthia had fought plenty of trainers with Ludicolo, yet he'd only gained 2 levels, proving the point. And now, this small candy had boosted him 8 levels in one go, with overflow experience on top. What the hell? The chat exploded. We detected small amounts of sugar in this candy box, along with massive amounts of stimulants, catalysts, and genetic enhancers. This is candy? More like a cheat code. Told you the creepy mansion would have good loot. Meanwhile, after her initial shock, Cynthia realized something. So far, every item in the game had matched something from reality. But there were also things she'd never heard of, like the 2 Mega Stones. So what about these rare candies? Did they actually exist in the real world too? The thought made her hesitate. No, that couldn't be, right? This had to just be a game item. There couldn't be something in real life that worked like this, basically cheating, granting Pokémon rapid growth. Right? But thinking back on everything she had experienced so far, Cynthia wasn't so sure anymore. Chapter 71: The Haunted Mansion's Electric Ghost. With all those past experiences under her belt, Cynthia suddenly found herself unable to give a definitive answer to such a simple question. Come to think of it, items this overpowered probably don't exist in the real world, right? If they actually did, wouldn't you be able to go from rookie trainer straight to champion level just by eating candy? Then again, this item's performance in the game was pretty mind-blowing, gaining 7 or 8 levels in one go. According to the tooltip she'd just seen, this was apparently just a box of intermediate candy. If that's the case, how many levels could a box of advanced candy boost a Pokémon? As Cynthia pondered this, she continued controlling her character toward the mansion's second floor. Contrary to her expectations, the second floor's area was more than double the size of the first floor. But similarly, for some reason, this floor was filled with all sorts of crooked passages leading to different rooms, densely packed throughout the second level. Cynthia thought for a moment and decided to start exploring systematically from the first room. That way, she wouldn't miss any items or resources that might appear in any of the rooms. But as time went on, she quickly discovered that navigating between these rooms and successfully finding the next room's location wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Before long, she was already starting to get lost. Not only that, but as she ventured deeper into the second floor, the eerie music that had previously died down began to suddenly resume, sounding even more oppressive and terrifying. Amid the dense sound of rain outside the windows, another flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and Cynthia seemed to see a ghostly shadow emerge from the room in front of her, then vanish without a trace. A ghost-type Pokémon? She raised an eyebrow slightly. Experience and intuition told her that ghost-type Pokémon had the highest probability of appearing in places like this, since they generally lived in remote, uninhabited areas. Under normal circumstances this kind of scenario wouldn't faze Cynthia. After all, she'd seen plenty of ghost-type Pokémon in her lifetime and had personally dealt with them in the wild on numerous occasions. But for some reason, even though she was clearly just playing a game, the eerie atmosphere around her was making Cynthia feel a bit on edge. She controlled her game character through room after room, and the furnishings inside began to look increasingly old and decayed, chandeliers lying carelessly on the floor, various moldy objects scattered about, all covered in dust. Those mysterious dark shadows also began appearing more and more frequently, surrounded by lightning flashing in the darkness around Cynthia, appearing for just an instant before immediately disappearing. This oppressive atmosphere had even the live stream chat going silent. Cynthia pressed the run button and began moving through the rooms at breakneck speed. Her steps finally stopped in a spacious, empty room. The reason was simple: the scenery around her was somewhat unexpected. Though this room was large, it contained no other objects or furnishings, just an old CRT television placed in the center of the room, looking like it had been there for ages. But just as Cynthia's character took a step forward, that television suddenly lit up with pale light. It had turned itself on. Sharp static noise and flashing, blinding white light alternated, and on the snowy screen, after some violent distortion, eerie and indistinguishable images appeared. Black, blurry human figures, twisted faces, meaningless symbols. This was accompanied by strange buzzing sounds and intermittent crying and laughter that seemed both human and inhuman. The entire room was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, and Cynthia instinctively frowned. But she didn't retreat. Instead, she directly controlled her character to walk toward the television. Just as she reached the TV, the screen instantly went black. All the abnormalities from moments before disappeared, and the entire room was once again shrouded in darkness, as if nothing had happened at all. But before Cynthia and the live stream viewers could breathe a sigh of relief, that old TV screen lit up again. This time, the image on the screen was crystal clear, but it made everyone's skin crawl even more. Because what the television was showing was unmistakably the very room Cynthia was standing in. A red-haired girl was standing in front of the television facing the screen, her features invisible. The live stream viewers watching this scene naturally began commenting. Is this a camera in the room connected to the TV? Wait, that's not right, Cynthia's game character has black hair. Then who is this person? Just as everyone realized something was seriously wrong, the girl in the red dress on screen suddenly spun her head around a full 360 degrees. Hollow eyes, blood-red mouth, a wailing sound echoed throughout the room. Help! Help me! Every time the wailing sounded, the TV screen would flicker violently, and that eerie figure in the red dress would instantly teleport forward a great distance. Flash after flash, and just as it approached the screen it suddenly disappeared. Just as everyone was breathing a slight sigh of relief, a bloody red head suddenly appeared on the screen. Right up against everyone's faces, the wailing swept through everyone's souls. Help me! A cleaver came chopping down, blood spattering. In the next instant, countless deep red pokeballs swept across the screen, and the game switched directly into battle mode. It had to be said that even the worldly Cynthia was genuinely startled by that scene. But at this moment, looking at the situation before her, she suddenly understood something. All those images from the television were probably caused by a Pokémon, most likely a ghost-type Pokémon playing tricks. Sure enough, in the next instant, as the battle began, an orange-red Pokémon with a bizarre appearance, looking like two lightning bolts connected together, emerged from the opposite side of the field. Watch out! A wild Rotom, LV36, appeared. Only after this Pokémon appeared did the countless viewers in the live stream recover from their earlier fright. So all that ghost stuff was this Pokémon's doing? Scared the hell out of me. This should be a ghost-type Pokémon, right? How come I've never seen it before? Is it another legendary Pokémon? What legendary Pokémon hides in a TV at level 36 to scare people? This should just be a rare Pokémon, right? Streamer, catch it quick. As the live stream discussed, Cynthia fell into thought. Based on its performance in the game, a Pokémon with such a special storyline probably wasn't your average Monday. But since she didn't really understand this Pokémon, capturing it wouldn't leave any room for backing out. This kind of thing obviously required careful consideration. But while she was thinking, after the game automatically sent out her lead Pokémon Pelipper, she saw that the opposing Pokémon's body suddenly lit up with deep blue light. Its small form began rapidly changing in this light, directly transforming into something that looked like an orange washing machine. Rotom changed its form. Rotom became Wash Rotom. Rotom's stats and type changed. The moment she saw this, Cynthia made her decision directly. A Pokémon that could change its form mid-battle, what was there to think about? Catch it first. At this moment, as Rotom completed its transformation, dense raindrops suddenly began falling from the sky. Pelipper's drizzle ability had activated. After brief consideration, Cynthia chose not to use the high-power water pulse, instead having Pelipper use the more modest wing attack. After all, in this game, to catch Pokémon, you had to reduce their HP to a fairly low state to increase the capture success rate. If the move was too powerful, you might accidentally defeat the Pokémon you were trying to catch, missing this precious opportunity. Honestly, Cynthia found this mechanic pretty user-unfriendly. Now, as Cynthia selected her move, the first turn began smoothly. However, the scene Cynthia had imagined of Pelipper moving first didn't happen. The opposing Rotom moved first instead. Above Rotom's head, brilliant golden light suddenly erupted, forming a thunderbolt that illuminated the entire screen. Rotom used thunder. It's super effective. Seeing that terrifying thunderbolt come crashing down, Cynthia inwardly thought, uh-oh. As a water/flying type Pokémon, what Pelipper feared most was electric type moves, which would deal 4x damage. Normally, there was no way it could survive. She should have realized earlier that something that could emerge from a television might also be an electric type Pokémon. But just as Cynthia was thinking this over, something completely unexpected happened. That rolling thunderbolt actually struck the empty ground beside Pelipper, blasting a crater in the earth. A message also popped up: Rotom doesn't seem to like attacking. Rotom seems to be having fun. Cynthia was stunned. This was the first time she'd seen such a message appear during battle. So this Pokémon in front of her had no desire to fight? While she was pondering this, the game didn't proceed to Pelipper's turn. Instead, another message suddenly appeared. Rotom seems to want to come with you. Throw a Pokeball. Looking at the interface that popped up, Cynthia instinctively selected a regular Pokeball and tried throwing it. The Pokémon called Rotom was absorbed into the Pokeball as a red light, and the ball didn't even shake once before making the click sound that signified successful capture. Excited, cheerful music began playing. Congratulations! You caught Rotom! A new Pokémon has been recorded in the Pokédex. As Rotom was captured, the game exited the battle interface. Cynthia noticed that the previously intact old television screen now had several holes in it, making crackling electrical sounds. It was clearly completely broken and unusable. Cynthia opened her Pokédex to learn about this Pokémon's details. In the next moment, a series of information prompts appeared before her eyes. Pokémon, Rotom. Type, Electric/Ghost. Ability, Levitate. Pokémon with this ability cannot be hit by ground-type moves. Seeing this, Cynthia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Levitate ability? This ability appeared on many Pokémon, but when it appeared on an electric-type Pokémon, it was extraordinary. After all, ground-type could be considered electric-type's greatest weakness, and having this ability meant directly avoiding attacks from ground-type moves. Talk about turning the tables. While thinking, she suddenly noticed a line of red text below this Pokémon's description. Special bonus ability, Appliance Form. In battle, Rotom has one and only one opportunity to freely switch forms at the start of its first turn upon entering. This ability is a game modification and does not match real-world mechanics. Please refer to real-world conditions. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. This should be the reason she'd just seen Rotom able to switch forms. But how many forms could this guy actually switch between, and did these forms, like that Silvally she'd seen before, also have their own unique typings? If so, that would be incredible. The Levitate ability let it avoid ground-type attacks, and if it could also freely switch between several different type forms, that would mean in battle, like that Silvally, it would always be in an advantageous type matchup position. Though from the current situation, this switching effect didn't seem to match that Silvally. After all, that one had the opportunity to switch types every turn. But even so, Cynthia felt this ability was already quite powerful. Playing this game up to now, she'd finally captured a special Pokémon that looked incredible. Just as she was feeling delighted, something unexpected happened in the game. One of the Pokeballs hanging from her game character's waist suddenly shook twice, and immediately after, Rotom emerged as a red light. Roto, Roto. I was suffocating in that TV, Roto. This ball is so big and spacious. Love it. Cynthia looked at the subtitles and Rotom's cries appearing before her, momentarily stunned. Based on her experience playing this game, when previous Pokémon made sounds, the game would display translation subtitles in different colored text. However, what Rotom was saying this time had no translation subtitle notation. What reached her ears was genuine human language. In other words, this Pokémon called Rotom could actually speak human language? And also, she looked at Rotom happily flying around in front of her and couldn't help pressing the interaction key to speak up. You mean you were trapped inside that television before? Hearing this, Rotom flew another circle above Cynthia's head, came to the top of the television, and swayed back and forth, looking quite pleased with itself. Of course not, Roto. It's just that this place is messy and dirty, that was the best place to live. Clearly catching the keywords in its response, Cynthia immediately reacted. Messy and dirty? You mean those rooms downstairs were all cleaned by you? As soon as she said this, like triggering some switch in Rotom, its lightning bolt-shaped body joyfully bounced twice in the air. Of course, Roto. I'm the best at housework. In the next moment, brilliant light suddenly burst from its body, directly causing its appearance to begin rapidly changing. Look, this is a lawnmower, this is a washing machine, this is a fan, and there's the refrigerator, Roto. Rotom demonstrated right in front of Cynthia, continuously switching between 5 different forms. The chat exploded with excitement. Holy crap! Another Pokémon that can transform in battle. Why does this guy only turn into appliances? Can it actually be used as real appliances? Looking at it this way, catching this Pokémon is like having a mobile electric refrigerator. Cold drink lovers are in luck. While Cynthia keenly picked up on some key points. If she wasn't mistaken, these different forms should each correspond to a different type, right? The lawnmower corresponded to grass type, the washing machine to water type. As for the fan and refrigerator, they obviously should correspond to ice and flying types. And that heating one was even more obvious, clearly fire type. Calculating it this way, the Pokémon before her could switch between at least 6 different types. Plus, according to the Pokédex description, it also had ghost and electric typing. Cynthia couldn't help but purse her lips. In a sense, could this be considered a youth version of Silvally? At this moment, Rotom speaking again drew Cynthia's attention back. Oh, right. Hello, human, Roto. I probably scared you just now, sorry, I haven't seen people in so long that I got too excited and gave you a little surprise. The chat couldn't contain themselves anymore. You call that a surprise? That was a scare. Brothers, I'm back after changing pants, can any kind soul tell me what just happened? Thanks a lot, I nearly had a heart attack just now, buddy. Rotom circled around Cynthia, looking very excited and chattering away. What's your name? Why did you come here? Ever since that guy appeared no one has come here for so long. I thought no one would ever come again, Roto. Faced with these questions, Cynthia pressed the voice interaction key and answered. I'm Cynthia, and I came here to explore by accident. At the same time, she suddenly frowned. Wait. You just said that guy. Who are you referring to? Just as Cynthia finished speaking, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked across. Boom. The entire mansion suddenly began shaking violently. Chapter 72 The Library and the Key. In the violent shaking, Cynthia's character seemed to take quite a while to struggle to maintain her balance. Meanwhile, Rotom floating in the air was shaken all over the place, directly crashing headfirst into a nearby wall and sliding down along it with a swoosh. At this moment, the trembling had stopped, and this abnormality didn't seem like it would continue, but in front of the screen, Cynthia still frowned slightly and pressed her voice interaction key to ask Rotom. What just happened? That guy must be angry again, Roto's so scary, why? Rotom frantically circled around Cynthia several times, fearfully hiding behind her shoulder. Cynthia looked at Rotom's behavior and sighed softly. It was hard to imagine this was the same guy who had just hidden in the television to scare her with horrifying images. How could it be so timid? But right now, this Rotom was her only source of information. She could only gently comfort it. It's okay, I'm here. Can you tell me what happened? And who exactly is this guy you keep mentioning? Hearing such comfort, Rotom's emotions finally calmed down a bit. It carefully peeked out from behind her shoulder and pointed in a certain direction with its lightning bolt-like hand, beginning to tell the story bit by bit. Long ago, many people lived in this building, but ever since that guy came, everyone got scared and ran away, Roto. That guy seems to possess some kind of terrifying, horrible energy. Anyone who gets close to him falls into endless nightmares, and the unlucky ones never wake up again, Roto. And that guy seems unable to control this power himself, Roto. He often makes strange noises like what just happened. Why? Living with this guy every day is really scary. If I didn't know what the outside world was like, I would have escaped from here long ago, Roto. Boss, please take me away from here. Listening to Rotom's words, Cynthia fell into deep thought. So according to Rotom's account, there was a Pokémon in this massive mansion that could plunge other living beings into nightmares? What kind of Pokémon could have such incredible power? Could it be a Hypno? Or maybe a Mismagius? Undoubtedly, quite a few Pokémon had abilities connected to nightmares in some way or another. But to be able to affect all the humans in the entire mansion on such a large scale, forcing these people to relocate, this Pokémon's power was probably extremely strong. It should be an incredibly high-level existence. In any case, here's the thing, she was just in a game. Even if all her Pokémon lost their ability to battle, she'd just be sent back to the Pokémon Center and lose some money. Given that, when encountering certain situations, she could boldly choose to take risks and explore. With this thought, Cynthia immediately made her decision and pressed Rotom for more information. This guy you mentioned, where is he? Boss, he's on the 3rd floor, Roto. The entire 3rd floor of the mansion is his territory. Wait, boss, you're not planning to go find him, are you? Rotom's eyes became stretched into long lines, clearly quite startled. Cynthia nodded. I want to go check out the situation. If you're scared, just stay in this room. Upon hearing this, Rotom immediately darted back behind the television, poking out just a small head that trembled with fear. Okay, boss. Oh, I have to warn you that guy's area is shrouded in some kind of strange fog. If you go, you must be careful of that mist. Just touching a little bit will plunge you into endless nightmares, Roto. I'll wait for your safe return, Roto. After Rotom finished speaking, its entire body hid inside the television. Seeing Rotom's reaction, the livestream viewers were amused. How is this guy so timid? Even a Wimpod has more courage than it does. It's just an abandoned building. What powerful Pokémon could be inside? Probably just some ghost type or something. Cynthia, hurry up and show us what's on the 3rd floor. I'm really curious what kind of Pokémon could make those rich folks abandon such a luxurious mansion. Cynthia glanced at these comments and nodded slightly. Actually, she was also very curious about what was on the 3rd floor. So she immediately controlled her character and, following Rotom's directions, quickly found the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Moments later, when she successfully reached the mansion's 3rd floor, her expression immediately changed slightly. Unlike the structure of the first 2 floors, upon reaching the 3rd floor, what immediately came into view was a long corridor lined with picture frames. And just as Rotom had said, for some reason, faint black mist began appearing in the air. Cynthia maintained high vigilance and began controlling her character to walk forward. She quickly discovered that the frames on both sides of this corridor seemed to all be portraits of people, but their faces were uniformly shrouded and covered by black mist, making their features indiscernible. Not only that, but every step she took forward in the third floor's corridor, the surrounding mist grew thicker. When she reached the end of this corridor, a large door appeared before her, and by this point, the black mist had become so dense it nearly obscured her vision. Just as she was about to control her character to take another step forward and enter that door, her character was directly repelled, and a line of text suddenly appeared before her eyes. This place is shrouded in strange energy. Perhaps you need the protection of something beautiful to continue forward. Looking at the prompt that appeared, Cynthia was immediately stumped. It seemed like this place, just like others, required meeting some special condition before she could enter and see the Pokémon hidden inside. More importantly and crucially, when she stood at the end of this corridor, that strange premonition appeared again in the depths of her heart. This meant that the Pokémon deep in the corridor was probably not just some ordinary powerful ghost-type existence. And very likely just like before, it was a legendary Pokémon. With this thought, Cynthia silently noted the location of this corridor and controlled her character to prepare to quickly leave this area. But just then, a blank picture frame nearby suddenly fell down, and with it came a glass bottle that rolled onto the ground. She instinctively controlled her character to go forward and pick up the bottle. Inside the glass bottle seemed to be a deep black key that emanated a faint glow. A line of text suddenly popped up before her eyes. Special item, Griseous Orb. Description, contains a terrifying aura and sense of oppression, specific effects unknown. Perhaps it will produce strange reactions when approaching the location of that space. Cynthia was certain this key probably had no connection to the black mist. Because the mist around her gave her a feeling of terror, foreboding, and unease. But the luster on this key seemed to have only one quality: an incomparable sense of majesty. As if this was a key belonging to some kind of ruler. So this thing, what exactly was it meant to unlock? This question still had no answer, so Cynthia could only carefully store this item away. She returned to the mansion's second floor. The moment she saw Rotom again, it flew directly out from behind the television and threw itself into her arms. "Boss, you're back, Roto. I thought I'd never see you again, Roto Waea." "Cynthia. Boss, how did it go? Did you discover anything, Roto?" After Rotom circled around Cynthia once more and confirmed she was completely unharmed, it asked again. Cynthia roughly told Rotom about her discoveries. After hearing this, the latter nodded, seeming very agreeable. "That's right, such a terrifying place is better left alone, Roto. But about that key you mentioned, I think I know something about it, Roto." Upon hearing this, Cynthia's eyes immediately lit up. This Rotom could actually provide more useful information? But then Cynthia thought about it, this Rotom had been in the mansion for such a long time, so having some knowledge about the mansion's situation should be perfectly normal. Sure enough, just as Cynthia had expected, Rotom continued speaking. "I think I've seen this key in the hands of one of this house's former owners. At the time, along with this key, there seemed to be a map that was delivered. That guy seemed to really value this key, Roto. He even hired several powerful trainers to escort it. But where that key went after that I don't really know. I didn't expect you could find it again. Boss is amazing, Roto. As for that map, I do know where it is. It should still be there now, Roto, but I suggest boss shouldn't go looking for it." Hearing this, Cynthia immediately pressed. "Why not?" At this moment, Rotom's expression suddenly became somewhat complicated. It extended its lightning bolt-like hand and pointed upward. "Because boss. That map seems to be in the library on the third floor, Roto. Which is where that terrifying guy always stays." Chapter 73 vs Norman, The Battle of Petalburg. Hearing what Rotom had said, Cynthia gradually came back to her senses. Obviously, the game developer had intentionally designed it this way. Only by solving the problem on the third floor of the mansion could she find the so-called map there and discover the truth about that key. Everything was interconnected in a chain. This way, the problem circled back to how to enter the library that Rotom mentioned on the third floor of the mansion. She recalled the hint she had just seen. The blessing of something beautiful. For a moment, Cynthia really couldn't figure out what this was referring to. After all, such a description was far too vague. She could only shake her head slightly and choose to set this matter aside for now. Anyway, this mansion wasn't going anywhere, and besides, Rotom had already mentioned that this building had a very long history, and that guy on the third floor had been there all along. That meant there was plenty of time to explore the mysteries within. Moreover, compared to the situation on the third floor of the mansion and that key, the ultra wormhole was clearly more important. Although the mist on the third floor looked quite eerie, she clearly knew this shouldn't have any direct or indirect connection to the ultra wormhole. So there was no need to rush to explore it. With this thought, Cynthia left the mansion with Rotom, walked along the path, and left Petalburg Woods again. When leaving the forest, Rotom didn't return to its pokeball. Instead, it floated around Cynthia, looking left and right, appearing very curious about the outside world. But it was also quite timid. At the slightest disturbance, it would immediately shrink back behind Cynthia, cautiously poking out half its head. From this, you could see why Rotom had never thought of leaving despite living in this forest for so many years. It was limited by its own courage. However, this seemed to be a good thing. After all, if Rotom hadn't been waiting in the mansion for Cynthia's arrival, there wouldn't have been anyone to provide her with so much information about the mansion. Successfully passing through Petalburg Woods, what appeared before Cynthia was a road leading directly to Petalburg City. Speaking of Petalburg City, memories from when she first played this game a few days ago suddenly flooded back to Cynthia's mind. After leaving Little Root Town, the first city she had actually reached was this place. She had even taught a young man named Lucas how to catch Pokémon in the grass nearby. Speaking of which, she wondered how that guy Lucas was doing now, and whether she'd encounter him again in the future and possibly battle him. While Cynthia was thinking, a middle-aged man wearing a red hat by the pond suddenly looked at her, a black exclamation point appeared above his head, and he excitedly approached. "Hey there, young lady, I see you're carrying a fishing rod with you. How about it? Want to fish with me? This pond has great fishing, I guarantee you won't go home empty-handed." Seeing this scene, Cynthia didn't hesitate to make her character turn around and run. The chat comments in the live stream exploded with laughter. "There's no way she's fishing, not in this lifetime. Guess how many Gyarados are waiting for our streamer in that pond. LOL, fishing gave our host PTSD. Cynthia controlled her character to run all the way until she quickly reached the entrance of Petalburg City Gym. The last time she came here, her strength wasn't sufficient to challenge the character's father, Norman. And now, as Cynthia stood at the gym entrance, her character's communicator suddenly rang. It was a call from her father, Norman. "Norman, good child, I've heard about your achievements. You're excellent, able to grow to this level so quickly. I believe you're ready to battle me, and I am too. That being the case, I'll be waiting for you in the final room. Good luck, kiddo." After saying this, Norman hung up directly, and a wave of discussion arose in the live stream. Looking at the icon at this gym entrance, the protagonist's father seems to be a normal-type gym leader. Normal-type Pokémon generally don't seem very powerful. True, normal-type just means no special characteristics, right? Normal-type usually doesn't have any rare Pokémon or pseudo-legendaries. So this gym's difficulty should be lower than the previous ones. I think so. After all, this is the protagonist's biological father. He can't really go all out against her, right? He'll probably go easy on her. Man, I wish my dad was a gym leader. I'm so jealous of the protagonist. Obviously, regarding Petalburg Gym's difficulty, the chat comments unanimously believed it wouldn't be particularly high this time. But as Cynthia stood at the gym's entrance, she somehow felt an ominous premonition rising in her heart. Compared to the other gyms she'd visited before, Petalburg Gym didn't have complex mazes or various mechanisms inside. Its challenge method was quite straightforward, starting from the first room, continuously choosing one of two paths to enter the next room, and eventually successfully reaching gym leader Norman's location for the gym battle. The only difference between these rooms was that the NPCs inside seemed to use different types of Pokémon, and Cynthia also noticed that different labels were posted at the entrances of these rooms. She just didn't quite understand what these labels meant. For example, when she first entered the gym, the labels on the left and right sides were lightning fast speed and rock solid physical defense. Based on her guess, these should be indicating the specialties of the Pokémon that the NPCs behind these two doors would use. After brief consideration, she chose rock solid physical defense and entered. Because if it really was as she thought, with Ludicolo, Pelipper, and Rotom's powerful special attack capabilities, she should be able to easily break through the opponent's physical wall Pokémon. The next moment, as Cynthia entered the room, a purple-haired woman immediately approached her. "You must be the gym leader's little daughter, right? I've heard about you for a long time, but even so, I won't hold back." The next moment, countless Pokeballs flashed across the game screen, and battle immediately began. A red light flashed, and the opponent sent out their Pokémon first. It was a Pokémon with a peculiar design. Its body looked like a red teapot, with an orange head and limbs protruding from grooves on the teapot's surface, giving it quite a cute appearance. This was Shuckle, a bug and rock dual-type Pokémon. In Cynthia's memory, this type of Pokémon indeed had outstanding physical defense, even quite impressive. But this type of Pokémon also had a fatal weakness: its HP seemed very low. Whether it was sustained battle or taking damage from certain fixed damage moves, it was extremely difficult for it. So generally, no one would train this type of Pokémon as their main partner. She hadn't expected to see it in the game now. However, this Pokémon's appearance also confirmed Cynthia's guess was correct. The content of the labels above the rooms represented the characteristics of the Pokémon that the trainers in those rooms would use. While Cynthia was thinking, her lead Pokémon, Pelipper, had already taken the field. Since discovering Pelipper's Drizzle ability, Pelipper had become her most common lead Pokémon. After all, when unsure of the opponent's strength, starting by setting up the rain weather that favored her team was never wrong. As Pelipper entered, light rain began to fall from the sky, and the first turn officially began. Cynthia didn't hesitate and directly selected Water Pulse, a special attack move that could deal double damage to rock-type Pokémon. No matter how high Shuckle's defense was, it wouldn't matter. However, the next moment, as the turn began, it was actually the purple-haired woman on the opposite side who moved first. She appeared behind Shuckle and threw a deep purple, oval-shaped item from her hand. Purple-haired girl Lisa used Defense Enhancer. A brilliant blue light suddenly appeared on Shuckle's body. Shuckle's defense was greatly increased. Seeing this notification, Cynthia couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly. Based on her experience, when greatly increased appeared as a notification in the game, it meant that a Pokémon's certain ability had received a 2-stage boost. In the Pokémon world, most moves could only provide a 1-stage boost. Only a few top-tier boosting moves like Swords Dance or Nasty Plot could increase a Pokémon's attack or special attack by 2 stages at once. But correspondingly, the preparation time for such moves in the real world was quite long. Yet now the opponent had only used an item to directly increase this Shuckle's defense by 2 stages. While Cynthia was thinking, water had already gathered in front of Pelipper and struck the opposing Shuckle. Super effective. Undoubtedly, the frail and low special defense Shuckle had its HP bar instantly emptied under one super effective attack, losing its ability to battle. The purple-haired woman also recalled Shuckle, showing a somewhat surprised expression on her face. As expected of gym leader Norman's daughter. "Keep it up. Continue forward, your father is waiting for you in the final room." After saying this, she turned and left. Meanwhile, the chat comments had also noticed those items from earlier and began discussing them. There are items that can directly boost Pokémon's stat stages? Isn't that like manual cheating? What cheating? Didn't you see it took a turn to use? Even though it takes a turn, it can boost 2 stages of stats at once. Isn't that strong enough? While the chat was discussing, Cynthia didn't immediately continue forward. Her character stood in place. She had fallen into deep thought. Just like the second comment's point, the defense enhancer item just now didn't provide any substantial help in this battle. Instead, it wasted the opponent's turn. Although given the situation, the Shuckle without priority would have been taken out by Pelipper's Water Pulse in the first turn anyway, even if it had used a normal move. But as a champion, Cynthia keenly realized a problem. If there were defense enhancement items like this, wouldn't there also be enhancement items for other stats like special attack, speed, and attack? If such items really existed, that would be quite something. These items would be equivalent to letting any attack-focused Pokémon use Swords Dance in battle, or any special attack-focused Pokémon use Nasty Plot. You have to understand that these 2 moves, as extremely powerful boosting moves, couldn't be learned by every Pokémon. Some Pokémon were inherently unable to master such techniques and could only settle for weaker, type-specific boosting moves. And the appearance of these items was equivalent to perfectly replacing these 2 crucial moves. Moreover, item use had priority over speed determination and couldn't be interrupted by opponents, it would definitely succeed first. And this was just for offensive boosting items. If they were defensive ones, they could allow slower Pokémon without priority to further increase their defensive capabilities at the start of battle, making the opponent's attack deal even less damage. If there were speed boosting items, they could even reverse a medium speed Pokémon's turn order, allowing it to maintain priority for the rest of the battle. Just in this game alone, the information depth and important implications of such items were already quite rich and significant. Actually, if it were just this, it wouldn't be enough to make Cynthia stop in her tracks and have such strong internal reactions. But what if such items existed in reality too? You have to understand that reality isn't a game. Although boosting items' effects wouldn't be like in the game, directly doubling any Pokémon's certain stat regardless of circumstances, they would provide different enhancement effects based on the Pokémon's specific level and situation. But using such items in the real world wouldn't require taking up a so-called turn. At the moment battle begins, the items could be used directly, letting the Pokémon immediately gain boosts to certain stats. If there were no usage restrictions, you could even boost all of this Pokémon's stats by 2 stages instantly. This effect could no longer be described as merely exaggerated. But after the brief excitement, Cynthia gradually calmed down. These items seemed to be like the rare candies she had seen before, they should belong to special items that the game developer had created for this game. Although she had to admit that many things in this game were well-reasoned and corresponded to reality. But after careful consideration, Cynthia didn't think these 2 items would exist in the real world. Otherwise, the entire scientific research community and trainer field would be in an uproar. After figuring this out, Cynthia somehow felt a bit disappointed. Being able to quickly and effectively improve Pokémon's battle capabilities would naturally be a good thing for a top-tier trainer like her. She sighed slightly in her heart. Well, it was already pretty good that the game developer could design such interesting items. If there was a chance later, she'd see if she could get some of these boosting items somewhere. Perhaps they'd help her progress through the game and overcome difficult challenges. With this thought, Cynthia took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the next room. The NPCs in the following rooms of Petalburg Gym were exactly as Cynthia had guessed. The labels above each room represented the characteristics of the Pokémon that the NPCs in those rooms would use, and they would all use different stat-boosting items corresponding to different attributes in the first turn of battle. Although the effect of boosting 2 stat stages at once was indeed quite powerful, each room's NPC only had 1 Pokémon. So in the end, Cynthia easily defeated all the blocking NPCs and stood before the final room's door. At this moment, the livestream chat was full of cheerful laughter. These NPCs feel even weaker than those in previous gyms. Sure enough, no dad would go hard on his own daughter. Haha, exactly. Maybe when she goes to the final room, Norman will just hand over the badge to our streamer directly. Sigh, that's how dads are. At the same time, Cynthia discovered that waiting for her at this room's entrance was actually her character's biological mother. Cynthia still remembered when she first left home after getting her Pokémon from the lab. The protagonist's mother had waited at the door, given her some advice, presented her with a pair of running shoes that could increase running speed, and asked her to come back often. She hadn't expected to meet again so soon. At this moment, the protagonist's mother stepped forward with a smile on her face. "Child, you've grown so fast. Your father and I are both proud of you. Come, take a rest, then give it your all. Prove to your father that you can definitely become an even better trainer than him." With the protagonist's mother's words, a notification flashed across the screen. All Pokémon in the party have been fully restored. The next moment, the protagonist also stepped forward into the final room of Petalburg Gym. Appearing before her was a man wearing a red tracksuit and grey athletic pants, handsome with short hair. A weathered and deep male voice, filled with emotion, echoed in the room. "I never thought this day would come so quickly, child. I'm very happy to have a real battle with you." The next moment, his tone suddenly shifted, becoming passionate. "But Pokémon battles are no joke. As a gym leader, I'll do everything I can to win. Now then, let me see your full power." Amid the stirring music, countless Pokeballs flashed across the screen. Norman sent out his first Pokémon, and a notification suddenly appeared. "Norman Swellow, LV.45, has entered battle." The livestream audience looked at Cynthia's team averaging under level 36, then at that Swellow's level, and question marks slowly appeared. "Wait, bro, what happened to going easy? Isn't this supposed to be your own daughter? Can you explain what this level 45 means?" The livestream audience was naturally stunned seeing that Swellow's level. They had originally thought Norman's earlier words were just pleasantries. But now it seemed he was actually being serious. He was really going all out against his own daughter. Good grief, how ruthless could he be? However, what the audience didn't know at this moment was that, facing the serious Norman, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Cynthia's mouth. She quite agreed with something Norman had just said, Pokémon battles are battles, no joke. Once they begin, you must give your all and respond seriously. Even if your opponent is your own family, the same applies. As a champion who had reached this level, her battle consciousness had long reached such heights. But she hadn't expected to hear such words from a gym leader today. This situation even rekindled Cynthia's fighting spirit after a long time. She took a deep breath, her whole being entering an excited state. But at this moment, her heart was still calmly analyzing the situation of this battle. Norman had sent out Swellow, a flying-type Pokémon. So choosing to send out Grovel and Ludicolo was obviously unwise, since both had grass typing and were quite vulnerable to this Swellow, which had outstanding attack and speed and could counter them perfectly. In such a situation, there was naturally no need to send out Pelipper to set up rainy weather either. Even if Ludicolo triggered its swift swim ability, it couldn't compete with this Swellow. And Pelipper facing Swellow head-on definitely couldn't be described as having an advantage. As for the remaining Beware, it went without saying, as a fighting-type Pokémon, it was also extremely vulnerable to flying types. It could be said that before entering Petalburg Woods today, Cynthia's team was quite awkward when facing flying-type Pokémon. But now the situation was completely different. Facing this lead Pokémon, her team happened to have exactly the right Pokémon to handle this scenario. That was Rotom, which Cynthia had just newly caught. It was electric and ghost dual type. Not only could it counter Swellow, but all the normal type moves that Swellow knew couldn't damage Rotom either. And Rotom's ghost typing was even more of a trump card and ace against Norman, this normal type gym leader. Honestly, Cynthia didn't want to bring out Rotom so early and exhaust its condition, but facing this Swellow, it seemed like the best choice. So Cynthia didn't hesitate anymore and directly threw out her Pokeball, sending Rotom into battle. Red light flashed, and Rotom appeared before her. It first excitedly and curiously turned its head, looking around at the surroundings. Then it turned to look at Cynthia, then at the Swellow in front of it. What's going on? Am I supposed to battle it? Cynthia nodded. Yes, exactly. Use thunder on it. Don't miss this time, please be accurate. Rotom was stunned for a moment, then nodded. You got it, boss. Intense lightning gathered on its body, but it wasn't the first to act. As Cynthia input her command, the first turn began. A crimson flame suddenly flashed across the opposing Swellow's body, igniting and burning its feathers. Along with it came a notification. Swellow's flame orb activated. It became burned. Seeing this notification, Cynthia suddenly had an ominous premonition. A familiar scene seemed to appear before her eyes. Could it be? Sure enough, the next moment, another notification followed. Swellow's Guts ability activated. Deep red light flashed across Swellow's body, making its aura suddenly surge. On the opposite side of the field, Rotom's expression immediately changed as it carefully turned back. Boss, it's on fire. Before it could finish, Swellow suddenly opened its eyes, spread its wings, soared toward the sky, transforming into a brilliant bird-shaped light like a legendary phoenix, diving down at Rotom and crashing into its body with tremendous force. Swellow used Brave Bird. Normally, this move should only deal half damage to electric-type Rotom, having minimal effect. But when the not very effective notification appeared, Rotom's HP bar suddenly plummeted like a roller coaster, instantly bottoming out and flashing red. Brave Bird, Swellow's 130 power flying-type stab move, traded 1/3 recoil damage for incredibly powerful force. Combined with Swellow's stab bonus and Guts ability enhancement. Even with not very effective damage, with Rotom's low HP base stats, it was almost taken out in one hit by this move. Of course, more importantly, was the level gap between the two Pokémon. Fortunately, after catching Rotom, Cynthia had battled several NPCs in the gym, allowing Rotom's level to increase. Otherwise, if Rotom's level were even one lower, it would have been directly KO'd by Swellow's Brave Bird. Fortunately, battles don't have what-ifs. Rotom, hanging on with just a sliver of red HP, had finished gathering brilliant lightning on its body, transforming into earth-shaking thunder that crashed down on Swellow. The super effective notification appeared. Swellow's HP bar, which had been at 2/3, began plummeting madly, instantly emptying. It wasn't as lucky as Rotom to retain some HP. After all, defense wasn't something Swellow excelled at either. Facing the equally high-powered thunder move that could deal super effective damage, it naturally couldn't resist at all. Swellow fainted. Your party gained 23,812 experience points. Rotom leveled up to LV.38. As the system notification appeared, the nearly fainted Rotom on the field also excitedly turned around. Boss, how was that? Am I awesome? However, just as it finished speaking, another red light flashed on the opposite side as Norman sent out his second Pokémon. It was a Pokémon with a streamlined body, grey fur, and a rodent-like appearance. Norman sent out Linoon LV.41. Like Swellow, Linoon was also a Pokémon with normal typing, except its type was pure normal. According to Cynthia's memory, this Pokémon also specialized in speed. Its streamlined body allowed it to move at extremely fast speeds, but the good news was that this Pokémon's performance in other areas wasn't that outstanding. Moreover, its level was only 41, a full 4 levels lower than the previous Swellow. So relatively speaking, the threat shouldn't be that great. While Cynthia was thinking, the livestream chat was also updating. Everyone seemed to have just recovered from the shock that Swellow had brought. I've discovered that the least trustworthy thing in this game is the phrase "not very effective." Good grief, that was terrifying. Why does it feel like every NPC Pokémon with Flame Orb in this game has the Guts ability? This Guts ability's damage boost is way too overpowered. Good thing our streamer caught an electric-type Pokémon, otherwise I can't even imagine how she'd beat this thing. I know the answer to that one upstairs. Simple, Brave Bird deals 1/3 recoil damage, right? Just have Grovel and Ludicolo each take 1 Brave Bird and you can trade 2 for 1. It's a bit of a loss, but you tell me if it solves the problem or not. GG, the person above is a Pokémon genius. I want to see you at the Indigo conference this year. And seeing Linoon, everyone was obviously relieved. After all, compared to well-known Pokémon like Swellow, Linoon was quite obscure. And its level was much lower than Swellow's, so it shouldn't be as overpowered as Swellow. It couldn't possibly also have Guts ability and carry a Flame Orb, right? Under everyone's attention, Cynthia thought briefly and ultimately let Rotom continue on the field, clicking the Thunder move. Although Rotom had the ability to switch forms in the first turn of the game, to resist Swellow's flying-type moves, Cynthia hadn't chosen to switch, keeping it as electric type. Now that the first turn was over, it was too late to switch forms anyway. Moreover, with Rotom's HP down to its last bit, switching it back to the party now wouldn't mean much. Facing Cynthia's command, Rotom turned around, looking at her with teary eyes. Boss, I understand. From here on I'll leave it to the other teammates. After saying this, it turned to face Linoon with a heroic, resigned expression and closed its eyes. However, the next moment, Rotom found that the attack it had imagined didn't come. It couldn't help but open its eyes with some surprise. Hey? I'm actually okay. But soon, its expression suddenly changed. A stammering voice rang in Cynthia's ear. Boss, it's belly, why did it suddenly get so big? Opposite it, Linoon's abdomen suddenly swelled to an incredible degree. Like a war drum, it rumbled with deafening sound. Its HP bar also dropped without warning directly to below half, beginning to flash dangerous yellow light. Rotom was stunned at first, then showed joy on its face, placing 2 lightning-like little hands on its sides like they were on its hips. Boss! Look how awesome I am, I haven't even attacked yet, and it's already scared into losing HP. However, just as it finished speaking, a notification suddenly appeared. Linoon used belly drum. Linoon's HP decreased. The next moment, brilliant aura accompanied by sun-bright crimson light suddenly surged on Linoon's body. Be careful! Linoon's attack rose to 18,000 points. Rotom? Cynthia? Chapter 74 Septal's Resolve, lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot? To be honest, the scene before her eyes really startled Cynthia. Although it was just for an instant, watching Linoon's body surge with red light and the notification attack rose to 18,000 points, her heart truly couldn't calm down. The reason was simple, based on her understanding of this move, like many other moves before, it was actually something no one would use in the real world. Although Belly Drum could indeed greatly enhance a Pokémon's attack ability, correspondingly, the damage it would cause to the Pokémon was also quite massive. Many trainers who had just learned this move and tried to have their Pokémon use it understood what suicidal assault or pure suicide meant on their first attempt. Those Pokémon would directly lose their ability to battle immediately after using Belly Drum. And some Pokémon that had trained a few times and become somewhat proficient with Belly Drum wouldn't lose their ability to battle immediately upon using it, but would still suffer massive damage. This wasn't even the most critical point. Logically speaking, trading a large amount of HP for ultimate enhancement could be considered a worthwhile deal, capable of bursting with incredible brilliance in certain desperate situations. But the problem was that Belly Drum was essentially still a stat-boosting move. Like high-level boosting moves such as Swords Dance or Nasty Plot, it required a lot of time to prepare and execute. Although the enhancement effect far exceeded these two comparable moves, the preparation time and startup lag didn't decrease at all. If anything, it increased, making it very easy to interrupt. And if Swords Dance or Nasty Plot got interrupted by an opponent, at most you'd just lose some time and take some damage. But if Belly Drum got interrupted, that would be a pure massive loss. Not only would you not get the enhancement effect, but the Pokémon would automatically lose a large amount of HP that wouldn't be returned. So after the Pokémon trainer community discovered this move, everyone tried it for a while before quickly abandoning it. It was also recognized by all trainers worldwide as one of the most useless and worthless moves. Cynthia had actually thought the same way. In her eyes, this move wasn't even as good as Explosion, at least Explosion, while causing the Pokémon to directly lose its ability to battle, could at least pose a lethal threat to the opponent. But why was Belly Drum performing so powerfully in the game? It seemed like using it just once could directly maximize a Pokémon's attack power, and the only cost was losing half its HP. This situation made Cynthia calm down and think deeply. If this move's performance in the game was like this, then perhaps it truly had such potential. It was just that trainers in the real world had all given up on developing this move, so they hadn't glimpsed its true limits. The more she thought about it, the more her heart stirred. It seemed she'd have to re-examine and even explore this move later. But speaking of which, although Linun's Belly Drum directly boosted its attack to an amazing degree, it still couldn't avoid the drawback common to all stat-boosting moves. This move also took up its precious turn, preventing it from attacking. Belly Drum reduced its HP by half, meaning Rotom only needed to take away its remaining 1/2 HP this turn. But intuition told Cynthia that things probably wouldn't be so simple. The NPCs in this game would definitely not make such meaningless moves. Sure enough, the next moment, as Linun's HP rapidly dropped, a brilliant green light filled with life energy suddenly lit up on its body and merged into it. It was an orange tree berry shaped like a lotus head. A notification suddenly appeared. Linun's citrus berry activated. Its HP was restored. Watching Linun's HP bar rapidly recovering, Cynthia immediately frowned. That wasn't right. According to her memory, the berries in this game that could restore HP would only activate when a Pokémon's HP dropped below 1/3. But why was Linun's berry effect triggering now when its HP had only dropped by half, restoring its health? Just as she was puzzled, her peripheral vision suddenly noticed that a notification had been displayed in the bottom right corner of the screen for quite a while. Linun's Gluttony ability activated. Gluttony ability? Cynthia was stunned for a moment, placing her mouse over the red ability text. Detailed information about this ability appeared before her eyes. Gluttony ability: when a Pokémon with this ability carries a berry that activates based on HP loss, the original trigger condition is relaxed and changed to 1/2. At this moment, Cynthia couldn't help but blink. There was such an ability? How would this ability manifest in reality? Would it speed up berry consumption? But in the game, this ability's coordination with Belly Drum was obviously incredibly precise. Belly Drum's effect of reducing HP by half could perfectly trigger the Gluttony ability, allowing early use of berries to restore health, thus offsetting to some degree the danger of Belly Drum lowering the HP threshold. Cynthia's gaze fell on Linun, which still had a full 2/3 HP and was glowing with terrifying red light all over its body. She sighed slightly. Given Linun's speed, among all the Pokémon in her team, only Ludicolo, with its Swift Swim ability activated, had the possibility of outspeeding it. But the current problem was that to give Ludicolo the Swift Swim ability boost, she'd first need to send out Pelipper to set up rain. Cynthia definitely didn't think Pelipper could withstand any attack move from Linun, whose attack stat had been boosted to maximum. No matter how she calculated it, she'd be at a loss. While Cynthia was thinking, Rotom on the field felt the powerful aura emanating from Linun and tremblingly turned to look at Cynthia, its eyes already squeezed into slits from fear. "Will you boss, I'll miss you. Please remember to burn paper money for me later. Cynthia. She rubbed her forehead and clicked the restart button in the upper right corner of the game, ending this battle. She didn't even want to try whether Rotom's next thunder would hit, or whether it could take away Linoon's remaining HP. Because, unlike other gym leaders, Norman had a full 5 Pokémon. Just facing the first 2 Pokémon, Swellow and Linoon, required such a heavy price under such pressure. Based on Cynthia's past experience, there was naturally no need to continue this gym battle. But she wasn't in a hurry either. After all, by convention, this was just an initial battle to probe the gym leader's configuration. The real battle probably hadn't even begun yet. While Cynthia was thinking, the game had restarted, and she found herself at the entrance of Petalburg Gym. Rotom floated beside her, opening its eyes and looking around in disbelief. Hey? I don't think I died. Boss, I'm back again. Meow. Oh no, Rotom. Cynthia couldn't help but pause. How was this Rotom different from any other Pokémon she'd obtained in the game? Why was its personality so erratic? While she was thinking, Rotom flew in a circle around Cynthia and spoke again, appearing very nervous and anxious. Boss, what do we do now? That old geezer's Pokémon were so scary. Cynthia. Although logically speaking, Norman wasn't really her father, but the game protagonist's father. But for some reason, hearing this Rotom call Norman old geezer still felt somewhat strange. However, there was no doubt that Rotom was half right. Norman's strength was indeed quite outrageous. Just the first 2 Pokémon were so explosive, Swellow with Guts, Flame Orb and Brave Bird, combined with Linoon's Belly Drum and Gluttony Berry. Just dealing with these 2 Pokémon was already quite tricky. What kind of strength would the remaining 3 have? Surely they wouldn't be ordinary either. With this thought, Cynthia shook her head slightly and immediately made a decision. No wonder after defeating the Fire-type gym, her team's level cap had directly jumped to 40. At the time, she wondered why the game was being so generous. Now she understood that everything had a reason. Norman's Pokémon even far exceeded this level cap, potentially reaching levels 45 to 46. Since that was the case, what she needed to do now definitely wasn't analyze the opponent's team composition, but first raise all her Pokémon's base stats, getting them all to the level cap before being qualified to challenge Norman's gym. With this thought, Cynthia shook her head slightly and walked into the grass patch nearby where Pokémon respawned. An interesting aspect of this game was that not only would the strength of roadside NPCs dynamically change based on your current Pokémon team's average strength, but the strength of wild Pokémon in roadside grass would also change based on your lead Pokémon's level. For example, if Cynthia led with a level 5 to 6 Pokémon now, the wild Pokémon she'd encounter in the grass near Petalburg Woods would be at similar levels to when she first started. But if Cynthia used Rotom as her lead Pokémon now, Pokémon in their 30s would emerge from the grass. Obviously, this was a setting specifically designed to improve players' leveling efficiency. Unfortunately, the types of Pokémon appearing in these grass patches hadn't changed, they were the evolved forms of the original Pokémon. Like Zigzagoon's final evolution, Linoon, or Wormholes' final evolution, Dustix/Beautifully, etc. In previous gameplay, Cynthia wouldn't have paid special attention to these appearing Pokémon, since they were indeed too common and lacked any notable characteristics. But now, looking at these Pokémon, she couldn't help but start thinking. Did these Pokémon actually possess their own unique highlights, waiting for trainers to discover and develop? After all, this game had already proven one point to her: many seemingly ordinary Pokémon could actually be very powerful. Cynthia began entering the grass repeatedly, encountering wild Pokémon and improving her team's levels through battles. 5 minutes later, as a Pelipper fell, a notification appeared before her eyes. Ding! Congratulations! Your Pokémon Grovel has reached LV.36. Who knew that along with the notification came a rainbow-like evolutionary light that suddenly burst forth from Grovel's body? Hey, Grovel's appearances! In the exciting evolutionary music, Grovel began rapidly changing within this 7-colored light. Its form visibly grew taller and more robust and powerful, its outline transforming from the original slender streamlined shape toward a more imposing and mighty presence. When the rainbow light dispersed, a completely new Pokémon had appeared before Cynthia. Scales covering its entire body gleamed with a forest-like dark green color, looking like sturdy rock covered with moss yet flashing with metallic cold hardness. Besides its tall and mighty physique, the most striking changes were its head and wrists. Behind its wrists were 2 perfectly curved emerald blades, sharp as if they could tear through air. and on its head was a crown formed by leaves that had grown and hardened. After evolution, Grovel, or rather, it should now be called Sceptile, had undergone a complete transformation in temperament, as if it had become a different Pokémon, like a king looking down upon the world with powerful and proud presence. Congratulations, your Grovel has evolved into Sceptile. Looking at the Sceptile before her, Cynthia felt emotions surging within her heart. As her first starter Pokémon and the first partner to accompany her on her journey, the former Trico had finally completed its final evolution to become Sceptile. But she quickly realized something was wrong with Sceptile's current reaction and expression. She couldn't see any excitement from gaining new power after completing its final evolution in its eyes. Instead, there seemed to be some complex emotions hidden there as it stood motionless. Seeing this familiar scene, Cynthia instantly understood. Since the electric-type gym, she had suddenly realized a problem. Before completing this final evolution, Sceptile as her starter Pokémon, honestly speaking, compared to the other Pokémon in her team, hadn't had many opportunities to shine in battle or play key roles. Most of the time, it only came out to clean up after other Pokémon had opened up the situation. Cynthia really had no solution for this. She believed she had reached the limit of her commanding abilities as a trainer. After all, in those battles, with Sceptile's move pool and stat distribution, it didn't seem suitable for use as a main battler. Honestly, this wasn't really Cynthia's problem, but rather that many high-intensity battles in this game weren't suitable for Pokémon like Sceptile, pure grass type with a narrow offensive move pool. But at this moment, as a trainer, seeing Sceptile in this state, the excitement in Cynthia's heart quickly faded. Although everything just described might sound fine, she didn't think so. As a trainer, if you let your Pokémon fall into negative emotions, then you weren't qualified as a trainer. She took a deep breath, controlled her character to approach Sceptile, input an interaction command, and patted its shoulder. Sceptile, I want to talk with you. Hearing this, Sceptile slightly raised its head, its gaze falling on Cynthia with ancient calm, not knowing what it was thinking. But after hearing Cynthia's words, it still nodded slightly, waiting for what she would say. So Cynthia took a deep breath and spoke very seriously. Do you remember our first gym badge battle? Hearing this, Sceptile was stunned, and scenes from the past began appearing before its eyes. That was the most crucial battle between Cynthia and Roxanne. At the most dangerous moment, it had desperately withstood Archon's final attack, allowing Cynthia to turn defeat into victory and win that battle. Recalling those scenes, a glimmer of light flashed in its eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. It had indeed been very useful in that battle, but since then, its role in the team seemed to have become smaller and smaller. Whether in later fire-type gym battles, electric-type gym battles, or Cynthia's battles with those humans, it hadn't been much help. It couldn't handle flying-type Pokémon, couldn't deal with fire types, and the same went for ice, bug, and steel types. In contrast, Ludicolo, which also had grass typing, had repeatedly helped Cynthia overcome one difficulty after another, solving one Pokémon after another that it couldn't face, directly becoming the most important main force in Cynthia's team. Even that Pokémon called Rotom, which had just joined the team, had performed brilliantly in the recent gym battle, single-handedly defeating Swellow, which was so many levels higher. Although Sceptile didn't want to admit it, the fact was that these Pokémon who joined the team later were indeed more suitable for facing those extreme challenges and dangerous opponents than itself. It was still too weak. So even though it had completed evolution and gained a new body and power, deep down, Sceptile still felt dejected and lost. It had completely lost confidence in its own existence. At this moment, it lowered its head, deliberately avoiding Cynthia's gaze. But at this moment, Cynthia's voice rang in its ears again. Sceptile, do you know why I chose you among the 3 Pokémon back then? Hearing this, Sceptile was stunned and raised its head again, its gaze containing some confusion. About this question, it actually couldn't figure it out either. In its eyes, both Torchic and Mudkip were more excellent and worthy of choice than itself. So why had Cynthia chosen it specifically? Cynthia, outside the screen, suddenly smiled. This smile was somewhat restrained, tinged with emotion. Honestly, when I first chose you as my starter Pokémon, I only thought grass-type Pokémon were suitable for getting through the low-level period. But later, after going through battle after battle with you and earning badge after badge, I realized that the reason I chose you was because it was our destined encounter. From the moment I picked up your Pokeball, we were destined to be the best partners in the world, and the closest companions. Perhaps you're thinking that other Pokémon in the team performed better than you in previous battles, but what I want to tell you is that I don't care about these things. You're still my first and most important partner. Because you were the one who accompanied me onto the trainer's path, and you experienced everything with me. If I could go back and do it again, I would still firmly choose you among the 3 different Pokémon. So, now. Cynthia pressed the interaction key, making her character extend a hand toward Septal. Are you willing to continue moving forward with me? These words fell into Septal's ears, leaving it stunned in place for a very long time without recovering. Images flashed through its mind. When Cynthia was helping Professor Birch, she directly chose it to battle. The first battle with a roadside youngster in shorts. After the first defeat, when it was sulking, Cynthia offered words of comfort. During the first Pokémon capture, when it couldn't bear to watch and directly helped Cynthia throw the ball. In the first gym battle, the moment it stepped forward, and turned the tide. Everything it had experienced with Cynthia now surged before its eyes. When all the scenes gradually faded, the scattered and confused look in Septal's eyes had disappeared, replaced by firm determination and shining light. Its claw with sharp leaf blades carefully but firmly placed itself in Cynthia's hand. Seb. It gave its answer. Seeing this, Cynthia smiled again. But this time her smile looked genuine and heartfelt. Then please continue working with me, Septal. After helping Septal regain its spirit, Cynthia continued the leveling journey with it. Honestly, although the experience required for leveling in the late game had increased, the leveling speed really couldn't be described as slow. After just half an hour, Cynthia had successfully raised all the Pokémon in her team to level 40. After releasing all her Pokémon for a pre-battle briefing, Cynthia led them back into Petalburg Gym to challenge Norman. Seeing Cynthia appear before him again, Norman smiled. Facing difficulties with persistent determination is also very important. Let me see what changes you've made to achieve victory. Countless Pokeball icons flashed across the screen, and battle began again. Norman also sent out his first Pokémon, still the Swellow with Flame Orb and Guts ability. And this time, facing this Swellow, Cynthia made no hesitation and sent out basic form Rotom as her lead Pokémon, just like last time. Gym leaders' levels were different from those of roadside trainers and strong enemies, their levels were always fixed and wouldn't change. Perhaps after achieving a gym victory, these gym leaders' levels would increase somewhat when players returned to challenge them again. This was something Cynthia had judged from Roxanne's words. But as long as they hadn't completed their first successful gym challenge, their levels would remain fixed at this stage. In other words, the previous situation where Rotom barely survived Swellow's Brave Bird, if the damage variance had been just a few points higher, it would have lost, wouldn't happen again. It could definitely tank Swellow's attack steadily, assuming Swellow didn't land a critical hit. Otherwise, even the gods couldn't stop that damage. While thinking, as Cynthia selected the Thunder move, the first turn began again. Swellow moved, still with the familiar Brave Bird. Only this time, due to Rotom's level increase, this move only took away 2/3 of Rotom's HP, though it still put its health into the dangerous red zone. At the same time, brilliant golden light suddenly blazed above Rotom's head as it struck down at Swellow. Cynthia's luck was actually quite good. Although Thunder had extremely high power, its hit rate was relatively low in this game. This also matched the real-world characteristic of this move, requiring charging with obvious telegraphing. But in today's 2 gym battles, both of Rotom's Thunder attacks had hit consecutively. In the brilliant lightning, Swellow's HP bar instantly emptied and disappeared. Swellow also lost its ability to battle. This opening was naturally quite good for Cynthia. But she didn't relax at all, continuing to maintain a focused and serious state, because the next opponent was equally extremely difficult to handle. Sure enough, just as she predicted, Norman's behavior didn't change because the battle had restarted. He sent out the same Linoon. And this time, as Linoon entered, Rotom's expression immediately became tense. Although its level had now reached 40, it still wouldn't forget the feeling from last time when this guy's belly suddenly got big and then burst with terrifying power. "Boss, it's back again. What do we do?" Rotom couldn't help but turn to ask Cynthia. But Cynthia's eyes flashed with confident light as she quickly gave it an answer. "Don't be afraid. Use swagger. Rotom. You got it." The next moment, as Cynthia input her command, the second turn began smoothly. Linoon used belly drum again, its whole body bursting with brilliant red light, boosting its attack to an amazing level. At the same time, the berry effect on its body triggered again, pulling its HP that had dropped by half back to a quite safe range. However, this time, facing the powered-up Linoon, Rotom indeed didn't prepare to use thunder like last time. Instead, it suddenly spat out a white mist that hit Linoon in the face, then made a taunting grimace. At this moment, everyone in the live stream was somewhat stunned watching this scene. Although everyone had personally witnessed Cynthia changing some of her team's Pokémon moves before the battle began, they were still confused seeing this move. What the heck was this? The next moment, Cynthia's explanation rang in everyone's ears. In this game, for Pokémon that boost their attack power to maximum, there's one status condition that's most suitable for dealing with them: confusion. Pokémon in a confused state have a certain probability of turning their attacks meant for opponents onto themselves, and the damage from this attack is also linked to their enhancement effects. The higher the enhancement level, the higher the damage. The next moment, just as Cynthia finished speaking, the red light on Linoon's body surged again with amazing momentum. A notification appeared accordingly. Linoon's attack tried to rise, but it was already at maximum, so it failed. Following that, a whirlpool-like ring began circling above Linoon's head with sparkling stars, and its eyes became confused. Linoon became confused. Cynthia's voice rang out again. The swagger move can raise the opponent Pokémon's attack by 2 stages and put it in a confused state. Normally, this is an extremely risky move that could be said to have benefits that don't match the risks. After all, confused Pokémon won't necessarily damage themselves, and even if the confusion effect triggers, the damage from 2 attack boosts won't be particularly high. But once the opponent doesn't get confused, the Pokémon using swagger is in danger. Overall, using this move on Pokémon that specialize in attack has risks far outweighing benefits. But for a Pokémon that has already boosted its attack stat to the limit, this becomes a move with only positive benefits and no side effects. Cynthia paused here. And once it triggers the confusion effect, because of all its previous enhancements, it will deal massive damage to itself. She showed a barely perceptible smile outside the screen. What's that saying again? Oh, right, lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot. Chapter 75. Sorry, bro, I got a bit loud earlier. However, reality quickly proved one thing to Cynthia. Small probability events are called small probability events precisely because their likelihood of occurring is indeed extremely low. Take the Tangled Feet ability's trigger rate, it's only 25%. And this time, the Linoon that had fallen into a confused state wasn't affected by the confusion at all. A golden light flashed over its head, and deep purple radiant energy immediately lit up on both its claws as it leaped up toward the airborne Rotom, slashing down from left and right. Linoon used Shadow Claw. It's super effective. As a Ghost-type move, Shadow Claw was effective against the Ghost-type Pokémon Rotom. Combined with Linoon's attack boost from Belly Drum, with Rotom's remaining HP, there was naturally no possibility of withstanding this attack. As Shadow Claw hit, Rotom let out a wail, its pitiful cry echoing through the air. Boss! Leave the rest to them, Roto! Before Rotom could finish speaking, its HP bar was completely depleted, and it just straight up died. Not really. As it transformed into a red light and returned to its Pokeball, Cynthia glanced down at the ball. You did great, Rotom. Now then. It's your turn, Pelipper. A new Pokeball was thrown, red light flashed, and Pelipper's form appeared on the battlefield, flapping its wings and soaring proudly opposite the Linoon. It too sensed the powerful aura emanating from Linoon's body, but at this moment, with its trainer right behind it, Pelipper showed not even the slightest hint of retreat. Each Pokémon in Cynthia's team had its own unique personality, and this Pelipper's personality was as long as it fought alongside Cynthia, it would show no fear in battle. At this moment, as Cynthia input her command, a new turn began. This time, Lady Luck was on Cynthia's side. Golden light flashed above Linoon's head, its body began to sway unsteadily, and the confusion effect was successfully triggered. A notification popped up accordingly. Linoon used Quick Attack. Linoon is confused. In its confusion, Linoon attacked itself. With a solid thud, all of Linoon's attack power was instead directed at its own body. Its previously healthy HP bar instantly depleted at light speed under this self-inflicted damage, causing it to lose its ability to battle. Linoon fainted. Under normal circumstances, in such a situation, Pelipper's attack would be considered a miss. But at this moment, when Pelipper's turn came, it didn't launch an attack. Instead, it flapped its wings, suddenly whipping up a strong current on the field that blew wildly toward the opposite side of the battlefield. Pelipper used Tailwind. A tailwind blew up on the field, and all ally Pokémon's speed was boosted. Yes, that's right. The command Cynthia had input at the beginning of the turn wasn't an attack. Because using an offensive move during Polyper's turn would have been meaningless. If confusion hadn't triggered successfully, Linun's attack would have instantly KO'd Polyper. Conversely, if the confusion took effect, Linun would knock itself out entirely. In this situation, attacking was pointless, better to use this turn for a support move instead. As it turned out, Cynthia had bet correctly. Now that Linun was down, with both Tailwind and Rain Dance active, the scales of victory had clearly tilted in Cynthia's favor. With just one Rotom, she had taken down 2 of Norman's Pokémon and secured the double advantage of Tailwind plus Rain Dance. Whether it was Sceptile, Beware, or Ludicolo coming up next, they would all have absolute priority in speed. Of course, this was assuming Norman's next Pokémon didn't master a priority move like Quick Attack like that Linun had. As Cynthia pondered, Norman's figure appeared across from her again. He looked up at Cynthia deeply and spoke. "My daughter, I didn't expect your growth rate to be faster than I imagined. But just this won't be enough to defeat me. Let me see how you'll handle this massive challenge." He suddenly threw his Pokeball. Red light flashed, and a massive Pokémon suddenly appeared on the field. Norman sent out Slaking, LV-45. Yes, what appeared on the field was indeed a somewhat humanoid Pokémon that also resembled an ape. It was covered in brownish fur all over its body. Although it had a large build, upon closer inspection, it seemed quite pudgy. You couldn't really call it muscular. It was lying flat on the ground with a big belly, looking just like a slacking middle-aged guy. The sudden appearance of such a Pokémon caused the livestream chat to explode with mocking comments. How does Norman have a Slaking? Is he really going easy this time? Holy crap, Slaking's here? I almost forgot this Pokémon was normal type too. Hahaha lol, look at that pose, it's like it doesn't want to work and got dragged out of bed. I feel like it's going to run right back into its Pokeball any second. I really can't figure this out. Slaking can't possibly have some trick up its sleeve, right? At this moment, facing Norman's Pokémon, the chat was uniformly showing contempt and ridicule. And this wasn't without reason. After all, it's common knowledge that Slaking, unlike its previous evolution, Vigoroth, has the complete opposite personality. It's naturally lazy, so lazy that even its trainer can't command it normally. It's even too lazy to move its feet to eat, requiring its trainer to hand feed it. According to scientific research, this seems to be a unique trait of Slaking. Some researchers have speculated that its body secretes a special chemical substance that involuntarily puts it into this lazy state, but ultimately, the scientific community hasn't discovered or confirmed the real reason behind this. Such Pokémon are naturally unwelcome in the trainer community. A Pokémon too lazy to even eat, training and battling are completely out of the question. Even on the battlefield, Slaking might just lie down and start sleeping once it's sent out, leading to an automatic forfeit for the trainer. This has left trainers who were initially attracted by Slaking's robust appearance or drawn by its pre-evolution Vigorota's speed and power feeling extremely frustrated, ultimately forced to abandon raising Slaking and chalk it up to bad luck. At this moment, looking at Slaking, Cynthia couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Although past experience told her that in any gym battle, any Pokémon sent out by a gym leader shouldn't be underestimated, there might be some unique moves or strategies hidden behind them. But looking at this Slaking in front of her, she really couldn't get nervous about it. She had never even seen anyone use this kind of Pokémon in the Elite Four and Champion circles. Just like those livestream comments said, this guy was just too lazy. Even the training abilities of Elite Four and Champion level trainers couldn't overcome their nature. From what she remembered, several normal-type specialist Elite Four trainers had once tried to intensify training while their Pokémon were still in the Vigoroth stage, attempting to suppress the lazy nature after evolution, but they all failed without exception. Eventually, everyone reached the same conclusion: if you really must catch a Slakecoat, you might as well give it an Everstone while it's still a Vigoroth to prevent further evolution. This way, while you'd lose some evolutionary bonuses, at least compared to Slaking, you'd have a higher ceiling for future development. At this moment, Cynthia pulled back her thoughts. She still felt that Norman's Slaking shouldn't be as simple as it appeared. Maybe in the game, Slaking doesn't have the laziness problem? But given this game's previous performance, that didn't seem right. While Cynthia was thinking, the game notification was already flashing red before her, telling her this turn was about to end. She could only put aside her thoughts and focus her attention back on this battle. But soon she was in a dilemma again, because she really didn't know much about this kind of Pokémon. But at least Slaking probably wasn't known for its special bulk, right? With this thought, she stopped hesitating and finally selected Water Pulse. This move was currently boosted by the rainy weather, and since no other moves were super effective against the normal type Slaking, this was definitely the best choice. Although Pelipper's base speed wasn't particularly fast, with Tailwind's boost, it naturally gained the right to move first. Violent water currents began gathering in front of its beak, forming a powerful water ring that shot out suddenly. Water Pulse accurately hit the opposing Slaking. However, with Pelipper's powerful special attack, plus the rainy weather boost, this move only dealt less than 1/3 of Slaking's HP. Cynthia couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. She seemed to be gradually realizing the seriousness of the problem. That damage seems a bit off, doesn't it? But just as she was lost in thought, the Slaking lying on the ground with a lazy expression suddenly stirred. Its slothful demeanor vanished in an instant, and a sharp light flared in its eyes. It suddenly stood up, pushed off with its feet, and transformed into a burning golden meteor charging straight at Pelipper, like a cannonball slamming into it. Under this attack, even the entire battle interface shook violently. Slaking used Giga Impact. The next moment, Pelipper trembled, its HP bar crashed down, instantly reaching 0 with no warning. Pelipper fainted. This entire process didn't even take 5 seconds, so much so that Cynthia hadn't even snapped back to reality. When the interface asking her to switch Pokémon appeared before her, she suddenly realized this was all real. Pelipper was just one shot like that? In previous gym battles, gym leaders would always use various combinations of moves, abilities, and items to show her new tactics and strategies, thereby crushing her team. Cynthia was used to this. But what was this situation? No type advantage. No fancy moves or items with abilities. No relay cooperation between Pokémon. Slaking just appeared, used one move, and Pelipper was gone? You have to know, in this game, Pelipper wasn't some fragile Pokémon. While its HP stat wasn't particularly high, its physical defense was definitely solid. Why did it just get one shot like that? Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, after a moment of silence, it naturally exploded again. Half the comments were just question marks filling the screen. The other half were comments from people who still retained some rationality. Wait, what? Giga Impact, this move does have pretty high power, but that damage seems way off, right? Is Slaking really this strong? Whoever was mocking my boy Slaking earlier, step forward. Sorry, King. I spoke too loudly just now. I'll take that back. You kids don't understand raw power. The power of pure stats. This doesn't seem right. Is Slaking the author's favorite child? Or did Slaking actually make this game? As the chat went crazy, Cynthia's brow was deeply furrowed. From her understanding of this game, the developers would never make a Pokémon this powerful without reason. If it possessed such power, it could only prove one thing. In the real world, Slaking truly does have this potential, people just haven't developed it yet. Although Cynthia found this hard to believe, she had to accept this reality. But then again, just from a game balance perspective, such ridiculous bulk combined with this terrifying offense didn't seem like a Pokémon that would exist in the real world. This was probably unreasonable, right? Also, she knew about that Giga Impact move it had just used. Among all normal type moves, it was one of the most powerful, with terrifying power and impressive destructive force. But this move had a limitation and drawback. Once used, the Pokémon would enter a quite long period of recharge time, becoming a sitting duck, completely unable to act. Just as she was thinking and reluctantly choosing to switch in Ludicolo, a notification popped up before her. Slaking's Truant ability activated. It's loafing around. Slaking's next turn will be skipped. Truant ability? Seeing this notification, Cynthia was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized something. Could it be? The next moment, a new notification lit up before her like a brilliant flash, suddenly exploding and illuminating all her previous confusion. Due to the move Slaking used last turn, it will be unable to act next turn. I see. At this moment, Cynthia completely and thoroughly understood. Slaking's lazy nature wasn't due to some chemical substance in its body or those weird reasons the scientific community speculated about, but simply because its ability was like this. This also perfectly explained why it wasn't lazy during its Vigoroth stage, because at that time, before evolution, its ability hadn't changed yet. Back in the game, while Slaking's stats were powerful, it had the drawback of having to skip a turn of action after every turn it attacked. In a sense, this was quite a significant weakness. If the first turn's attack didn't have much effect, then facing some fast Pokémon, the opponent would have 2 consecutive turns to act. Such opportunities were completely sufficient for offensive Pokémon to set up, thereby posing a huge threat to one's entire remaining team. However, Norman Slaking had thought of a way to perfectly avoid this, the move Giga Impact. Since Slaking had to skip a turn after every attack anyway, Giga Impact's side effect was essentially nullified. Conversely, with Giga Impact's incredible power combined with Slaking's extremely high attack stat, it created the terrifying damage just witnessed. Even Pelipper's bulk couldn't withstand this move while at full HP and without type disadvantage. At this moment, Cynthia couldn't help but marvel once again at how exquisitely these characters in this game had configured and designed their Pokémon. No, to be precise, that game author called Wind had an incredibly deep understanding of these Pokémon. In her admiration, Cynthia hadn't forgotten she was still in the middle of a battle. Her gaze immediately sharpened. Powerful bulk and resistances, terrifying offensive threat, this Slaking had to be handled carefully and cautiously. The good news was that Pelipper had sacrificed itself to set up Tailwind and Rain Dance while also taking away 1/3 of Slaking's HP. Her remaining 3 Pokémon, if handled carefully, should have a chance to drain all of this guy's HP. But just as she was thinking, a familiar glow suddenly lit up on Slaking. Slaking's leftovers activated. Its HP was restored. As blue light shone, Slaking's already fairly healthy HP directly increased by a small amount, returning to the extremely healthy green zone. Cynthia's expression instantly changed. Again? Just how much do you people love feeding your Pokémon leftovers? Chapter 76, Slaking the War God. It took Cynthia quite a while to recover from the shock of encountering leftovers again and refocus her thoughts on this battle. With leftovers triggering, Slaking's HP bar, which hadn't dropped much to begin with, was restored once more. How the heck was she supposed to deal with this? You have to understand, leftovers activation didn't conflict with Slaking's truant ability at all. Even though Slaking couldn't act next turn, leftovers would still continuously restore its HP. With Pelipper's water pulse at such high power, only managing to take away less than 1/3 of its HP, you could see just how ridiculous and absurd this Slaking's bulk was. Among the remaining Pokémon on her team, probably only Beware, being a fighting type that could counter normal type Pokémon, could hope to deal effective damage to it. But the current problem was that Slaking's Giga Impact was no joke either. Once unleashed, it could pretty much instantly KO any Pokémon on her team. And the only Pokémon that could be immune to this normal type move, Rotom, had already lost its battle capability in the initial HP trade with Swellow. Cynthia couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Just as she had initially feared, Rotom was indeed the best counter for this normal type gym. But if she didn't use Rotom, that Guts ability Swellow with its flame orb from earlier wasn't so easy to handle either. Plus, there was the crucial point that after using Belly Drum, Linoon had access to the priority move Quick Attack. Even if Ludicolo took the field boosted by Rain Dance, it wouldn't be able to inflict confusion on it, and naturally, couldn't deal with that Pokémon. So Rotom had to go up against those 2 Pokémon. Which brought the problem back to now: how should she handle this Slaking in front of her? At this critical moment, Cynthia quickly made the wisest decision, directly switching in Ludicolo. This final turn that Slaking's Giga Impact had left open was her last chance to turn this battle around. She had to make good use of it. The only way she had any chance of winning was to use Teeter Dance to put it in a confused state. At this moment, as the new turn began, Slaking's turn was naturally skipped. Meanwhile, Ludicolo on the opposite side immediately began performing a swaying, ethereal dance, causing golden stars and swirls to appear above Slaking's head. Ludicolo used Teeter Dance. Slaking became confused. Just like with the earlier Linoon, the more powerful a Pokémon's original attack, the more damage it would deal to itself when confusion triggered. If Slaking used Giga Impact while confused and ended up attacking itself instead, it would probably seriously wound itself with one hit. This was already the wisest approach available. But at that moment, Cynthia suddenly realized something. When she first started playing this game, she had thought that relying on status conditions and gambling on probabilities wasn't the right way to battle, or rather, it wasn't the fighting style she preferred. She would rather win battles through tactical design and cooperation between Pokémon, not by placing everything on luck and probability. But as she went deeper into battle after battle, she suddenly realized this game's difficulty was indeed a bit too high. These NPCs' teams were more reasonably configured and threatening compared to players' Pokémon. Either several Pokémon would cooperate with each other, using various abilities and moves to form systems that covered each other's weaknesses seamlessly. Or like this, Slaking in front of her and the earlier Linoone, a single Pokémon could possess the powerful threat of sweeping an entire team. The thing was, the moves, abilities, and items these Pokémon possessed were all obtainable by players along their journey. It's just that these players never thought to raise such Pokémon in this direction, to make them such powerful forces. So looking at it this way, it wasn't actually that this game's difficulty was too high. Rather, this game was truly showing these players what the upper limits of these Pokémon actually were. Cynthia couldn't help but fall into reflection. As a champion-level trainer, she actually needed to rely on the probability of status conditions as a gamble to have any chance of victory in battle. Perhaps after this battle ended, she would have to face this reality. Maybe each Pokémon on her team had infinite potential that could be developed. And she was still far from fully unleashing their potential. As Cynthia pondered, with Slaking falling into confusion, a new turn had already begun. After brief consideration, Cynthia selected Water Pulse again. Although using Zen Headbutt could stack with paralysis probability like before, giving Slaking a high chance of being unable to act. The problem was that Zen Headbutt, a non-stab physical move, wasn't Ludicolo's specialty. Given Slaking's bulk, this move probably wouldn't be able to deal much damage to it. With leftovers present, such chip damage was meaningless. Right now, she could only use her highest power move and gamble for a chance at victory. At this moment, with Cynthia's choice, intense water currents gathered in a ring formation in front of Ludicolo and accurately hit the opposing Slaking. However, you have to know that Ludicolo's special attack wasn't as strong as Polyper's. This move didn't even drop a third of its HP bar, only dealing about 1/4 of its maximum HP in damage. This damage output looked somewhat despairing. But the good news was Cynthia's luck was still good this time. As Slaking's turn began, the golden stars swirling above its head started dancing rapidly, and its movements began to sway unsteadily. Slaking is confused. Slaking is hurt by confusion. In its confusion, it attacked itself. Giga Impact's powerful energy poured out, all falling on Slaking itself. Its HP bar finally began to drop visibly fast, directly falling to below half. This scene lifted Cynthia's spirits. It seemed that even with leftovers recovery effect, if Slaking triggered confusion again next turn, combined with 2 water pulse attacks, it should be just enough to take away its remaining HP. With this thought, Cynthia hesitated no more and directly selected water pulse again. But as the new turn began, a scene she would never forget appeared. Norman suddenly appeared behind the battlefield, revealing himself as he threw a small purple bottle at Slaking. The bottle instantly shattered, its liquid flowing out and covering Slaking's body. Deep green light filled with life energy began to emerge, accompanied by a notification. Gym leader Norman used Hyper Potion. Slaking's HP was restored. The next moment, Slaking's HP bar, which had finally dropped below half, instantly filled completely back to full health. And immediately following were 2 other notifications. Slaking is loafing around. Due to the effects of the move just used, Slaking cannot act. Cynthia? Wait, what? She could understand that Giga Impact's required cooldown turn could stack with Truant ability, thus covering its drawback. But why could trainers still use healing items during this turn when it couldn't act? At this moment, not only was Cynthia losing it, but the chat was losing it too. Holy crap, the poet's got maximum turn efficiency. Norman really figured this out. Referee, I demand a thorough investigation of Norman. Why can he use 1 turn like it's 3 turns? Genius. What does can't act have to do with me using items? Oh snap, all that work for nothing. Just as the chat said, that 1 potion directly restored Slaking to full HP, meaning all of Cynthia's previous efforts were completely wasted. However, in the following battle, Cynthia discovered good news and bad news. The good news was that when Slaking's HP dropped below half again, Norman didn't use that kind of item like before. In one battle, he seemed to only use such an item once. The bad news was that, in a certain turn, Slaking ended its confused state at the beginning of the turn, so the confusion didn't successfully continue. Without confusion's effects, Ludicolo was undoubtedly taken out by Giga Impact in 1 hit. Faced with this situation, Cynthia took a deep breath, clicked the top right corner of the game window, and chose to restart the game again. After seeing this Slaking's power, she clearly knew she would probably spend the foreseeable future in repeated challenges and attempts. After all, this guy's strength was just too powerful. The situation was exactly as Cynthia had predicted. Just the process of using Rotom's thunder to defeat Swellow had to be repeated several times, since thunder itself didn't have that high an accuracy rate and often missed. Cynthia also tried several other tactics in the following dozens of minutes, hoping to preserve Rotom's condition so it could face Slaking. But facts proved this seemed to be the optimal solution against Norman's team. The other Pokémon on her team didn't have the ability to counter that Swellow. If she forced Petalburg to trade states with Swellow, it would be completely counterproductive. Not only would the key unit Petalburg be lost, but one of Ludicolo or Sceptile would also be in great danger, having to face Swellow. Going that route would basically be a 2-for-1 trade. More importantly, Norman's Linoon also knew Shadow Claw, a move that was super effective against Rotom. If Cynthia didn't choose to have Rotom appear first turn to trade states with Swellow, Norman would directly bring out Slaking. Soon, Cynthia also discovered that Slaking didn't seem to only know Giga Impact. On the contrary, it was also equipped with Shadow Claw, an attack that countered ghost types. When Cynthia first chose to switch Rotom in against Slaking, without question, Rotom was also directly one-shot by a super effective Shadow Claw. Through repeated challenges, Cynthia found that during Slaking's idle turn, sending in Beware to use Bulk Up to boost its attack and defense stats after boosting twice, it should barely be able to withstand the damage from Slaking's Giga Impact. After all, that was a physical attack move. Boosting defense twice was equivalent to negating half its damage. A twice boosted Beware using its fighting type super effective moves should be able to take down Slaking in one hit, regardless of how amazing its HP and bulk were, without having to slowly chip away due to its leftovers. But ideals were full while reality was harsh. When Cynthia implemented this plan and found an opportunity to successfully have Beware use Bulk Up in the second turn, preparing to strike, the expected Giga Impact never came. Slaking suddenly stood up and beckoned to Beware with its finger, 3 big exclamation marks and a smiley face appearing above its head. A question mark immediately appeared above Beware's forehead. Slaking used Encore. For the next 3 turns, Beware will repeat the last move it used. Beware used Bulk Up. Watching her Beware uncontrollably use Bulk Up again, Cynthia understood this was a major problem. For the next 3 turns, Beware would continuously use Bulk Up, which meant Slaking would have 2 opportunities to attack. But on second thought, as Beware kept using Bulk Up, its defense level would keep rising, so the damage Slaking could deal should get lower and lower. But when Beware used Bulk Up and Slaking's next turn was skipped, Slaking suddenly stood up, and a brilliant pale light began gathering in its mouth. Slaking used Hyper Beam. That energy formed into a beam of destruction and slammed into Beware's body. Unlike Giga Impact, this move wasn't physical, it was special. The brilliant white light made even the screen tremble. When everything settled, Beware's HP bar had dropped to only the last third, flashing red light. Chapter 77 Fierce Battle. Norman's last 2 Pokémon? The worst part was that it was still under the control effect of Encore, meaning it would continue to use Bulk Up next turn. And the turn after that, Slaking would recover and use Hyper Beam to strike first, taking away all of Beware's remaining HP. Most critically, Cynthia discovered in the gym battle that gym leaders seemed to have the ability to use healing items once, while she, as a trainer, was somehow banned from using any active items. This meant her idea of using this turn to help Beware recover HP with a potion to withstand that Hyper Beam was completely unrealistic. With no other choice, Cynthia had to give up this challenge again and restart a new battle. This time, she reverted to her original strategy, sending out Rotom to trade states with Norman's Swellow and Linoon using Thunder, using the Confusion status to deal with Linoon while having Petalburg set up Tailwind. Although this required certain probabilities to succeed, the chances of achieving this step were still quite good. After 2 attempts, Cynthia successfully replicated this step, and Norman, as usual, sent out his Slaking to face Petalburg. Cynthia didn't change much on her end, still selecting Water Pulse, dealing less than 1/3 of Slaking's HP while being directly taken out by Slaking's Giga Impact. Next turn, she again sent out Ludicolo. But this time, appearing during Slaking's rest turn, Cynthia didn't use Water Pulse, but another move instead. The move, Flash. Flash was a move many Pokémon could learn. In adventure, it could light up surrounding spaces, letting players see the path ahead, while in battle, this move could lower the opponent's accuracy. The key to dealing with Slaking was how to safely get through the turn it used Giga Impact. If this were the real world, Cynthia felt Protect should work. This move could help Pokémon withstand any incoming attack as long as the level and power gap wasn't too large. A gym leader level Pokémon could even use this move to barely take an attack from an Elite 4 level Pokémon. Unfortunately, too few Pokémon on her current team could learn Protect. This move seemed to require them to reach higher levels to master. If she had to say, Sceptile had mastered a move called Detect back when it was still a Trico. This move's effect was somewhat similar to Protect, also allowing it to completely defend against the next incoming damage. But the problem was getting Sceptile to deal with Slaking with its attack power. This would be quite difficult. It would probably have to use Bulk Up like Beware to boost its offense before being able to take it down in one hit. Otherwise, it would definitely be dragged out by potions and leftovers until Detect lost all its PP, then get taken out by Giga Impact. And once Sceptile used a boosting move, Slaking's Encore would probably come into play. So, in this situation where even Sceptile couldn't take the field, with only Beware to handle Slaking, the final method Cynthia could think of to safely get through that crucial turn was using the Hum Flash. This move wouldn't deal any damage after use, but would directly lower the opponent Pokémon's accuracy. And although Cynthia didn't know the specific calculation rules, previous battle experience had told her that Giga Impact's accuracy wasn't 100%. After Flash lowered its accuracy, combined with the confusion's probability, after multiple repeated uses, she could definitely lower Slaking's hit rate to a minimum. At this moment, as Ludicolo waved its claws, a brilliant, dazzling light instantly exploded in front of Slaking, making it squint. Dark grey light flashed across its body, accompanied by 2 game notifications. Ludicolo used Flash. Slaking's accuracy fell. Immediately after, Slaking's turn was also skipped due to its Truant ability triggering and Giga Impact's side effect. The leftovers item didn't trigger since its HP was at full. As the new turn began, Cynthia took a deep breath and directly clicked Teeter Dance. With Rain Dance and Tailwind boosts, Ludicolo would definitely get priority, and this turn naturally had to be used to inflict confusion. After the Eerie, Mystical Dance, golden stars and swirls appeared above Slaking's head again. Cynthia held her breath. This battle had reached its most crucial moment. If Slaking wasn't affected by the lowered accuracy and didn't fail due to confusion, she'd have to start a new battle all over again. Under Cynthia's gaze, Slaking's confusion effect triggered first, countless golden stars swirling above its head. But they ultimately vanished in an instant, restoring clarity to its eyes. The confusion effect didn't successfully trigger. But at this critical moment, the deep blue energy that had surged from Slaking's body suddenly dimmed in that instant. Slaking tried to use Giga Impact, but it missed. Flash's accuracy-lowering effect had successfully taken hold. This also meant Ludicolo had gained 2 more turns to act. Cynthia didn't hesitate and had Ludicolo use Flash again. Based on her current understanding of stat drops and raises in this game, lowering a stat twice was roughly equivalent to doubling the effect from the original baseline. She wasn't sure whether this was calculated additively or multiplicatively, but undoubtedly, 3 consecutive Flash uses lowering accuracy by 3 stages, combined with confusion's trigger probability, would make it nearly impossible for Slaking to successfully attack with its every other turn opportunity. Ludicolo swayed its claws as brilliant light flashed repeatedly in front of Slaking, dark grey light flashing across its body multiple times. After 2 consecutive Flash uses, Slaking's accuracy had been lowered to 3 stages below normal. More critically, when the new turn began and it raised its claws to use Giga Impact, the confused stars above its head suddenly froze, making its gaze become distant as its energy went haywire. This time, the quite persistent confusion didn't naturally wear off, but directly denied it the right to attack. Brilliant white light crashed down on Slaking's own body, dealing amazing self-damage as its HP bar rapidly dropped below half. At this moment, Cynthia's gaze instantly sharpened. She knew the time to strike had come. If Slaking missed Ludicolo due to lowered accuracy next time, Ludicolo would have a full 4 consecutive turns to attack. Even with leftovers healing, 4 consecutive attacks would be completely sufficient to take down Slaking's remaining HP. But thinking this, Cynthia quickly realized the problem and frowned again. The situation didn't seem as simple as she thought. Norman still had 1 use of Hyper Potion to fully restore Slaking's HP that he hadn't used. Sure enough, when the next turn began, Norman suddenly threw a purple bottle that smashed against Slaking, turning into green light points that completely restored its HP, exactly like before. Fortunately, Cynthia had already realized this and didn't have Ludicolo attack again, instead using Teeter Dance again to inflict confusion on Slaking. But at this moment, Cynthia was no longer as tense. After multiple flash uses, Slaking's accuracy seemed to have been lowered to the extreme. Even just considering hit probability alone, successfully using Giga Impact to hit Ludicolo was nearly impossible, let alone with Confusion's effects. Sure enough, just as Cynthia predicted, when Slaking's next turn came, Confusion didn't successfully affect it, but its move missed again. This turn Cynthia had already switched to offense. The second Water Pulse hit Slaking and luckily scored a critical hit, directly taking away nearly half its HP. Cynthia couldn't help but clench her fists. Good at this pace, she could finally overcome this terrifying, absurd mountain. But at that moment, as the new turn began, sudden change occurred. Norman's image suddenly appeared on the field, throwing out a Pokeball and directly recalling Slaking. But Cynthia didn't feel frustrated or negative about this, quite the opposite, she had expected this. With Slaking's accuracy lowered to minimum, given the AI level of NPCs in this game, they would definitely choose to recall a Pokémon at such absolute disadvantage. Although this meant all the accuracy-lowering effects Cynthia had inflicted would become meaningless. But the current Slaking had already lost half its HP, and Giga Impact's PP should have been heavily depleted too. More importantly, Norman choosing to switch Pokémon this turn would not only let Cynthia see more information about his remaining two Pokémon, but more crucially, was equivalent to directly giving up priority. After so many turns of battle, while the Rain Dance and Tailwind on the field had long since ended with time, Ludicolo's base speed was what it was. Next turn, it might also get priority that was 2 consecutive turns of operating room. In any case, Cynthia's earlier operations had already secured maximum advantage in this battle. Now it depended on what Norman's second-to-last Pokémon would be. The next moment, as Norman threw out a new Pokeball, red light flashed, and a Pokémon's silhouette appeared on the battlefield. It was a cute-looking Pokémon with deep purple and white fur, 2 tufts of wool-like protrusions on its head resembling horns, with an elegant appearance like a butler. This was clearly a dual normal/psychic-type Pokémon in DD. This kind of Pokémon was quite common in upper circles. Due to its elegant appearance and high intelligence, it was often used as a butler-type Pokémon in noble mansions. In battle, Cynthia rarely saw this Pokémon appear. Even some Psychic-type Elite Four and champions rarely raised this kind of Pokémon. The general assessment of it was just 2 words: pretty but useless. But at this moment, having experienced Slaking earlier, Cynthia had no prejudice or contempt for this Pokémon. On the contrary, she had become focused again. Because she was certain Norman could send out this Pokémon, because it definitely possessed extremely strong combat power and some special ability. Seeing in DD's appearance, the livestream audience was momentarily uncertain. After all, the impact that the earlier Linoon and Slaking had given them was actually no less than or even stronger than what Cynthia experienced. It's just that as non-trainers, they had been through this game's baptism too many times and found themselves gradually getting used to sudden shocks. The chat began discussing in the stream. So what tricks can this in DD show us? I bet this guy can also directly one-shot Ludicolo brother. I bet this guy has guaranteed priority control. I bet this guy looks soft and weak but is actually a super invincible tank. Watching the increasingly off-track chat in the stream, Cynthia's mouth twitched slightly. These guys were guessing about Norman's Pokémon without considering normal in DD development directions. Even if Norman's in DD was abnormal, it wouldn't be raised in these directions. As she pondered, after a moment's consideration, Cynthia finally chose to click Water Pulse. This was currently Ludicolo's strongest offensive move, there wasn't much better choice. But the moment she input the command and the turn began, a somewhat familiar scene suddenly appeared before her. Pink energy began flowing from Nddi's body toward the ground, forming wave after wave of hazy purple mist that covered the entire battlefield. Deep purple mixed with pink energy danced on Cynthia's screen, accompanied by a series of pink notifications. Nddi's Psychic Surge ability activated. The field is covered with psychic power. Pokémon on the ground have their Psychic-type moves boosted by 30%. Units on the ground are immune to priority moves like Quick Attack and Extreme Speed. Pokémon with the Inner Focus ability will not be affected by the above protective effects. Looking at this information suddenly appearing before her, Cynthia couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Psychic Terrain? Obviously, this was different from weather moves, but somewhat similar to the electric terrain she had seen in the electric gym. After encountering electric terrain and understanding its general effects, Cynthia had then encountered the grass-type exclusive grassy terrain. At that time, she wondered whether there existed corresponding terrains for other types. Now it seemed the answer was obviously yes. The battlefield terrain before her was psychic type. And this NDD's ability was somewhat similar to Pelipper's drizzle, triggering such an effect just by appearing. Cynthia fell into deep thought. You have to know that, whether weather or terrain, in the real world, they could provide extremely powerful buffs for either a single Pokémon or a group of corresponding type Pokémon. She really hadn't expected that the usually gentle-looking NDD contained such amazing power, possessing similar talent to Pelipper. It's just that Pelipper's talent was setting weather, while this one's was setting terrain. Looking at it this way, the trainer and research community's attitude toward NDD would probably need to change. After all, in the real world, psychic types were never weak. They stood at the pinnacle alongside dragon and ghost types. Once there was a Pokémon that could provide such powerful buffs to all psychic types just by appearing, those psychic specialist trainers would probably cause a sensation hearing about this. In Cynthia's memory, there really were several top trainers who fit this criteria. Like Sabrina from the Kanto region, though officially a gym leader, her strength had long reached Elite 4 level. Or Lucian from her own Sinnoh region, who specialized in psychic types and was always reading books. Speaking of which, she had a pretty good relationship with Lucian. After all, he had read many books and had quite extensive knowledge about ancient myths and such. Being in the same region, they naturally had many common topics to discuss. She should quickly share this discovery with him after this battle ends. As Cynthia pondered, she suddenly realized something. She seemed to have been lost in thought too long. No help for it. The information from this new psychic surge ability was just too much. Even she needed quite a while to fully digest it all. She took a deep breath and refocused on the battle at hand. At this moment, Ludicolo had already finished using Water Pulse. Obviously, its speed was much faster than NDD's. This Water Pulse also dealt significant damage to NDD, directly taking away a full half of its HP. If it had been under rainy weather, it probably could have reached about 2/3 HP damage. Unfortunately, the rain had long since ended. Cynthia couldn't help but start thinking again. While rainy weather provided considerable buffs to water types, if she wanted to build a team around rain in the future, each rain activation, only lasting a short 5 turns, was a major pain point. To solve this problem, she'd either need to find ways to extend rain duration or add more Pokémon with drizzle ability, like Pelipper, to her team. That way, even if Pelipper lost battle capability, she could switch in other drizzle Pokémon to continue the rain, barely achieving full rain coverage in battle. But once battles fell into long, sustained struggles like just now, even this obviously couldn't solve the problem. So, rain team strategies revolve around ending battles quickly and decisively. As Cynthia quickly thought, NDD across from Ludicolo also launched an attack. Strong psychic energy waves burst from its body with pink light, exploding with powerful pressure that pressed directly on Ludicolo's head, bending its body somewhat. NDD used Psychic. NDD's held item Twisted Spoon boosted its Psychic type move power. The psychic energy on the field enhanced its Psychic type move power. Under the terrifying double damage boost, this Psychic instantly made Ludicolo's HP bar plummet like a roller coaster, finally stopping at barely 1/5 remaining. You have to know, Ludicolo was a Pokémon with decent special defense. And it was nearly one-shot. At this moment, Cynthia understood what it meant to break out in cold sweat. But the good news was that under psychic terrain, neither side's Pokémon could use any priority moves to attack, meaning next turn, if both used moves simultaneously, the one to fall would definitely be the slower, NDD. But Cynthia began hesitating again at this point. You have to know, Norman still had one final Pokémon that hadn't appeared. Would he choose to switch Pokémon this turn? The next moment, as she input Water Pulse again, the new turn began, and NDD, indeed transformed into red light and was recalled by Norman. What appeared next was a brand new Pokémon. It was a brownish, sturdy draconic Pokémon with a kangaroo-like pouch on its chest, containing a young one that looked identical to itself. The moment Cynthia saw this Pokémon, she immediately raised an eyebrow. Norman's final Pokémon was actually a Kangaskhan? Chapter 78 Norman, kid, let me teach you a lesson. Unlike the previous Pokémon battles, as soon as this Kangaskhan appeared, not only did the viewers in Cynthia's live stream immediately recognize it, but they could tell what it was right away. The reason was simple. Compared to the earlier Slaking, Kangaskhan was incredibly well known among Pokémon. Due to its distinctive appearance, its unique trait of caring for its young, plus its robust build, powerful strength, and reliable combat ability, it was an excellent Pokémon that many trainers chose to raise. Moreover, Kangaskhan generally had a very friendly attitude toward humans. As long as you didn't threaten their young, even wild Kangaskhan in the wilderness could coexist peacefully and harmoniously with humans. Because of this, Kangaskhan were also among the Pokémon most frequently targeted by poachers. In many regions, the League had even classified Kangaskhan as a protected species, dispatching numerous trainers to provide security monitoring for these Kangaskhan populations. At this moment, with the appearance of this Kangaskhan, the viewers in the live stream were actually a bit stunned. Compared to the several Pokémon Norman had sent out before, this Kangaskhan seemed somewhat normal. Compared to Slaking, Indeedee, and the other Pokémon with bizarre strategies that you'd never see in regular battles, this one seemed way too appropriate to appear here. Not only did the chat think this way, but Cynthia felt the same. Seeing the Kangaskhan before her, she actually felt a bit uncomfortable for a moment. Coming back to her senses, she immediately became vigilant. So was this Kangaskhan also hiding some unknown strategy? The more she thought about it, the more she felt she needed to approach this battle with careful caution. After brief consideration, she selected Water Pulse again, planning to test this Kangaskhan's capabilities. Following Cynthia's command input, violent water currents around Ludicolo formed ring-shaped impacts that shot out, accurately hitting the opposing Kangaskhan and reducing its HP bar by 1/3. Clearly, this Kangaskhan's durability was only slightly inferior to that of Slaking. It was definitely a very tanky Pokémon. As Cynthia's attack for this turn ended, the next turn began immediately. Cynthia fell into thought. Ludicolo's HP was now down to just the last bit. Whatever move the opposing Kangaskhan used, it could easily defeat it. And one hit from Ludicolo could take away about 1/3 of Kangaskhan's HP. Speed-wise, Ludicolo should be faster than Kangaskhan. Plus, under Psychic Terrain, priority moves were blocked, meaning if she chose to sacrifice Ludicolo this turn, she could take away 2/3 of the opposing Kangaskhan's HP, completely crippling its condition. Then she could just send out Sceptile and Beware to finish it off. But for some reason, her intuition was telling her something wasn't right. So instead of directly selecting Water Pulse, after brief consideration, she made a different choice. The next moment, as the turn began, the scene she'd imagined of Ludicolo moving first didn't happen. Kangaskhan moved first instead. Brilliant brown light suddenly blazed from its fists. It transformed into a brown phantom, charging toward Ludicolo at amazing speed. The system notification popped up accordingly. Kangaskhan used Mach Punch and moved first. Seeing this moment, viewers in the live stream couldn't help but be confused again, unanimously thinking, how is this possible? According to the game description, the current battlefield was covered by Psychic Terrain. And under Psychic Terrain, weren't all priority moves supposed to automatically fail? Why could this Kangaskhan still use Mach Punch? However, the next moment, everyone suddenly noticed that in the bottom left of the screen, a line of text had just popped up. Due to Kangaskhan's inner focus ability, it was not affected by Psychic Terrain. So this Kangaskhan's ability was actually inner focus? Everyone suddenly understood. Holy crap, no wonder he suddenly switched to Kangaskhan. Damn, that's so sneaky. With Ludicolo's remaining HP, it obviously couldn't withstand Kangaskhan's Mach Punch. This meant Ludicolo would lose its ability to battle without successfully wearing down much of Kangaskhan's condition. 1/3 versus 2/3 might not seem like a huge difference, but in this battle, whether for the upcoming Beware or Sceptile, this small HP difference would create countless times more pressure. However, just as the audience was mentally sweating for Cynthia, Ludicolo on the field suddenly turned into a red light and was recalled by Cynthia. That's right, at this critical moment, Cynthia's decision wasn't to continue attacking, but to switch Pokémon. The one that appeared next was a large, somewhat cute figure. It was none other than Beware, who had been waiting in the back. The brown light crashed down on Beware's body, and an inconspicuous white glow lit up on Beware, helping it mitigate the impact of this move. A notification popped up. Super effective. Beware's fluffy ability activated. The attack power it received was reduced. Under the defensive boost of the fluffy ability, Kangaskhan's Mach Punch, already a low power move, didn't even take away 1/4 of Beware's HP despite the super effective bonus. At this moment, seeing the scene before her, Cynthia couldn't help but breathe a huge sigh of relief. Good thing that at the most critical moment just now, she trusted her intuition and made the right call. If she had chosen to let Ludicolo continue battling and use an attack move, she would undoubtedly have thrown Ludicolo away at a major loss. But now, with her choice, the battle situation had truly begun turning in her favor. The scales of victory were tilting infinitely toward her. Cynthia relaxed her hands. As Beware withstood Kangaskhan's mock punch, the turn ended and a new turn began. Norman actually recalled Kangaskhan again and sent out an DD. Obviously, Beware with its fluffy ability was most effective against Pokémon like Kangaskhan that relied entirely on physical contact moves. Perhaps with its move set, it simply couldn't pose much threat to Beware. Moreover, as a fighting-type Pokémon, Beware naturally had the type advantage against normal-type Kangaskhan. So Norman decisively chose DD, which had the advantage when facing fighting-type Pokémon, to return to the field. However, what Norman in the game didn't know was that he'd made a fatal mistake. Because he forgot that while Beware was a normal/fighting dual-type Pokémon, it could learn quite a few dark-type moves, allowing it to turn the tables and counter DD, the psychic type. That said, who was faster between DD and Beware was still uncertain. If DD could move first, under Psychic Terrain's boost, its super high-power psychic-type moves could definitely take away all of Beware's HP. But Norman's behavior had already been successfully predicted by Cynthia. She'd guessed Norman would switch in DD at this moment, or rather, she was gambling. And obviously, this time she'd bet correctly. At this moment, deep black light suddenly blazed on Beware's arms. Beware used Brutal Swing. Super effective. Cynthia had preemptively selected this move, predicting Norman's Pokémon switch. Originally, when Cynthia was configuring Beware's moveset, she had chosen to remove Brutal Swing and replace it with other, more useful moves. However, before this gym battle began, Cynthia had readjusted the Pokémon in her team. During the adjustment, she'd equipped Beware with this move again. The reason for the change was simple: Norman's gym, being entirely normal-type Pokémon, would definitely have some preparation against fighting types, their biggest weakness. The best countermeasure would be adding a psychic type. Once Beware entered the field, Norman would very likely send out that psychic type to counter Beware. But in this exchange, while Norman was on the first level, Cynthia was on the second. She was using Norman's behavior to let Beware use dark-type moves to directly eliminate the opponent's psychic-type unit, just like now. Dark energy surged violently around Beware's body. Virtual deep black clubs suddenly appeared on its claws as it charged toward DD, swinging wildly. Super effective. DD, having just battled Pelipper and left with only a sliver of HP, was completely finished under Beware's brutal swing. DD fainted. As the system notification appeared, the number of lit Pokeballs above Norman's head dropped from the original 5 to just the last 2. Of these 2 remaining Pokémon, one was the Slaking, whose configuration had been completely figured out and only had half HP remaining, and the other was Kangaskhan, which had lost 1/3 of its HP and didn't have good options against Beware. Looking at Cynthia's side, besides the full HP Sceptile that hadn't yet appeared, she still had Ludicolo with some remaining HP and the fastest speed priority in the entire field, plus Beware with over 2/3 of its condition remaining. Under these circumstances, Cynthia clearly held an absolute advantage. Next, with DD's defeat, Norman could only send out the Slaking with half its HP remaining. Although the confusion effect and reduced accuracy that Ludicolo had inflicted on it earlier had completely recovered with its exit and re-entry, Cynthia remained calm and collected. She quickly made her choice among the 4 moves, using Bulk Up. The next moment, brilliant blue light blazed around Slaking's body, again still that same Giga Impact. However, this wild attack crashed into Beware's body, and deep white energy waves immediately appeared on its form, once again absorbing half the damage from this killing move. Beware's fluffy ability activated, the damage it received was reduced. That's right, Slaking's Giga Impact was also a physical contact move, so Beware had half resistance to it. Even so, this move's damage was clearly quite high, and Beware's remaining HP might not be able to withstand it. But this didn't matter anymore, because even if Beware fainted, the next Ludicolo to appear could definitely use its 2 priority turns to successfully finish off Slaking with less than half HP. At this moment, Beware's HP bar was rapidly falling under Giga Impact's influence. However, the final result far exceeded Cynthia's original expectations. It actually had several dozen HP points left and was still standing on the battlefield. This result was undoubtedly what Cynthia most wanted to see. The next moment, Beware suddenly raised both arms, moving them up and down. Deep red light accompanied by blue mist surged around its body, making its presence even more powerful. Beware used Bulk Up, its attack and defense stats rose. Though left with just a sliver of HP, Beware's aura at this moment was incredibly powerful. You have to understand, its attack stat was already comparable to powerhouses like Slaking, and after one boost, it could be described as unstoppable. At this moment, as the new turn began, it swung its claws, and brown fighting-type energy formed sharp, powerful waves that slashed down, directly hitting the opposing Slaking. Beware used Brick Break. Super effective. Slaking fainted. Just like that, in this battle, the most difficult obstacle to overcome Slaking finally fell at this moment, losing its ability to battle. Above Norman's head, only his final Pokeball remained Kangaskhan. At this point in the battle, viewers in the live stream all breathed sighs of relief and began popping champagne early for Cynthia in the chat. Good lord, after all these attempts, are we finally going to win? I'm getting tired just watching. Bear God single-handedly tanked Slaking's Giga Impact and got the MVP kill. He's definitely MVP this round. Hey above, this win is clearly because our streamer played well. That turn switching Beware into taking Kangaskhan's Mach Punch was absolutely crucial. Exactly. The streamer definitely figured out early that this Kangaskhan had inner focus ability. Chat messages flew across the screen. Cynthia, sitting in front of her computer screen, also let out a long breath. Although, as a champion, she didn't have the habit of popping champagne before a battle was truly over. But right now, with her opponent's Pokemon configuration completely figured out and having created maximum advantage with her own strategy and tactics, if she were Norman, she wouldn't know how to reverse such a disadvantage. Not even mentioning the full condition Sceptile and Ludicolo waiting in the back, just this Beware alone, with its defense raised one stage and its fluffy ability naturally countering Kangaskhan, was clearly something that Kangaskhan couldn't handle. This time, it should be a win, right? As Cynthia pondered, the new turn didn't continue as she expected. Norman's image appeared on screen again, his face wearing a smile as he applauded Cynthia. Child, I never imagined you could make it this far today, even putting me at a disadvantage in battle. As I said before, I'm truly proud of you. For some reason, though Norman's words were clearly praise, Cynthia suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Because in her experience, whenever a gym leader appeared during a gym battle, it usually meant something was about to go wrong. The next moment, the something going wrong that Cynthia had imagined didn't happen. Norman simply sent out Kangaskhan as normal. His voice continued in Cynthia's ears. Come, my child, let us end this battle. Even at this moment, I will give my all just as I said before. Norman's tone was incredibly spirited, as if he'd made some decision, resolved on some course of action. Cynthia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. So? This time, it was just Norman sincerely expressing his feelings about the protagonist, without any other tricks. She took a deep breath and gave Beware the final command. Beware, use Brick Break and finish it. Hoof. Beware raised its claws in response, brilliant brown light twisted around them again, forming terrifying energy waves that slashed viciously at Kangaskhan. With Slaking's durability unable to withstand this super effective move, switching to Kangaskhan would naturally be no exception. Its remaining HP bar instantly plummeted under this move, about to be completely emptied, but at that very moment, the gym battle's music, which had already reached its climax, suddenly changed key grand and epic. Kangaskhan's HP bar, which should have been instantly emptied, was somehow preserved at the final sliver, like a candle in the wind yet proudly defiant, as if defending an unshakable final line. A notification shimmering with rainbow light suddenly appeared before Cynthia. Not wanting to disappoint its trainer, Kangaskhan miraculously endured the fatal attack. Is this the bond between Pokemon and trainer? Seeing this familiar notification, Cynthia froze in place. Wasn't this the same clutch effect she'd triggered with Trico before? Why was it triggering on an NPC in the game? But before she could think more, an even more shocking scene appeared before her eyes. On the field, Norman's figure suddenly materialized behind the proud, standing Kangaskhan. Child, today I'm going to teach you something. As a trainer, the most important thing is the bond with your Pokemon. Only by believing in them and loving them can you create infinite possibilities together. He raised one hand, holding a diamond-shaped crystal that sparkled with rainbow light. Looking at that crystal, Cynthia's heart suddenly tightened. What was that? Why did it have such a powerful aura and presence? As her mind raced, sudden changes occurred. In that instant, the stone in Norman's hand and the round crystal hanging around Kangaskhan's neck suddenly began vibrating violently in resonance, together bursting with endless colorful light. Norman's incredibly spirited voice rang out at this moment. Come, Kangaskhan. Show her our true bond and power. Mega Evolution. Chapter 79 The Power of Bonds. Mega Evolution. Cynthia stared at those two familiar yet strange words, suddenly realizing something. No wonder she'd felt a sense of déjà vu when seeing those words just now. Wasn't this the name of that glass marble-like stone she had obtained before, Mega Stone? According to the game's description, this type of item might unleash incredible power in battle. Could it be that this power allowed a Pokémon to undergo another evolution? But such a thing was impossible, right? As Cynthia's mind reeled with shock, the crystal in Norman's hand and the stone hanging around Kangaskhan's neck seemed to form a brilliant connection. This connection grew wildly stronger over time, eventually enveloping Kangaskhan in a dazzling rainbow light. But unlike evolutionary light, this radiance was even more brilliant and magnificent, like a galaxy spanning the heavens. The entire battlefield was shrouded in this ethereal, powerful, and profound light. The stirring music constantly stimulated the nerves of everyone witnessing this scene, making their blood boil. Within the brilliant, radiant light, Kangaskhan's body suddenly began undergoing dramatic changes. Its form became even more massive, muscles bulging like rock-covered hills, filled with explosive power. Its originally gentle brown fur now stood on end, gleaming with metallic hardness, especially on its shoulders and back, forming more aggressive angles. The most significant change was in its belly. The pouch was no longer soft, but had been torn and reshaped by violent energy, transforming into solid dark armor with dangerous golden patterns flickering at the edges. And the little Kangaskhan that had once nestled in the pouch was now completely wrapped inside this enhanced pouch. Only a pair of eyes, gleaming with sharp golden light, could be seen through the pouch's opening, radiating intimidating brilliance. At this moment, an indescribable, heavy pressure exploded outward from it as the center. It still appeared to be a Kangaskhan, yet it was completely different. It had truly undergone another evolution, completing a leap of life. The entire live stream went silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to look away from the Pokémon. Several seconds passed before a tsunami of chat messages erupted. Holy crap, what is this thing? Mega Evolution? Did the author make this up? Is this the effect that the streamer, Stone, can produce? That's terrifying. Why does this Kangaskhan feel so powerful after evolving again? So cool, oh my god. The flood of chat messages overwhelmed the livestream screen, with everyone marveling at this Pokémon's impressive appearance and amazing presence. Cynthia, looking at this Pokémon before her, deeply furrowed her brow, feeling her heart surge with turbulent emotions. She knew very clearly that this type of Pokémon had no evolutionary forms from the time the baby Kangaskhan was in the pouch. It would gradually grow into an adult Kangaskhan. This was a Pokémon that didn't evolve to improve its strength or complete its transformation. Yet now, this Kangaskhan had undergone another evolution right before her eyes. An evolution completely unrecorded in scientific research, defying all logic and extra evolution. This was no different from a miracle. But now, Cynthia's attention remained focused on the battle. She had already discovered that with this special evolution, Kangaskhan's name had changed from Kangaskhan to Mega Kangaskhan. And while its HP bar had recovered somewhat, it was barely at 1/3. On her side, she still had Ludicolo with a bit of HP left, Sceptile at full health, and Beware still on the field with both attack and defense raised one stage. Even though this Mega Kangaskhan had undergone an incredible evolution, she might not necessarily lose. She took a deep breath and gave the command without hesitation. Beware, finish it. Brick break. Roar. Kangaskhan's abnormal performance in battle clearly surprised Beware as well. At this moment, it raised its claws resolutely in response to its trainer's command. Brown light gathered around its claws, preparing to strike. However, this time, the opposing Kangaskhan moved first. Magnificent brown light suddenly blazed on its fists as it struck Beware's face with astonishing speed. Mega Kangaskhan used Power-Up Punch. Super effective. Fortunately, white light flashed across Beware's body at that moment. Beware's fluffy ability activated. The damage it received was reduced. That strike caused Beware's HP to fall rapidly. Even with damage reduction, the punch took away 1/3 of its HP. Not only that, deep red light surged around Mega Kangaskhan, suddenly boosting its already incredible presence. Mega Kangaskhan's attack rose. Seeing this, Cynthia couldn't help but furrow her brow. Honestly, she didn't quite understand why Norman had Kangaskhan use this move. Power-Up Punch was a fighting-type move whose biggest feature was that, while it was an attack, it raised the user's attack stat by 1 stage. However, its power wasn't high, it ranked among the lowest of fighting type moves. Yet even so, when that punch landed on Beware, it did massive damage. Remember, this damage was already reduced by Beware's fluffy ability and a one-stage defense boost from Bulk Up. This showed just how powerful Kangaskhan's base attack really was comparable to Slaking's. If it had used Giga Impact or another high-power move, Beware would have had no chance. But Norman's decision to use such a low-power move and still leave Beware with 1/3 HP, was he deliberately holding back? As Cynthia pondered, a scene she didn't expect occurred. From within Kangaskhan's pouch, the little Kangaskhan with golden eyes suddenly swung its fist. Another Kangaskhan phantom materialized in the air, carrying terrifying power and perfectly replicating Mega Kangaskhan's previous punch toward Beware. A notification appeared at that moment. Kangaskhan's parental bond ability activated. The phantom strike crashed into Beware, taking away its remaining HP. Beware fainted. Cynthia froze, completely caught off guard. Parental bond? What kind of ability was this? Wasn't Kangaskhan supposed to have inner focus as its ability? Had its ability changed after this special evolution? With this thought, she quickly hovered her mouse over the notification, and information about the ability appeared. Ability, Parental Bond. Description: Pokémon with this ability, after using a move, will use the same move again in the same turn with half power, and this additional move can also trigger any effects the move carries. Cynthia understood it immediately. But now, she felt completely bewildered, her eyes wide. Meanwhile, the chat in the livestream exploded. Holy crap! What kind of overpowered ability is this? Can it attack twice in one turn? No wonder I was wondering why he'd use such a low power move. Turns out using this move was enough to take down Beware. What if he used Swords Dance? Wouldn't that boost attack 4 stages in one turn? Invincible, absolutely invincible. Who can beat this thing? Looking at it this way, Norman really was holding back. He didn't activate this Mega Evolution thing when Kangaskhan was at full HP and didn't send it out from the start, or it would have been over long ago. As the chat discussed intensely, Cynthia frowned and sent out Ludicolo. The only strategy she could think of now was to use Ludicolo's speed advantage to confuse Kangaskhan and make it attack itself, like the earlier Slaking, to take away its remaining HP. But the next moment, as Ludicolo appeared and the turn began, a scene filled with despair occurred. Although Mega Kangaskhan's ability had changed and was no longer inner focus, 5 turns had passed, and the psychic terrain covering the field had quietly dissipated. That meant Kangaskhan's body transformed into a brown blur, vanishing from its original spot. The next moment, it appeared directly in front of Ludicolo, swinging its fist with terrifying speed. Mega Kangaskhan used Mach Punch. Ludicolo's HP bar plummeted. Since it had already taken heavy damage from its battle with NDD, it fainted before Mega Kangaskhan's second attack could even trigger. Ludicolo fainted. The challenger has only one Pokémon left. The system's cold notification popped up, reminding Cynthia she was down to her final Pokémon. At the same time, Cynthia clenched her fists and furrowed her brow. After countless plans and attempts, this was her closest approach to victory yet. All her decisions had been perfect, and she had fully utilized each Pokémon's strengths. Yet against this Mega Kangaskhan, all her efforts felt futile. Was she going to fail again? She looked at Mega Kangaskhan and Norman, standing behind it with arms crossed, and felt the urge to hit the reset button. But just then, a golden notification appeared before her. Your Pokémon Sceptile wishes to volunteer for battle. Cynthia stared wide-eyed at the message. On screen, a red and white Pokeball suddenly popped out, shaking violently. Another notification followed. Will you respond to its expectations? This scene seemed familiar. The confusion and disappointment in Cynthia's eyes vanished, replaced by unwavering determination. It was just like that time when even her own Pokémon hadn't chosen to give up. What reason did she have to refuse battle? She took a deep breath, selected Sceptile's Pokeball, and released it. Sceptile, it's just you and me again. I'm counting on you. Red light flashed, and Sceptile's form stood proudly on the field. Strictly speaking, this was its first official battle since evolving. But at this moment, the chat in the livestream began to discuss. Although Sceptile should be much stronger after evolving, I feel like this time it probably won't make much difference. The bond between Cynthia and Sceptile is pretty touching, but this really seems unwinnable. It's not just hard to win, it's impossible. After all, that Kangaskhan now has output comparable to or exceeding Slaking's, and with 2 attack boosts, its damage is doubled. Probably just one Mach Punch would be too much for Sceptile. Right, don't forget this thing still has that ability that lets it attack twice. Naturally, the chat was pessimistic about Sceptile's chances. There was no helping it, this situation seemed like an inevitable dead end. Unless Rotom was here and immune to Kangaskhan's guaranteed first strike Mach Punch, that might create a slim chance. But, unfortunately, what remained was Sceptile. However, at this moment, Sceptile didn't know the chat was so pessimistic. Facing such a powerful opponent, it raised its head and roared, fearlessly. A brilliant green light appeared on the blades of its arms, beginning to condense into a sphere. This was its grass-type special attack move Energy Ball, which it had mastered after evolving. But then, Mega Kangaskhan, radiating a powerful presence, moved first. It transformed into a lightning-like blur, instantly appearing before Sceptile. Its massive form loomed like a king, ready to crush the forest monarch before it. Brown light surged outward. Mega Kangaskhan used Drain Punch. This time, Kangaskhan didn't use Mach Punch but Drain Punch. A fighting-type move, it could convert half the damage into HP, healing itself. Sceptile's speed was no match for this Kangaskhan. Drain Punch crashed into it, scattering leaves in the air. Terrible damage exploded, sending Sceptile's HP bar plummeting. But it wasn't over. Another phantom appeared, striking with another mighty punch. Mega Kangaskhan's parental bond ability activated. Critical hit. Sceptile was sent flying backward. Sceptile! Cynthia cried out in desperation. At this moment, the chat fell silent. Sceptile's defeat was devastating. Many couldn't bear to watch anymore. But just then, Sceptile stood up again. A golden notification appeared before Cynthia. Not wanting to worry its trainer, Sceptile forcibly endured the fatal attack. Is this the bond between trainer and Pokémon? With this, Sceptile's HP bar froze at the final red dot. The livestream viewers and Cynthia didn't feel inspired by the message. Mega Kangaskhan's Drain Punch had restored its HP from the previous 1/3 to a healthy level. Even with Sceptile's Overgrow ability triggering, plus a critical hit, defeating this Kangaskhan seemed impossible. The viewers shook their heads. Too bad, this Sceptile is really stubborn to hang on. It's just too weak. If it were Beware that clutched, there might have been a chance. But just as the chat discussed with regret, a voice rang out in the live stream. Sceptile! You can do it! It was Cynthia's voice. She clenched her fists, now in an unprecedented state of seriousness. Even though this was just a game, as a trainer, seeing her Pokémon endure everything for the sake of winning together with her, she couldn't help but feel pride and emotion, and wished she could truly stand by Sceptile and battle alongside it. But at this moment, she still had something she could do. She could use her voice to stand by Sceptile, no matter what. Cynthia leaned close to the microphone, pressed the interaction key with all her might, and shouted with everything she had. No matter what, no matter win or lose, it doesn't matter. Because you're my best partner and my pride. So, please, give it everything you've got. Sceptile! Her shout echoed around Sceptile's ears, lingering for a long time. At that moment, it suddenly closed its eyes. A humming sound, followed by a series of rapidly appearing notifications. Sceptile seems to sense the connection between you and it. Something seems to be resonating between your souls. A line of colorful text appeared. This appears to be. Boom! The next instant, an incomparable force erupted from Sceptile's body, bursting forth in brilliant rainbow radiance. Even without a keystone, the Mega Stone carried by Sceptile has been activated. Because this is the power of friendship between Pokémon and trainer. Chapter 80 Mega Sceptile. King of the Forest. Boom 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 boom. Like a falling green star igniting in the sky, a pillar of pure emerald light overflowing with endless vitality shot upward, instantly swallowing Sceptile's slender form completely. The light wasn't violent, but carried an incomparably sharp penetrating force, as if even the air was being sliced apart. Within the light pillar, Sceptile's elegant silhouette stretched and sharpened at high speed, with the subtle clang-clang sound of leaves rapidly growing and hardening into blades. When this emerald radiance receded like a tide, Sceptile's appearance had undergone a complete transformation. Its form became even taller and leaner, with lines flowing smooth as a blade's edge. The emerald leaves that originally covered its entire body had evolved into a more aggressive form, the sharp blades behind its arms gleaming with dark green coldness, while the thorn armor covering its body became wild and unrestrained, growing more razor-sharp protrusions. Most striking was its massively enlarged tail, no longer an organ for balance, but a heavy, giant battle axe covered in serrated leaf blades, dragging along the ground and radiating heavy pressure. Not only that, the yellow circular structures on Sceptle's back became brighter, like cores embedded within, constantly absorbing surrounding light and circulating pale golden energy patterns around its body. As if this was Sceptle's true form, a real king of the jungle. Amid this rising wild presence, a line of text shimmering with rainbow light appeared once more on screen. Sceptle evolved into Mega Sceptle. The moment the colorful light faded, Mega Sceptle suddenly opened its eyes, slightly raising its head. Its golden pupils were sharp as a hawk's, contracted into thin slits, filled with the cold indifference and focus of a bloodthirsty hunter. Just standing there, its entire body radiated an aura countless times more dangerous than Kangaskhan's earlier roar. And immediately after, Sceptle lightly raised one claw. Boom! Violent air currents accompanied by deep green light suddenly burst forth from the leaves extending from its body, as if an entire forest was awakening and growing at its call. The golden seeds on Mega Sceptle's back flashed violently, and all the air on the battlefield began swirling around it. Countless leaves condensed from the void, each sharp as a knife, brilliant as the finest jade. This scene made Cynthia suddenly stare wide-eyed. Her champion's experience told her this wasn't energy ball at all, but leaf storm. This was among all grass-type moves, one of the highest tier, extremely powerful techniques. Moreover, this didn't seem like an ordinary leaf storm. The number of leaves now appearing around Mega Sceptle almost obscured her entire screen, forming a rolling green ocean. The instant this ocean took shape, Sceptle's gaze sharpened and its claw transformed from ethereal to solid, suddenly clenching tight. Boom! The leaf tide instantly engulfed the opposing Mega Kangaskhan, like a brown pebble thrown into the ocean, gone in an instant. You couldn't even hear its roar. Leaf Storm's tornado shot straight to the ceiling, refracting the overhead lights into mesmerizing green starfall. All the audience could see was this emerald tempest, and at its center, that proudly standing green figure. Within this storm, Kangaskhan's remaining half HP bar was completely emptied and vanished. It let out an unwilling roar as rainbow light scattered from its body, returning it to its pre-evolution form. It fell to one knee, directly losing its ability to battle. And Mega Sceptle's silhouette stood amid the falling leaves, spine straight, proudly receiving the light of victory shining upon its body, making its entire green armor gleam. At this moment, Cynthia held her breath. The live stream fell completely silent. Everyone was immersed in the scene they'd just witnessed, unable to extricate themselves. Until the game notification popped up with a cheerful sound. Kangaskhan fainted. Norman has no more Pokémon able to battle. Strawberry Ice Cream won the battle. Only then did the live stream viewers wake as if from a dream. There was no helping it, what they'd just seen was simply too overwhelming. Unlike the shock brought by those legendary beasts they'd seen before, legendary Pokémon were, after all, mythical beings too distant from each individual. Even seeing them in-game, besides shock and awe at these beasts' powerful strength, there weren't any other emotions. But everything about Sceptle was far too close to them. You have to understand, this Sceptle was one they'd personally watched Cynthia raise from a starter Pokémon to reach today. Throughout the entire journey, Sceptle had been the least favored member of the team, yet at this final, crucial moment, it burst forth with such incredible power. Such a powerful contrast and impact naturally struck everyone's hearts. When they came back to their senses, tsunami-like chat messages naturally erupted wildly across the screen. Lazy writers, apologize. Who just said my Sceptle bro was weak? Who said it? Damn, apologize to King Sceptle. Fainan's new mom, holy crap, I thought that Kangaskhan's evolution was already cool, but this is what you call cool. That leaf storm effect, my god, it's even more exaggerated than the leaf storm effects I've seen in champion matches. Spicy lemonade, I hereby solemnly declare that I have never disparaged Sceptle in this live stream or in life, never participated in any inappropriate comments about Sceptle. I have always been a loyal Sceptle fan. Please take note. Imam Art lol, so what exactly is this mega evolution? It can actually make Pokémon evolve into completely new forms and unleash this kind of battle power. Amid this tsunami of chat, the game had returned to the gym room interface. Norman stepped forward to Cynthia's character, smiling as he spoke. Child, though I've said it many times, I must say it once more, I'm truly proud of you from the bottom of my heart. The bond between you and your Pokémon actually transcended the limitations of Mega Evolution. This is truly incredible, even I can't accomplish this. No, I've never heard of anyone who could accomplish this. As Norman spoke, the rainbow light around Mega Sceptile suddenly scattered and disappeared like Kangaskhan's earlier, turning into light particles dispersing in the air, while Sceptile returned to its original form. Only then did Cynthia snap back from her earlier shock and press the interaction key toward Norman. So what exactly was that evolution just now? She genuinely wanted an answer. Norman glanced at Cynthia's character and pulled out from his chest the diamond-shaped crystal he'd displayed during battle. A close-up image of this crystal appeared on the game screen. He began explaining. Mega evolution is an incredible phenomenon that transcends Pokémon's normal evolution, allowing Pokémon to evolve into completely new forms while gaining tremendously powerful strength. To make Pokémon complete Mega evolution in battle requires them to wear their species' corresponding Mega Stone, while the trainer must possess a Key Stone. Under these conditions, the trainer and Pokémon must be completely in sync mentally before they can complete this evolution in battle and unleash these two items' power. Speaking to this point, Norman's tone carried amazement. And you, child, accomplished this miracle without a Key Stone. This is the first time I've seen such a thing before this. I'd never heard of anyone who could make their Pokémon complete Mega evolution without relying on a Key Stone. Perhaps it can only mean one thing, that the bond between you and your Pokémon has become unbreakably strong. It was this bond that activated Sceptile's hidden power. Hearing this, Cynthia couldn't help but pause slightly, turning to look at Sceptile on screen, feeling some special emotion flowing in her heart. The power of bonds? For many people, this term might be quite abstract, even somewhat impossible to directly understand. But she knew what was most important between trainers and Pokémon. Whether trust or encouragement. Fighting together, working hard together. Everything could actually be encompassed by this term. Bonds. T/N power of friendship for the win. As her emotions surged, she saw Norman before her speak again. But child, I must remind you, to fully unleash Mega Evolution's power and make it a stable battle technique, you need a keystone to create a more stable and solid connection between you and your Pokémon. Only by possessing a keystone can you more easily master this special power. He held up the keystone in his hand and shook it, looking somewhat regretful. This type of stone is quite rare, and once someone uses it, it binds with the trainer and can't change owners again. Otherwise, I'd really want to give you the keystone directly, my child. But don't worry, I've already asked someone to help you search for a suitable keystone. His name is Steven, and he's also our home region's champion. You've definitely heard of him, right? Cynthia couldn't help but pause. Heard of him? More than that. Her character in-game had already met him, and in the real world, she and Steven were old acquaintances. But she didn't think the real-world Steven could produce something like a keystone. At this moment, Cynthia had calmed down somewhat from the shock brought by the game's earlier performance. The idea of Pokémon evolving again was simply too incredible and incomprehensible. Right now, she couldn't help but deeply doubt the reality of this evolutionary display. This type of evolution probably didn't truly exist in the real world, right? Perhaps this was like those rare candies and those strange medicines fantasy unique to this game? After this battle, Cynthia had figured out something important. While previous settings like weather, terrain, and abilities were real, that didn't mean everything in this game would follow reality. After all, at its core, this was a game, and game's biggest feature was being filled with all sorts of things that didn't exist in the real world, right? That said, Cynthia still felt somewhat shocked at this moment. Because this game's author not only had incredibly rich knowledge of real-world Pokémon, but even their creativity and imagination in fantasy aspects were exaggerated beyond belief, quite admirable. But speaking of this, Cynthia had to start thinking about another problem. But if everything in this game wasn't necessarily real, then could she still trust all the information about Team Aqua and Team Magma, and even Ultra Wormholes? At this moment, Cynthia fell into deep thought. After Norman finished sharing information about Mega Evolution, he followed the normal procedure and gave Cynthia the Petalburg Gym badge. With this, Cynthia had completed collecting more than half of the 8 badges. As long as she could obtain the remaining 3 badges, she could challenge this game's ultimate goal, the Pokémon League. Besides this badge, Cynthia's team level cap had also directly increased to as high as level 50. According to Cynthia's guess, this level should be sufficient to let most late-blooming pseudo-legendary Pokémon complete evolution. Also good news. Beyond this, Norman gave 2 other things. One was a trademark for the move Giga Impact. This move's power was clearly demonstrated in the recent battle, and for normal-type Pokémon especially, learning this move would be like adding wings to a tiger. Under stab boost, this would become an incredibly terrifying burst technique. Though it had the negative effect of 1 turn of recharge, Norman had already proven 1 point in the recent battle this negative effect wasn't insurmountable. As long as the timing and method of use were appropriate, this side effect's problems could be completely avoided. The other thing Norman gave was a clue to the himself. Following Norman's description, Cynthia quickly left the gym and found a small wooden house on the left side to enter. Inside sat the family of that youth Wally, whose first Pokémon Cynthia had helped catch at the Petalburg Gym entrance. As Cynthia entered the room, a bearded man stepped forward first. "Hello, I'm Wally's father. You must be Norman's child, truly a young hero. Here, your father already spoke with me in advance. This is for you." He handed a trademark disc to Cynthia, and a notification appeared. "Congratulations, you obtained himself." Wally's father's explanation continued. "After your water-type Pokémon learn this move, they'll be able to carry you freely, sailing across seas and rivers, letting you reach many previously inaccessible places and better explore this world. Besides that, this move can also deal good damage in battle. You'll have to try the specifics yourself. Oh, and my Wally is also preparing to challenge Norman's gym. You might encounter each other eventually. That kid has always looked up to you as his idol. If you meet him someday and he challenges you, please go easy on him." Cynthia nodded at Wally's father through her character, thanked him, and left the room. Regarding whether the Ultra Wormhole information clues from earlier were real, she'd already made up her mind. Anyway, besides this game, there was no other way to obtain more information about Ultra Wormholes. She could only say it was better to believe it existed rather than not. She just hoped that in this regard, the author hadn't relied on pure imagination. Next, after brief consideration, Cynthia directly taught the himself to Pelipper, replacing its water pulse move. Originally, Cynthia just wanted Pelipper to use this move to carry her across rivers and oceans. But after learning it, she was surprised to discover from the move panel that this move actually had 90 power, exceeding water pulse by a full third. Not only that, this move was actually an AoE technique in double battles that could attack both opponent Pokémon simultaneously, with 100% accuracy. If there was any drawback, it was that when used in double battles, this move would also damage your other Pokémon. But this drawback was obviously manageable. For example, Ludicolo with its grass/water typing, even taking a surf from Pelipper, probably wouldn't lose much HP. But with Pelipper's special attack, using this move in rainy weather could probably deal devastating damage to both opponent Pokémon directly. In short, this move's potential battle effectiveness far exceeded Cynthia's expectations for an HM move. At this moment, the chat also began discussing this new HM move. Slim Knees, another godly technique. Looking at it this way, most HM moves really are useful in battle. Ghetto was right except Cut and Rock Smash, those have too low power, purely for navigation. S4 and SR0, they can work for early game transition since you get them early. Wondery, do you think there'll be other stronger HM moves later?
Thanks for listening.